At night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling them wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling them wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling them wrong.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, where you are in desperate danger of having yourself brainwashed into thinking for yourself. So, wow, we got a good crowd showing up already. And I'm going to give a shout out to everybody here in just a moment. We had a really interesting, we're going to kind of get into another topic that we have covered from time to time on this channel regarding statism versus voluntarism. And wow, we've brought up a guy here before. We've never had him on the show, but we've talked about him, and we've had some of his disciples here before that espouse a cult. I'll call it a cult. That's exactly what it is, of Owen Benjamin. Now, I've watched Owen Benjamin in the past, and he's got some funny stuff, but boy, did he really show himself for what he is during a debate with Brian Young of High Impact Flicks. From what I understand, it was so he was so terrible that they had to cut stream from YouTube and just go over to Rumble, and that's the one I'm going to cover tonight. And wow, what a child. He seems to be really obsessed with homosexuality, and he's disgusting. He is a truly disgusting person. He's sophomoric. He doesn't have any kind of social graces whatsoever to speak of. He thinks he's the big duck in the fucking puddle, and he's just running the whole show. Listen, this guy is kind of dangerous, especially when you get into looking at his viewpoints. Wow, what a and that's indicative of a fearful person, someone who has a lot of fear. Let me give a quick shout out to everybody we've got here tonight with us. Let me see who we've got. I got multi-dimensional meta magician. Say that 3 times. I don't think so. New Jersey Jeep girls with us. Saddle Bum. I got Jehovah's lovely daughter, Barbara. Look what I have right here, Barbara. I have, yes, I will be sending this in the mail to you tomorrow. This is a bag of dicks. And it's the all-inclusive package. It's the diversity package, we like to call it. So we can see in here that we have inclusivity in our dicks. See, and there's more in here too. So you'll have a good old time. A whole big bag of dicks for Jehovah's daughter, Barbara, made by my wife. So that should be pretty cool for the rest of you. But Barbara's a very good moderator. I wanted to send something to her, and she thought those were pretty novel. And I said, well, we'll just send her a bag of dicks. So let me get this straight. I showed Barbara my appreciation by giving her dicks. What? Don't take that all the wrong way, you guys. So anyway, I see Sean Godre. It's French. French words always fucking me up. There's Greg with us tonight. Got Brian Stabley, Dose of Reality. He's going to be Tuesday this week on on Flatzoid's Perspective. Sorry, I had a brain fart there. So he'll be on Flatzoid's Perspective this Tuesday. I believe, isn't it at 2:00 p.m., Brian? If I'm not mistaken, if somebody could look that up, I believe it's already scheduled. There should be a link to it. I got Alan Norstrand with us tonight, Malcolm Sheen, Joyce B., Angela Baby Carson, Chicago Cubby Bear. Let's see, Jake has joined us. Martin, Mr. M. Cax, how you doing tonight? Good to see you. Ford Jacks with us too. Nathan Bowers, Stacy Jones. I think I've pretty well covered everybody. I don't know if I missed you. I'm sorry, and welcome to the show. Anyway, I wanted to cover this because it really gives you an idea. This guy is just really rude, man. He's sitting there not even listening to Brian's points. He starts playing his piano in the middle of when the fucking guy's talking. Well, you'll just see. Maybe let it be for the judge. Judge it for yourself. I mean, it's bad. It's not good. I mean, it's not a good look. Not a good look at all. Anyway, let me bring this up. So if this doesn't really say something to people about what's really going on with this guy, he tries to play like he's an outside the fucking box guy, and he's every bit of what I would say the criteria of an establishment shill is. Absolutely 100%. But I'll let you be the judge of it. If you're not familiar with Owen Benjamin, this guy supposedly had a rough ride in Hollywood, succumbed to alcoholism, gave up the alcohol, realized the earth was flat, got a pretty good sized following, and then it turned into this fucking cult where these people all have bear in their name and shit. And I'm always wary of that kind of thing to begin with. So he's got all the hallmarks. He's got the same, and you talk to the cult members. We've talked to some here before, and they're very apologetic for his ill behavior, and it's like they almost take it personally, which is a sign of a cult leader. If the cult members take it as a personal attack when wrongdoings of their cult leader are called out, that's pretty questionable. I would start reevaluating my belief systems at some point. Anyway, let's see. He was just trying to get this thing set up.
Let me push refresh. Oh yeah, we're up. We're up. Hold on one second.
Oh.
Let me just test the audio. Oh yeah, we're up.
Check
we're
one,
up.
check
Hold
two.
on
Hello.
Let me just test the audio.
Hello.
Okay, for everybody in the chat right now, we are live with Owen Benjamin. Just give me a 5x5 if you can see us visually and you can hear us audio.
Oh, and you guys will I know you'll agree with me. I know you'll agree with me that I cannot believe the level of patience that Brian Young showed with this buffoon. I could not believe it. I mean, it was like he was pissing me off. And Brian's just sitting there, and you could tell, I don't know, man. Bless his heart. He did a great job. He really did. But you'll see.
Just put a 5x5 in the room. I really appreciate everybody being here. There's already 333, 334 people watching.
Oh, wait, 333. That's hilarious.
333.
Oh, dude, have you noticed like gematria does actually pop out a lot? Have you been noticing any of that, or is that just?
Real quick, New Jersey Jeep girl. That's not talent. That's dishonesty. Dishonesty is not a talent. Okay, you don't want that. You don't want that. It's dark karma. It's dark karma. You don't want that shit. You don't want to grift. You don't want to lie. You don't want to cheat and steal, because there's going to be a repercussion. Believe it or not, there will be a repercussion.
Just me being a little weird.
Honestly, I don't keep up with it. It's confusing to me.
Yeah.
I'm kind of a simpleton.
Yeah, no, totally. It doesn't matter. It doesn't like say anything directly, so I just kind of ignore it. But like, I had friends over yesterday and we're playing cards, and I literally had a pair of 9s and a pair of 11s, and I just started laughing.
I mean,
Anyway,
do you think that holds substantial meaning? I'm not sure.
I have no idea, man. I really don't. It's like, did you see that back and forth between me and Bryson Gray on Twitter?
Somebody sent me a Spaces. Was there something beyond the Spaces that you guys had, which was like 30 minutes?
It was so funny. So he does some post, I don't know, about like, he's like, yo, I'm from a family or whatever. And I don't know why. I just felt the need to be like, but have you ever stolen a bike? And I don't do that. Like, if you look at my Twitter, I have thousands of tweets. I do the bike thief joke a lot, but I don't just like randomly write that to black dudes, And so we start going back and forth. And then the next day I'm live streaming, and he starts acting extra nutty. Like, he's like trolling the chat and all this, because I'm wearing a shirt that says, never forget. And it's my bike, and it says May 24th, 1991. And because that's when my bike actually was stolen. It's like a long running gag. And one of my friends, who actually happens to be black, made me that shirt. And so he's going nuts. And then, so I'm matching his animosity. We do a live, and halfway through, I realize why he's so offended. Like, he's going so nuts. He's like, yo, why'd you have to wear that shirt with my birthday on it? And I'm like, wait, your birthday's May 24th? I'm like, my birthday's May 24th. I'm like, what year were you born? He goes, 1991. I go, bro, your birthday was the day my bike was stolen. He thought I made the shirt just to mess with him. And then we start dying laughing. And then like all the tension was just over, and we just immediately became friends. It was one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Well, what's even, just to add another layer of hilarity to this, my youngest brother's birthday is on May 24th. So I thought that was all just a gas, man. It was hilarious. All right, so we got this thing going up on Rumble. Everybody's saying 5x5. You guys can hear. Let's see. I only see 2 people saying 5x5. You guys can hear us, right? Just wanted to make sure before we start.
Check
this
one,
thing.
2.
Yeah, I can
hear me.
I can hear you. I just want to make sure the audience can hear you and me and see us both. Okay, unapologetic. Okay, everybody's saying 5x5. Okay, good deal. And I don't know what's going on in the background with this thing refreshing behind me and Owen. I'm in OBS, and I haven't live streamed on Rumble in a while, so I'll try to fix that as we get along. Let me lay down some.
That's a Rumble setup screen, man, and it's like OBS is like, there's just too much shit I have to set up with it, and I don't want to have to fuck with it. And what he's seeing back there that's part of that setup screen. I recognize it, where you get your stream key and everything. And that's another freaking thing about Rumble, damn it, is you got to set up a stream key and all this RMTP server and all this other shit every time, man. It's crazy. So they need to work that bug out. You also need to work out something, Rumble, how we can pin comments in the chat, that kind of thing. You're getting a little better, but these are really important tools, man. You need to really address this shit.
Some ground rules. I'm here to learn as much as I'm here to give what I consider facts. I do not consider Owen an enemy. I'm not here to slander his name. I don't know everything. I don't have the solution to every question or anything like that. I just know what I know. The second thing is, I've seen that before we get started with what started this live stream. I've seen a lot of people engage in ad hominems. Owen Benjamin did, and maybe I did to some extent. And people are kind of disparaging Owen. People are disparaging me. I'm not about that, but the chat is a free speech zone. Say whatever you want to. I just hope that whatever you say is conducive to maybe carving out a freer society. Eliza asked early on, about an hour before this began, if I'll be reading super chats or rumble chats or whatever they call it. Yes, I'll read every single one. If you want to get your voice in, you want to ask Owen a question or make a comment or ask me a question, whatever. And now I want to get started with, and traditionally, people are like, well, here we are on the super chat. Owen Benjamin, tell us about something about yourself and let the audience know why we should listen to you. I'm gonna forego all that. If you want to find out who Owen Benjamin is, there's the internet. If you want to find out what I am, there's the internet for that. But I just wanted to start with the here, let me see if I can, I want to put this on the screen. I just want to start with what began. Oh yeah, there it goes. Okay, so let me get rid of Owen right there and let me get rid of me so you can see what started this whole thing. And I have a major disagreement with Owen in regard to the meaning of anarchy, how government plays itself out, what the value of government is in society. But there was a video that Owen put out that said, he titled it, it's this 13-minute video. He said, "The truth about the government and libertarianism, anyone telling you otherwise is either dumb or evil." And I put a post up there that said, in the context of today's government, Owen Benjamin says, quote, "There's never been less tyranny from the government. Tyranny comes from your own sin." He also says, quote, "The government is the only reason libertarians have the free time and the ability to bitch about the government." And number 3, quote, "The government isn't a problem. It's always our own sin." And so that's what started this whole thing. So I just want to pass the baton over to you. Is that a fair assessment, Owen?
And see, I would have a problem with those statements too. That's bullshit. You cannot tell me that things like civil asset forfeiture, some of this bullshit that they get people locked up for and all that, you can't tell me that shit is due to somebody's own sins. And who determines what's a sin? I look at a sin as like when you transgress against another is a sin, and that includes yourself. Because we're all one body. So how you doing tonight, Jess?
Good. How you doing, brother?
Oh man, hanging out, man. Doing our little thing here. Did you catch this? Did you see this exchange they had?
No, I just saw you on and jumped on because we're supposed to do an interview on February 1st.
Yep.
And I sent you an email. We haven't got your picture and bio and links. And
oh, I didn't see it. When did you send it?
I sent it a few days ago. Well, I sent it at the time that I booked you. I said I needed your info. And then I just sent another email, I don't know, a few days ago, and I didn't hear back from you. So, and I saw you live. I'm like, hey, I might as well jump on. But in order to what you were just saying, sin means missing the mark. Should people go to jail for missing the mark? People miss the mark all the time. If there's an injured party, then there should be some kind of a resolution for that. But if there's no injured party, then nobody should be, put into jail or any other stupid system for nobody being injured from it.
What's the email address from you? I can look real quick.
I'll put it in the back chat. I don't share it publicly. But
okay, I got you. Yeah, and I'll do a search for it and I'll fix that all up to you. No problem. It must have slipped by, or it might have gone into my spam. I don't know why Yahoo Mail does that, but it sends shit to my spam. You sent it to Yahoo or did you send it to the other?
I'm not sure which one you emailed me from, but let me see. You emailed me from the Gmail.
Okay, from the Gmail. All right, I should be able to find it then. I just haven't had that open in the last day or two.
Yeah, no worries, man. I just wanted to know if we were still on for the interview.
Yeah. In fact, February 1st, it's what? I got it in my phone.
Yeah, 8 p.m. Eastern we start for everybody that wants to see Sovereign here being interviewed on the missing link.
Yeah, let me see. Oh yeah, here's my other mail. See, I have 2 of those too. Got all these damn rumbles. Yeah, I'll get into it. I'll send that shit to you. I didn't know you needed a profile and that kind of thing. In fact, I've got one that I had ready for modern day debate before Sean Hawkins started pussing out and finding ways to not do it. So,
Yeah, so I sent it on January 26th, and then I sent it again yesterday.
okay. I'll be able to get to it. Well, I'll get on it after I get off the show tonight. In fact, got a little notation to it right now.
Cool, man. So how you been?
Oh man, pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, this touched on something that's kind of near and dear to a lot of people in my audience as well as me, and that is the concept of voluntarism versus coercive government. And you know, where does the right to rule come from? What gives one person the right to feel he has a higher claim over the life and property of another? Right? Where does that come from? And what's worse is, how does somebody actually accept that? You know, because, oh, you have a special hat, so that obviously gives you a right to my endeavors. You know, I mean, that's just ridiculous in my mind. I don't know where it comes from.
Well, historically, they say God gave me the right to rule over you. So that's kind of what I've, heard and studied,
Right.
is that where they think it's coming from is from God. And so that's kind of like a cop out to say,
Yeah.
hey, I have a right to rule over you because someone else told me that it was okay.
Right. See, I'd be the guy going, yeah, cool story, bro. He didn't tell me about it. He never told me about it. I don't know where you was at when this happened, but I wasn't informed. I didn't get the memo. So sorry, babe. It's not, and that's where they come in and start using force. See? So when it comes down to it, government is nothing more than violence. It's force.
Force, and he who has the biggest army has historically ruled over others, and it was done by force and coercion, not because people willfully agreed to be ruled upon.
Right. They were like, hey, we're gonna give you protection. And they were like, well, protection from what? Well, because if you don't pay us for protection, we're gonna come and wreck all your shit. So, you know, pay up or be destroyed.
And again, historically, they come and wreck all your shit and then
Yep.
say, look, now you have to pay us so nobody else wrecks any of your shit. And they use that, again, that fear, in order to make people comply.
What was the analogy I heard? Government comes and breaks your leg and then gives you a crutch, and somebody says, see, if it wasn't for the government, you wouldn't even have that crutch. You know, it's like, yes, you're right.
But that just
You're right.
shows you the ignorance of some, and
Oh man.
how Stockholm syndrome is real.
Oh yeah, yeah, it is real, and you can see that in the microcosm as well. Take the abused family. You know, there's an abusive father and husband, right? That family will defend that monster to the end. They will defend and cover up his actions and protest when he's taken off to jail and act like their life is being ruined and shit. But in reality, it's like this guy is nothing more than a detrimental presence in their existence. And it's like, yeah, it's sick. It is. It's sick. I know people that are in that with relationships with their significant other. It's a Stockholm relationship type thing. But they get as addicted to the behavior and being in that position as the other person does in what they're doing. You know, it's like people sit there and watch the news and get all pissed off, and then they keep watching the news so they can be pissed off, because now they just want to be pissed off. They'll look for everything, and then pretty soon anything, the smallest little thing, starts getting them, and they're like, these goddamn Mexicans coming across the border, you know, they start losing their mind over it.
It's the
Orchestrated.
vibration. Yeah, it's the vibration that they're, subject to.
Mhm.
And then some people just feel comfortable in that vibration, whether it's a shit dirtbag vibration. It seems like they don't know how to spin themselves out of it. So it's that comfortable, shit that they rather stay in, instead of trying to, feel what's best for them and pull themselves out of it.
Yeah, yeah. Now, there's a chemical element to it too, the cortisol, and there are other various endorphins that are released into the brain due to these emotional upheavals. And cortisol is very addictive. People get addicted to the cortisol running through their system. That's why they'll look for shit to get pissed off about. And they're always angry. Consequently, their health suffers quite a bit. But hey, there's that. Anyway, let me get on with this. Owen, they're done with their pleasantries. This didn't stay pleasant long.
So who's the people?
Of what started this?
Yeah.
Oh, this is Owen Benjamin. I don't know if you're familiar with him.
I've heard of him.
Okay, he's got this. He's got a podcast. He used to be on YouTube. He got thrown off YouTube. He got thrown off all these different other platforms. Started up another platform. He says some quite controversial things. He's into homesteading. He's been kind of labeled as a cult leader.
What do you think of him?
I think he's a cult leader. I really do. I think that he got too much influence over so many people and he can't handle it. That's what I think.
Do you think he's leading them off the edge then?
Yeah, I do. Absolutely. Absolutely. Some of the things that he talks about, and especially in this exchange that we're going to watch here, they fall right in line with what we were just talking about. They fall right in line. He's for that. He thinks that people have to have that. He thinks that nobody could function without somebody holding the barrel of a gun to their head. Yeah. And it's like ultimate Stockholm syndrome. But something else too is I've known about him for a while, and there's something really puzzling to me about his eyes in comparison to how they used to be. Now, I hadn't watched him for a while, but I'm looking at even the color of his eye has become very pale. He used to have more piercing blue. Now they're kind of pale. He's starting to get that, I don't know, that look. I don't know how else to explain it. There's like a look that people get when they're influenced.
Is he rich?
No, I don't believe so. I don't believe so. I mean, he's done all right. That house he's got behind him, he got that all by people sending him money to his show. The property that he has, he supposedly secured a huge portion of land that he was going to allow the people that donated to be able to come and use it to camp and shoot and all this other shit. And then that never went through, and the people are still having a bunch of controversy about that. So,
how big is his subscriber base?
I'm not sure. It's pretty big. It really is pretty big. Let me look here real quick.
Like millions on all the different platforms?
Hundreds of thousands, maybe. Let me see. On Rumble, he's got, of course, he's got hang on a second real quick. I forget how to spell his name. There we go. But he's got, what's that, an unauthorized TV. He's on there. I guess he's on Rockfin. I guess he's on Rumble. So I don't know. You'd have to get the accumulative amount. Let's see his channel. He's got 22.3 thousand followers on Rumble. Of course, he's on Instagram, these other platforms. So he's covering the whole gamut. He's pretty well known.
Could potentially he be a CIA plant, or
I fully believe he is. I fully believe he is.
Or do you think maybe he was, because I saw someone say he went hard at the Zionists at one point, the first one. Could it potentially, because he had such a large following, went at them, they killed him, cloned them, and this is just the clone that everybody's seeing? Is this a possibility?
If indeed they can do that, of course it's a possibility. Yeah. It could even be someone else impersonating him with latex masks, or he could have gotten to a point where somebody took him for a little talk, and like they did Joe Rogan, and they changed their tune a little bit with enough incentive, and I think that happens more often than people actually realize.
Well, this pastor was telling me, and he was grew up in Poland, and one of his buddies became the defense minister. And once he became elected and came the defense minister, he said a bunch of guys walked into his office with a bunch of briefcases and said that he needed to sell certain arms to some certain places, and he didn't agree with what they were doing. And so he said no. And this pastor told me his buddy blew up in a car bomb because he didn't go along with it. So, that happens more often than not, than people don't know about and aren't aware. And people, blame, some of these politicians for getting into these, or people that get into these places. But a lot of times their lives and their family lives are threatened. And the ones that choose not to go with it, find their untimely demise.
Well, you see, Walrus here says he marketed Bartaria as a place to go during an imminent civil war, then told everyone off it's his. And somebody else here was saying he's bleeding subscribers. I would imagine after his performance on this, I would not be surprised he started losing subscribers. Just like that Pastor Locke from that debate in Tennessee, that he kicking people out of his church and shit, man. He lost a lot of people. He lost a lot of parishioners from that little display. It's amazing when these people start showing their true colors, people are able to see it. And he did that right here. I would be interested to see how many he lost after this interview. I really would. But anyway, let's go ahead and play it, see what's going on.
Like you just said that I did ad hominem because I called you a moron and a pussy, and then you put that in the meme. But you started it by making a video called "The Brutal and Violent Belief of Owen Benjamin," and I was like, "What?" Because you have such like a pleasant voice, and before we went live, you were telling me how much you like what I'm doing, and you've given me some like parenting ideas.
You like what you're doing in regard to the farming and the goats and all that kind of stuff, just to clarify.
Farming and the goats, yeah. and so when you want to talk about ad hominem, and I can start things off also with a little story of our like a little backstory of how I got to this belief before we start, changing everything around. But like calling someone a moron or a pussy is nothing compared to saying that I have a violent and brutal and dangerous belief.
Okay.
Yeah. Like moron is nice compared to that, because that claim you made about me publicly, because I'm talking about my history with the post office and what a government is and government protections for my life. Like you came out swinging, but then you pretend that I'm the bad man because I just say moron or pussy or like, fuck you. Whereas you said, you made a claim that I have a brutal belief.
Government is force. Okay, if your belief system is statism, government is force. It doesn't matter. There's no other way to put it. It is force. That's violent. That's brutal.
And anyone that's in alignment with statism is an enemy to the people. Like there's no other way to look at that. If you're in alignment with the government, what the government's been doing to the people, what CPS has been doing, what the police have been doing, what their, these so-called leaders have been doing, anybody in alignment with that is truly the enemy of the people.
Yep. I think Brian handled this well, though.
Okay. I guess that's fair, or is it? So
it's fair. It's obviously fair.
Just real quick, you're just saying that the whole thing that springboarded this was your video where you titled, you put the heading on it, "The Truth About Government and Libertarianism. Anyone telling you otherwise is either dumb or evil." So you're the one.
Say high impact flicks is evil. You said I am brutal.
No, you have a violent belief, like you said earlier. But we'll get into that, man. We'll get into that.
Well, can I tell you my little backstory? Because you used to promote Davy Crocco. Do you remember that?
Promote him.
This is the blanket shit I hate, right? So you say
diverting attention from him and diverting it to some other issue.
Right. And the whole thing is this, you support this guy that did this article, no. He said the guy did a good job on the article. Okay. I have seen sometimes people from other news agencies that are always usually bullshit actually do a good job. Okay. It doesn't mean I support them. Okay. If somebody says something that's right, I don't care if it's a lunatic in a clown outfit, if he's pointing at a clock and it's 11 o'clock on the clock and he says, it's 11 o'clock. Do I discount what he said? No, I verified the information. It's true. I don't care who said it. It doesn't mean I support clowns pointing at clocks. It means I agreed with the guy that was pointing at the clock. That's all. They turn it into other shit all the time.
You would retweet him and say, good reporting from Davy Crocker. You want to hear a really funny story?
Okay.
Okay. So I was very persecuted from YouTube, Hollywood, all that stuff. And this is why I have an interesting backstory with you, is because you actually had my back when I was kicked off YouTube. So that's why I think there's something good about you. Like, that's why I'm doing this stream. I don't think you're just like a bad person, but I'll give you my side of the story when it comes to Davy Crocker. So I'm kicked off. I'm like a very successful comedian in Hollywood. You know, I'm in sitcoms, Leno, 2 Comedy Central specials. Vince Vaughn has me as his closing act. I'm repped at CAA, blah, blah, blah. I have a child. I realized Hollywood is not a good place to raise a child. And I didn't want my now wife to be in a place where we're just stepping over homeless people. And, you know, there's like this horrible culture there of immorality. And I wanted to be around more family. So I moved to where my brother was, but I'm still at CAA. I'm still touring. Then the trans child kit stuff started coming out. I started speaking out against it. I started speaking out against some of these things that were coming out, you know? And so I lose my agent. I get blackballed from theaters and clubs, and I start getting censored off Facebook, Twitter, yada, yada. So my friend and I, Vox Day, we set up our own streaming platform called unauthorized.tv, where we built our own servers, and we built our own stuff. And little Davy Crocker, the now dead junkie, was saying that it was a scam, and that me charging $5 a month was a scam, and that we never have live streaming, and we're running a scam on my quote unquote pay pigs, blah, blah, blah. It was not a scam. And it was my only option at that point to try and keep my comedy career going, because I had to build it myself. Okay. So then I'm now banned from touring. So I realized that the only time I can tour is if like someone I know lets me perform in their warehouse or whatever. And I tape an entire special at a listener of mine's wood shop. And we tape it. It's called Reluctant Warlord. It's hilarious. And I start realizing that the only way out is through the community. So I start crowdfunding for land so that I can do festivals and shows. And little Davy Crocker, that you promoted as a good journalist, starts saying that it's a paramilitary and that I am dangerous, kind of like what you just said in your little tweet. And he started pushing.
Listen, I heard about this fucking Bertaria shit a few years ago. And then he's like, it's not doing anything yet. If any of these fucking people got to go and do this shit at all? I mean, no, they have not. I don't believe any. Hello, Stephen King.
King Stephen, but not Stephen King.
Oh, okay.
But how's it going? How are you guys?
We're doing good, man.
All right, man.
All right. Awesome.
What'd you say, Jess?
I said, all right.
Oh, okay. It's that dang Canadian accent. Sometimes I'm like, what? I have to turn on the translator. Oh, yeah, okay.
You from the south? Down
What's that?
south? Are you from the south? Down south?
I'm in the Virginia. He's up there in Canada.
Oh, all right. Virginia.
Yeah, man.
My goodness.
Yep.
Virgin Mary, Virgin and Maryland, Virgin Mary.
Yeah, that DC sets right in the middle of it. Right in between. Yep. A 10 by 10.
The goddess, Columbia, District of Columbia.
Yep. Yeah,
Interesting.
I'm,
How do you like Virginia?
I love it, man.
You grew up there?
No, I've been here about 25 years. I grew up in Michigan. It's too cold.
Oh,
Too damn cold up there, man.
what part of Michigan?
Right here.
Detroit?
Yeah, just outside Detroit. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got family there.
Well, hopefully they're making plans to get out.
No, it's beautiful. I love Detroit. It's a nice, safe, beautiful place.
What? Okay.
Yeah. They're in the suburbs. They're not right in Detroit. They're Roseville and those places.
All right.
All
Yeah,
around.
that's a little better. That's a little
Yeah.
better. Well, they're kind
Still
of
rough, but yeah, it's still rough.
they're outside of 8 Mile Road. It's a little different once you get into Wayne County. It's a little bit different story there. It's like difference in night and day too. It's like you're coming along, you come through Ferndale, you come through Royal Oak, you know, all that, and it's just dandier and shit. And then all of a sudden you cross 8 Mile Road and it's like shit city. It's
what country am I in?
It's like a just instant ghetto.
It's a dystopian wasteland, basically.
Yeah, man. It's
crazy. Still United States though, somehow.
So
what are you guys talking about tonight? This Owen
we're going
Benjamin.
over this. Yeah, we're going over this cult Owen Benjamin guy, and he appeared on Brian Young's High Impact Flicks channel, and they were discussing statism, and Owen seems to think that government is needed and that force is appropriate and that there should be more laws and restrictions on other people's freedoms. So basically where he was at. And of course it kind of blew me away as well as Brian. Powfish, listen, if you just came here to, you know, dick with people, go sit in the corner for a little while and fucking think about it. Okay. Melodome's a cool dude. You are not. All right.
This narrative that it was a scam, that I was running a scam on my listeners, just like with Unauthorized. And Unauthorized now live streams all of it. It's a great deal. It's
they lost.
Okay, we should be live right now. Check. Okay, guys, check it again. This should be right.
And it's continuing from where we left off.
God, get it.
Mistakes in it, but it was like one of our only things we could do.
Hang on.
Because I was banned from all government.
Okay.
So that's why I'd really like to get to the next part, and then we can talk about the role of the government. So let me check in the chat. So David Krager was saying that unauthorized.tv was a scam and that there's no live streaming, blah, 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 blah. So, and then I buy land, I crowdfund land. Everyone chips in $400. They get a ticket to a festival, you know, and so it was hard and I made mistakes in it, but it was like one of our only things we could do because I was banned from all these theaters. And so then they start doing the narrative that it's a scam and a scam and a scam. And this is when it gets interesting. So then they start pushing the local media to write that I am like a paramilitary group, blah, 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 and that I'm the next Ruby Ridge. And then they try and get the government involved and they try and get sheriffs to write notices and all this. And all we're trying to do is have a place where we can have, you know, festivals, get-togethers, comedy shows during COVID lockdowns, you know, in a time when everything went dead, we wanted to take it into our own private hands. And this is back when I still thought the government was oppressive. And, you know, do our own thing and blah, blah, blah. And I saw these anarchists trying to use the government as a weapon to get me swatted or get me CPS sent to my house or animal control or all this stuff. And you were promoting these people. And I'm not holding it against you. You sound very nice. I like your parenting style. But it's like you did say that I have a brutal belief system, blah, blah, blah. So those narratives can really start manifesting until I'm in the front page of the local newspaper as a cult leader and all this stuff. And this is all coming from a guy that you promoted. And so then I have to go to an actual
A guy that he promoted because he said the guy did a good job on an article. See, that's equivalency fallacy, man. That's just, they do that. Globers do that shit all the time. They do that all the time. I don't understand. Well, I do understand. It's a way to get it off of me and onto you. Get it off of me.
Divert and deflect, divert and deflect.
Yep. Continuously.
Hearing where the locals air their grievances, and they're calling me a Nazi and a hate monger, and I'm gonna start an army. It's just like insane. And they're very weak people and very scared, and a lot of them were drunk and they were junkies like Davy Crocco, you know. And I just sat there and I watched how the government actually works, and they couldn't actually infringe on my rights as a private property owner. And I found that fascinating. And then I also found it fascinating that when I was banned from all these private platforms like PayPal, the one thing I could rely on was the United States Postal Service. My P.O. box kept me going for it was like my lifeline as these things were happening. And when I'd be banned from all the private clubs and theaters, I could perform at a library, because under the Constitution, under the federal government, my speech was actually protected. My speech is not protected in private platforms. And it's interesting that Patreon attempted to police my speech from off platform. They broke the terms of service of their own corporate agreement. So I sued them in Jams, which is a private court, which is what you guys love so much. And it was way more corrupt than the public courts. And I watched them as a public judge, even a Democratic judge, a gay Jewish guy in California actually sided with me. He said, these private courts change the rules as they go. That was an actual quote. It's in the record now. And so I had a real open, I saw exactly what anarcho-capitalism actually is. And I know, and then, so that was how I got here. I'm only telling you that story because I don't want your audience to think I want to force anyone to do anything. I have no political ambitions. I'm not secretly a Fed. I've never worked for the government. I have been an independent artist for over 20 years now. I just see what the government actually is. And then I understand the nature of force, because a lot of these anarcho-capitalist types are like, well, just stay off my land. Well, how is it your land? Like, you don't, you get a deed granted by the federal government because of force. And
a deed granted by the federal government because of force. See, I can't believe Brian let him get away with that. But anyway,
there is no private property without violence. And then people start talking about natural rights. And I nature, I know nature, that natural rights are always forced, that you only possess something you can defend with violence, and you only can have territory you defend with violence. And since none of us can actually do that on our own, because any cartel, any gang, which is an upstart government, could take it, you have to collectivize an agreement and a constitution, and then you get an ability to have private property with taxes. And that way you can have a relatively free, independent lifestyle. And so that's where I came.
What?
That's why I am the way I am, is because I've watched as my
private agreements and voluntary contracts between two or more parties are not government. Okay? I don't know where he gets this idea that that's government. Government is in the head. Okay? And it's in its very word, governo mentis, control of the mind.
Yep.
Okay? It's right there. And as it looks to me, this MK has definitely been mind controlled, man. But he'll get worse. This isn't even the stupidest thing he said. And wait till he gets stuck on the selling children shit. He's really obsessed with that shit, man. I mean, to the point of, okay, bro, enough, And he's just got to be crude as shit about it, too. He can't just bring up this. He's got to be as crude as possible. He's like a little child. I'm calling bullshit on his 147 IQ. I'm calling bullshit on that. You might be able to memorize a bunch of shit, but you ain't smart. I can tell you that right now.
attempt to be outside of the system actually showed me how valuable the system is. And these nasty little people that try and ruin my businesses and try and ruin my ability to and threaten my family's life with their propaganda that I'm unhinged or I you know, all this insane shit. It's like I got close to the local law enforcement because they you know, all these anarchists kept trying to use the government to teach me a lesson, so I'd be the next Ruby Ridge and then really teach me a lesson.
Can I just jump in here real quick? I don't want to. I'm sorry for interrupting, but I just feel like you've said so many things that were so wrong, and it just demonstrates.
So yeah, but I'm not going to let you do that either.
Well,
my story isn't wrong. I just gave you testimony to my life.
Well,
so you can have it. You can have a disagreement in your view of the government, but everything I just said is true, and it was public, and everyone witnessed it. They can.
The reason that those people weren't able to successfully do what they were wanting to do was not because of government. It was despite government, because government does that shit all the time to private individuals. All right. Them trying to use that system on you, that's a different story altogether, Owen. Okay. That wasn't government protecting you. That was limitations on government that protected you. That was what that was. That was limitations on government. I want to welcome JG. What's going on, my friend? And I got Matt is up here with us too. How's Matt tonight? How are you guys doing?
Please
well, I'm doing well. Hope everybody else is doing well.
Cool. All right.
Lie about me all they want, but that's my story. And you were promoting people that were running narratives about me that were fake and violent, and they were attempting to use the government to infringe on my rights. And the government
I was
did
promoting
not.
Davy Crocco in his narrative against you. In his narrative against you. I was specifically saying, hey. I was saying what Davy Crocco said about Owen Benjamin here is true. You're saying that I was saying that? Because I've never said that.
No, you said he was doing good reporting. You were giving him credibility as a journalist. That's why I think we need more regulations.
Okay, right. On a particular piece of reporting, if I believe CNN did a good job on reporting like they did when they revealed that the TSA fails, or the ABC fails in 95% of recovering drugs and bombs from departing flights, then I'm just going to say, hey, that's what these crime statistics actually indicate. But it has nothing to do with me supporting CNN or Davy Crocco in a broad spectrum fashion. And the second thing is you're talking anecdotally, and all I'm saying is you have a fundamental misunderstanding of what government and anarchism is, because a true anarchist is not somebody in name only, and somebody who doesn't believe in the government will not sick the government on you because they just want to be left alone. So you're if somebody the reason I think you have a misunderstanding of it is because you told me in a private message, you said, quote, "Isn't it weird how many ANCAPs are Nazis?" You can't be a Nazi anarchist just like you can't be a Christian atheist. The two don't go together. They're mutually exclusive and diametrically opposed. An anarchist simply means I don't want rulers for myself, and there shouldn't be rulers for others, and that's it. So I think you have a fundamental misunderstanding of what government. What is your definition?
He literally said because somebody wrote an article that was unfavorable to him that there should be more restrictions on the First Amendment. He literally just said that. And it was all based on the fact that somebody wrote an article on him that he didn't like. This guy.
What is your definition of government?
When I wrote that to you, it was that I was just showing you how like stupid and funny it is. I'll tell you why anarchism is nonsense. That's why I said it was utopian.
Well, can you define anarchy for me before you give another example?
Sure.
And nobody ever said it was utopia. There's no such thing as utopia. Freedom's dangerous. Deal with the shit, man. But don't restrict me because you can't take care of yourself. That's ridiculous. To each man their own, man. It's how it should be. And if you want my assistance, you want my help, I'll gladly give it. Right? But you can't force me to. That's ridiculous, man.
Anarchy is the belief that there are no rulers, which means that you don't have the right or ability to rule over others. There's something called the non-aggression principle, which means that nobody should aggress on someone else without aggression, right? Is that
Well, no, anarchism is not a belief, though. Statism is a belief. Statism is the belief that
where is anarchism? Show me where a group of people exist that are functioning right now.
No, let's just stick with the definition of anarchism and let's see if it holds water. Let's see if it holds moral weight.
Any anarchist in the world?
Hold on a second. Wait. See if you agree with this.
Do you where is the anarchism?
Hold on a second. Do you agree that I don't have a higher claim over your life and property than you? Do you agree with that?
It doesn't. That matters at all.
No, it does matter because the core of anarchy and the core of the term government has everything to do with this. So do you believe anybody on this planet, any man, has a higher claim over your life and property than you?
I've no, like, you don't own property without force.
Did
so
they
that
have,
doesn't even
no. Does anybody have the right to rule you and rob you and take your stuff without you having a say in it? Does anybody have that right?
You don't have stuff unless you can defend it.
He just can't answer the fucking question.
This guy's a full informant. He's an informant. I'm not secretly a Fed. I work with the police. This guy's an informant.
Who are you talking about, Owen? Who was that?
That was JG.
Oh. So he's an informant for the feds? Is that what you're saying? Or are you just using that as an analogy?
Sounded like that's what he was implying.
Owen steals Instagram hashtags and pretends it's his ideas. He stole my fucking penguin bit too, man. So yeah, I know. And then turns around and gets mad if another comedian does a joke that's like one that he did on this. Oh, he stole my material. This guy is so full of himself, man. I bet you never mind. That'd be gross. I don't even want to go there.
He said that he came from Hollyweird, so the high probability of that, the Mockingbird media, same people CIA run, people put into place. So, him putting into the freedom movement just to distract and derail people, that's high probability of that.
I broke away from the Hollywood crowd because of everything that was going on. But here I am away from the Hollywood crowd, wink, wink, on a fucking camera every day.
And can't answer a question if no one has the right to steal your shit.
That's right. You can't. Does anybody have a higher claim over anybody else? No. The answer is no. It's a simple one. But he knows that it destroys his whole thing, which Brian exemplifies that government is in your head. It's in your mind. It's a mental construct. It isn't real. So this is why we put all this shit in place and we accept it. But I mean, think about it. Who is the government? Who is the government? And if you say the people, well, how often are you going to steal money from yourself? How often are you going to do this horrible shit to yourself? Not. So that can't be the right answer. Right? So, wow.
Hold on a second. I just caught myself robbing myself.
You caught yourself robbing yourself. It's a friend of mine's old lady hacked his fucking Facebook, right? And messaged me on Facebook saying, have him call me. And I said, have who call who? And she said, have Johnny call me when you after you get this. And I was like, well, isn't this Johnny? And she's like, no. And I says, oh, come on. Nobody would give their wife their fucking Facebook. Get out of here. I says, I'll be sure and tell him to get a hold of himself when I see him. She's the loon I had to chase out of my driveway the other night.
That's the entire purpose.
I'm
not going to give you an.
Do you own goats?
Yes.
Can a person come onto your property and steal your goats and you have no say in the matter?
Yes, that's why there's a government where I can get them arrested for theft.
No. Did they?
So you mean to tell me somebody comes in there, you're watching them take your fucking goats, you're not going to stop them or anything. You're going to rely on government to take care of it for you?
Wow.
Yeah, sure. Let's call the government. They'll come and shoot you and the guy that took the goats, and they'll confiscate the goats under civil asset forfeiture. That's how it'll end up. Okay.
And then say that you killed yourself.
Yeah. Suicide. He was distraught. Should have seen him. I never saw somebody shoot themselves 46 times before, but it was amazing.
They have the right to do that. Do they have the
Anyone
right?
can do anything they want.
No, no,
Everybody
no.
lives in a.
No, of course they can, but
You
do they
want
have
to answer the question or no?
did they have
Ask me questions and then you cut me off.
well, you're not answering the question though.
Hey, you've already revealed private messages, so I know you don't respect boundaries.
Wait, no, this isn't anything you haven't said in public. You've said in public that there are anarcho-capitalist Nazis.
No, I don't care. I don't care. I always assume people like you are always going to break boundaries.
Wait a second.
I sent you let me finish what I fucking say,
okay,
man.
You didn't answer the question, Owen, you fucking creep. What? Somebody say something?
Yeah, don't say anything that you're not going to say out loud. Be firm behind your words. Why would you say something to someone that you wouldn't be able to stand firm on?
I know it. I know it. And like Brian says, it's exactly what you put out in a public post anyway. So, you know, you didn't put, hey, keep this between us or anything else like that. Jesus Christ. And what would it matter? You've said it openly anyhow. So he's just wanting to nitpick. Oh, you'll reveal private messages. What? You're really digging, dude. You're really digging.
But you're wrong. You're wrong. Go ahead.
You just revealed a private message I sent you.
Yes
or no?
I did not reveal private information. You told me in public that that there are anarcho-capitalist Nazis, and that's just not true. You can't be an anarchist socialist. You can't be
what you just said. It was a private DM.
But it's nothing.
Yes or no?
Wait a second. Have you revealed publicly that you believe that there are anarcho-capitalist Nazis? Yes, you. Yes, you have.
You fucking just revealed a private DM I sent you. You don't respect privacy.
No, it was. But it wasn't information that you didn't reveal publicly. I didn't give anything private. Do you believe that there are anarcho-capitalist Nazis?
Said Brian just lied in real time. No shit.
Do you believe?
Lied.
Wow. What the fuck? How this guy? He's got to be brainwashed or something. Where did he get that? Oh, you lied. They really are obsessed with that. This is something I see with the Globe people all the time. Oh, you're lying. I'm like, what the fuck would I need to lie?
Well, he's derailing, and this guy did say that you sent me in a message, that, it was this Nazi thing, right? And so now you're saying it was public. So, but still it's derailing from, the whole conversation for him not having to answer.
And the whole statement itself, which isn't anything. I mean, it is an oxymoron. You cannot be an anarchist and embrace any form of statism at all. It doesn't work. It's like Brian said. He said it's like being a Catholic atheist. I mean, how the fuck does that go together? I'm a Catholic atheist, Jesus Christ.
Owen, do you believe that there are Owen, do you believe that there are anarcho-capitalist Nazis?
I don't believe there are anarcho-capitalists. I think it's nonsense. I think the fact that and let me finish. I think the fact that there's a lot of anarchists that like Hitler is hilarious. And I shared that privately with you. I don't care if you share it. I know you guys have no.
What were you bitching about?
If you don't care that I share it, what's the big deal? You can share. By the way,
if you didn't care if you shared it, I don't care if you share it. Didn't you just go on for a couple of minutes there bitching about him sharing it? And people give this guy money and they've changed their name and embrace some kind of a thing where they're, I'm a bear and you're a bear and we're all bears and stuff, and we're in this big club and shit. And we're going to send Owen money so that he can shit out a fucking newsletter once a month.
Quite revealing that he brought Hitler into the mix of it, right? Because who is, kind of the bad guy, and Hitler was against them, but now he's on the opposite side of that. So that's interesting, telling of him bringing Hitler into that.
I think it's the gayest thing to fucking to go into a paradigm, to where you think this one guy is gonna he's your savior.
Right. I agree. Same thing with these people that embrace
it's so dumb.
It's like embracing Trump. It's like this embracement of Trump.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. exactly.
And when it comes right down to it, it ends up being like a cult of personality. But also, if
That's
the guy's
exactly
doing
what it
shit
is.
that is favorable, if he's doing shit that ends up, if his policies are ending up being favorable, like the mustache man, okay, we've been totally given this idea that he was just this evil mastermind plotting to take over the fucking world and shit. But when you really look at it from what I call a xenoscopic standpoint, in other words, look at history from all sides as though you have no dog in the fight. Grandpa didn't go to fucking Normandy. Grandpa didn't fight at Stalingrad. Okay. I'm just looking at some kids on the playground that got into a fight, and I'm going to get to the bottom of it. Okay. That's what you do. And none of the kids are mine, so I don't have a dog in the fight. And when you look at things from that standpoint, you can actually see what the events inspired other events and how they actually took place, not this Victor written bullshit that they give us.
100%.
That's a great way to look at it.
Unfortunately,
I think Owen's emotionally he's on his period.
And it's
all
like,
over the place.
And here's what I find so suspect. Look at how many movies about World War II there are, and all of them selling it as the good and noble war. All of them, the greatest generation, blah, 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 blah. We don't see that many movies about World War I, the Great War, the war to end all wars. We don't even have as many movies about Vietnam. None of those, but we really got to, we really got to sell
Holodomor. I mean,
we've got to really sell that World War II nonsense as a noble and just cause. And let's take a look at what we really did, though. We aided the spread of communism throughout Europe and Asia, and that was the goal. That was the goal.
It was disgusting.
Yeah. So,
and I had this lady named Monica Schaefer come on to our show and talk about her grandma, and she was saying that they weren't actually gas chambers; they were work camps. They were building armaments. Why would they want to gas all the people that were building their army, army tanks and bombs?
They were building exactly. They were building everything that they needed to procure what they were trying to establish. And
it's very true.
We did the
same thing. They had swimming pools. They had a movie theater there. They had camp money.
Yep.
I've looked into it pretty deeply.
We did the exact same thing. I lived about 40 miles south of a place called Manzanar. You may have heard of it. It's in the Mojave Desert, and it was a Japanese internment camp during World War II. Shortly after the attack on Pearl Harbor, the United States Supreme Court decided that all Japanese citizens were no longer Japanese American citizens were no longer Japanese American. They were no longer citizens.
They had to be put in these fucking camps.
And they put them in these camps, and just like that, some of them, they made parachutes, they made camouflage netting, that kind of thing, for the military. They had to live in barracks type things. Finally in 1984, I think it was either 82 or 84, I can't remember, but it was during the Reagan administration. He issued a formal apology to the people that had been interned. And they were telling us about this at the park. The park ranger, she was taking us around, showing us all this stuff and telling us about that. And so I raised my hand. She called on me and I said, and has any stop gaps or measures been taken place to ensure that something like this doesn't happen again? I mean, it's all well and good to apologize, but do you intend on doing it again?
There are no stop measures that
No.
have been put in place.
In fact, they put more measures in to make it easier for them to do. Hello, FEMA.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
So don't think it can't happen here. It has, and it will again.
That little guy from Star Trek was in an internment camp, Commander Sulu, George Takei. I think it turned him gay, actually.
Yeah, George Takei. Yeah.
Fucking faggot.
We got to be real easy with that now. We're on a platform where we can't be disparaging toward different types of lifestyles, regardless of whether you find them disgusting or not.
Lighten the loafers, it made them.
There you go. I'll go with that. You know, I kind of, you know, I wondered that. The first time that I ever wondered that was during a Star Trek episode where remember when Sulu got possessed by that swordsman and he was fencing and going all around.
Oh yeah,
and shit. And I was like,
Yep.
that dude is like,
Gate.
yeah, man. I was like, there's something wrong with Sulu. I didn't like Sulu acting that way. I really didn't. I was just a kid. I was like, no, make him stop doing that. That's wrong.
So that's why I pointed out here about when he brought up, you know, Hitler in there. It's just like that's a way to divert. And again, when someone automatically, when you're pointing the fingers at some people responsible or some groups, and automatically they say anti-Semite. Oh, that's automatic. That's divert and not actually getting into, you know, why. It's so I don't have to talk about it because I have no legs to stand on.
Right. Yeah, you get dubbed. You get dubbed anti-Semitic. That's what happens.
Well, and the whole thing is that it means that you're against people from the tribe of Shem, which is just about everybody that speaks an Arabic language.
It's a language. It has nothing to do with Jewish people. It's your anti-Semitic language. So that's a whole group of people. But again, they inverted it, made it just about them, and made it that, you know, that's an easy way to divert attention from the culprits.
Exactly. Exactly. And claim victimhood as well. So that's important. Communism comes with victimhood. That's one of the biggest things, that they want to make everybody be a victim so that they can bring everybody.
The oppressed victims, but we have the power to silence you. You know,
well, the trees all thought that the trees all thought that the axe was its friend. After all, the handle was made of wood.
If you want to pull out a private message that I said to you, go ahead. You did that. You actually
do that. Because
you just did do that at the top of the show. You said before the cameras are rolling that you agree with my lifestyle, and you left it broad and you weren't even specific. All I was talking about was raising goats and your kids and all that kind of stuff, not your political ideology. So if you're going to call me a liar, then you revealed private information, because I didn't disclose that to anybody in the public. So now we're on even scale.
Goats?
Huh?
What? That you like that I have goats? Is that the private information?
No, the private. You said before we went live.
Brian, let's just move on here. This is insane.
All right, wait. There is no such thing as somebody who's got a higher claim over your personal life. They don't have a right to 1 second of your time. They don't have a right to 1 penny out of your pocket. Do you agree with that?
Ryan, where does anarchy exist right now in any group of people in the world, in all of human history?
In your home, in your own home. You deal with your family as an anarchist. You live your life as an anarchist. When you woke up this morning, you did not. You did not.
Rules in your home?
I didn't say no rules. I said no rule. I didn't say no rules. I said no ruler. See, you.
That's the thing they confuse. What happened to Matt? Matt, you're not connected, bro. I don't know what happened to you. You're showing up backstage, but there's no devices connected. But that's the thing people don't understand. No rulers doesn't mean no rules. Okay? And the problem is this: if you cannot enforce rules upon yourself and you need someone else to enforce those rules for you, then you're an animal. That's what you are. You're no better than a fucking animal.
I think Owen understands that, though. I think he's changing it up on purpose.
He doesn't want to admit, he doesn't want to say anything about that. That's proper and true and right. And so he's deflecting away and not answering a question.
Yeah.
He's showing you he switched up. It's clear as day. He's showing you he switched up.
Or always been on that side.
I don't know, man. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He got worried. Somebody got to him, and he's got to say this shit. He got worried. He got threatened. I guarantee it.
You demonstrate a fundamental misunderstanding of both terms, government and anarchy.
Are you a ruler over your children in your home? Yes or no?
No.
Am I a ruler over the children in my home?
A 5-year-old world in your home, are you a ruler or no? And at what age?
The question is from government is, do I rule them by force and violence and coercion? No, I don't. Let's keep it in context. You do not rule like government in your home. Therefore, you are an anarchist. Why? Because you reckon with reality and you embrace a moral system that statism does not embrace. Statism is fundamentally immoral. Anarchism is fundamentally...
Brian, stop. I'm on your show. You're going to ask me questions and we'll go back and forth, but you're not going to soapbox to me if I'm your guest. That's rude. Okay. And you guys don't understand boundaries or rules or laws or anything.
Holy shit. Coming from a guy who won't let anybody get a fucking sentence out of their mouth.
Or answer a question.
What's that?
Or answer a question.
Yeah. Deflect.
Why don't you ask me what I think? I don't give a shit if you want to do this long tirade about how there are no rules and rulers. If a fucking gang of Armenians...
I didn't say that.
Shut the fuck up, Brian.
Jesus.
If a gang of Armenians wants to take your house and you sit there and you go, but I don't have any, but you're not going to rule over me because you have no right to rule over me. Like, it's nonsense. Show me one area in the world where there is functional anarchy. It is utopian. Utopia means nowhere. Okay?
Nobody ever said utopia. Okay? Nobody ever said that. Do you have utopia with government? No. What is government there for? Is to prevent, right, these bad things from happening. Isn't that one of its roles, right? Isn't that what you're saying? Do we still have these bad things happening? Yes, we do. Do police stop bad things from happening? About 1% of the time. The other 99%, they come after the fact. Okay? They come just in time to draw a chalk outline around your body and not catch who did it. That's what happens.
So I have a lot of friends in Jamaica. 10 years, 12 years ago, I painted my house, my buddy's house in Jamaica. And I just went back there in December. And he was a Jamaican guy. When he was 12 years old, came to Canada, did a bunch of businesses, has a hair salon in a bunch of places. And then when all this shit happened, he moved back to Jamaica like 2 years ago. And when he moved back there, he moved back to the house that he kind of had built there in the community that he grew up in. And in that area was kind of a little bit of more of a rougher area. And it was kind of the murder kind of area of Montego Bay, and a lot of drugs, a lot of crime in this area. A year ago, they burnt down the police station. He said in the last year, all the murders went down, all the crime went down. He's like, he's telling the people, he's like, don't you notice ever since the police station got burnt down, there's like not hardly any crime. There's not hard. And they're like, yeah, that's kind of strange. It's like he was saying, it's like they were the mercenaries. They were the government
with less government, there was less crime.
Less authority, less people, but it was like they were actually out there shaking people down, murdering people, whatever it is, what they were doing. As soon as the police station got burnt down, there was no police in that area. All the crime not disappeared. Obviously, there's still the drug addicts, whatever, that are still doing their petty shit. But the murders dropped to almost none, he said, in the year after it got burnt down. So this is like a real world example of it.
I can still see the drug addicts, the fiends out there, committing their crimes. But
listen, that shouldn't even. The thing is if these people want to have those substances, I don't have a problem with that.
Well,
but
and at the same time, it's like these people, they're very desperate people.
When they're using
they
a drug,
don't necessarily want to harm you to get their fix.
Right. Well, this is what you have. This is where the line comes in, right? So the actual usage of the substance is not a crime. Okay. Yeah. That's not. And someone selling them that substance is not a crime either. That's a voluntary transaction.
No, it's a voluntary transaction.
You're right. As soon as if that person in their quest to get more of this substance, and even if that substance is food, water, or whatever else it is, if they violate natural law in order to obtain it, then that is where the crime has taken place, right there. Okay? When they cause loss, injury, or harm to another in their quest for it, then that's the problem. That's where the crime has taken place. Once that's eliminated, which it could be without government, because some crackhead tries to rob you and you quickly relieve him of his life, it's all over. Okay? Less and less people are going to do this now because they say, hey, did you see what happened to Freddie when he tried to jack that guy's car? Yeah, he fucking still laying there. Nobody cared enough to come pick him up even, you know. That's what's known as an example. And it works. It absolutely works. A lot of times these people know that they can do this and they do it more in areas that they know people have been subdued by government to the point where they can't even protect themselves. And the worst part of it is the people decided that on their own. They said, I want these low IQ clowns in a uniform to protect me. Despite the statistics, that's what I want over trusting and relying on my own self. Now, how do you get people to do that? You got to play their emotions. And that's exactly what they did. They show them images and make up stories and say, oh, there was a bunch of children all killed and shit at this school. And oh my God, look at this, that, and the other. And people will react by emotion. But let's treat drunk driving the same way, for instance, right? So people are killed all the time through drunk driving. So what should we do? We should ban cars. That's what we should do. No one will get in a drunk driving accident or be killed by a drunk driver again. Problem solved, right? No. You're never going to have a utopia. And for these guys always to say, oh, solve every thing in the world. You know, it's almost like how these globetards do with us, man. They're like, oh, what do you think, the Earth's flat? Explain every fucking thing in the universe or else it's a globe. And it's like, what? No. I don't know, man. Somebody crinkling. Who is that?
Well, I'm a utopianist. So.
I didn't catch that. Did you? No. So you're a utopianist?
Oh yeah, I feel if there was an abundance of everything for all, people could have what they wanted, and people would be breaking natural law, and things would become a utopia. It's this need to scorecard. I have this, and I have more than you, and all this kind of shit. And I think once things are abundant, people start working together, and then there's abundance for all. This could become a utopia. So that's kind of my mindset.
Along with that, though, Jess, I would agree that along with that would have to come the understanding that needs and wants are two different things, right? So you might want all kinds of shit. It doesn't mean that you need it. But once you take that away to where it's not anything of status, it's nothing special. Oh, you want a 25-foot yacht? Okay, here you go. Nothing special about it, right? Oh, great. You want 10 yachts. Well, that's kind of dumb. What the fuck are you going to do with 10 yachts?
Of course.
But okay, if you want to have to maintain them and shit, then that's your business. Go right ahead. Here it is. You see, and that whole thing, I think you're right, because it's through this artificial scarcity, and that's how marketing works. And we live in a world that is based on marketing, and the whole thing is about us working to make shit so we can buy shit. The whole thing. We slave away to make shit so we can buy shit, and then throw it away and buy more shit and make more shit.
And they make stuff to break, so that way you'll buy more of their shit. Like, how immoral is that you give a 5-year warranty and the stuff breaks at 5 or 6 years? Like, they actually put that into their plans, so that way you're going to consume more. And that's a sickened society.
Man,
planned obsolescence.
That's the way I think about light bulbs. Like light bulbs always bust. Like you always gotta fucking buy a new light bulb.
They do this. You're exactly right. They do that with everything. It's designed to fail so that you'll have to buy more. It's just like right now, whatever the latest and greatest phone is that's getting ready to come out, and people are going to line up at the store to get and everything, right?
Yep.
You better bet that there's 3 or 4 more new models above that one already sitting in storage somewhere waiting for this one to go.
Man, I was trying to tell my mom about that, man, about her iPhone. Her iPhone, like she was like, I'm due for an upgrade, and I was like, you don't have to upgrade every time they tell you need to upgrade, right?
It's just a way to sell you another goddamn phone, man. That's all. And those things are way too expensive. See, they're way too expensive for what they are, really. Well, they charge for one of those things, but that's okay. We'll just roll it into your bill, man. Finance that shit.
Roll it into your bill. It'd be $15 more a month.
See, it pissed me off. It pissed him off when I just bought my phone straight up. I said, okay, I'll take this one. And he'd say, well, what kind of payment plan would you like to make on that? I said, cash right now. Buy it.
Yeah, I'll pay it.
There you go.
Pay for the phone. Wait, what?
Yeah, they don't know how to deal with it. They don't know what the fuck to do. They're so used to doing it the other way.
The cell phones that they build, you cannot replace the battery anymore. Even the new ones, you can't even put a SIM card in there anymore. You can't plug in a headphone thing. They're making it so that you always constantly have to replace the phone instead of making one built-tough phone.
Yeah, that's exactly. You need an upgrade. They call it the quote-unquote upgrade.
And then there was even talks in the realm or that they were actually building stuff after the 2 years to slow the shit down on your phone, so that way when your phone starts to slow down, you're, oh man, I'm gonna need a new phone. So they're actually doing that. Like, this is like really sleazy, skeezy behavior.
Yeah, it's intentional. It's fucking retarded. It's I don't know how like less obvious they can make it.
Well, look at what they did with the computers, right? Microsoft comes out and dominates with this fucking software, right? And next thing you know, they get viruses. So we can sell you antivirus.
They get a virus. All of a sudden, it's like a virus.
Yeah.
They fucking pay for the goddamn
Yep. That's all it was.
Antivirus.
Yep.
Yep. And you're still working with the same network.
Yep.
Doesn't it sound like the medical industry as well?
Exactly. Bill Gates is involved with it.
You need your boost. You need your booster. I didn't mean to say that.
Booster.
That's not a bad word.
No, booster.
It might be a bad word.
No, I've been doing this for 3 straight years, talking to 70 different doctors. So I've had 4 deleted. I know about the buzzwords, but a booster can mean anything. Booster seat.
Booster seat. Booster rocket. Yeah. Anyway.
If you're gonna lie to your audience and make them believe that there's a way to not have a government, not have a cartel, not have a gang, not have a collectivized agreement to keep pirates away from your property, to give you a sense of force, okay, you're full of shit. And that's why I'm asking you right now, where does anarchy exist out of 8.5 billion people in the world? Show me where it exists. And you say in your house. It doesn't exist in your house. You have no rulers in your house, and your house is only your house because of a deed given to you by a man with a gun. And if you don't understand that,
that's called a banker. And if you consider banker government, well, yeah, you're kind of right.
Lying to yourself. And I don't give a shit if you lie to yourself, but you have an audience and you retweet people and you spread shit and you have all your fear porn with the government kicking in your door and all that. And so I am here to tell your audience that there will always be a force. There will always be a coercive monopoly on force. Always and forever.
Is it right?
And if you want to
is that coercive, is the coercive monopoly on force right? Is it moral? Is it just?
Is winter right? Is nighttime right? Is death right? Are you like that's nonsense?
You're ascribing morality to something like nighttime and daytime. I'm asking you, is it right for a man to try to rule another man against his will and without his consent? Yes or no? Is it right? Is it just? Is it
Ryan,
moral?
I'll answer that
And
question.
and
As
it's
soon as you
nonsense
answer the
to think
question,
it'll
I've
always
asked you
be
5
like that.
goddamn times. Show me where there's anarchy in the world functioning.
In your house.
And don't say in your house, because your house is only yours because the government allows you to have it. And don't
wait.
The Adam, the crazy guy on the left, is Owen Benjamin. He also goes by the moniker of Big Bear, and he has a cult of sycophants that follow him.
I wouldn't call it a cult.
I would. I mean, I've talked to these people, man, and if you say anything disparaging about this fucking guy, they act like you said it about them.
No, I've seen some of those guys that do say that. I wouldn't say that, but
some have accused me on YouTube of being a cult leader with my channel, but I think Owen's an actual cult leader. I think they're just.
I really don't think he is.
I think he is.
But I think there's a lot of guys that actually do fucking follow him like they are cult.
Oh, look at here, Jehovah's daughter. So somebody brought up boobies. Look it. I'm just gonna show y'all something real quick. Look it. See my shirt? What's my shirt say? Boobies make me smile, baby.
Wait. Say that again. That my house is only mine because the government allows me to have it. It's on the record. It's on the record, man.
That is on the record. You guys think that that's some own. You don't understand reality, man. Government falls like in Ukraine right now. A gang would take your ass. A cartel.
A gang more formidable than a U.S. government or Ukrainian government? Really?
Government is force. I'm not saying they're good.
So
it is what it is.
So
man.
You're not saying the government is good?
No.
Oh, okay. So the government is fundamentally immoral.
No, I didn't say that either.
Oh, really?
Government is a representation of the collective will of the people.
Really? It's not
my will.
No, that's horseshit. Again, that's maybe what it's like, they put that illusion of it, but it's not. Government by representation, that representation that's corrupted by the lobby groups and by the money. That's exactly not what we have.
Right.
It's definitely not what we have, but I do actually agree with collective will of the people.
Sure. But if there's but Matt, look, if you have a group of people and there's 5 people that don't want what rest of you want to have, do you have a right to make those people go along with it?
No.
There you go.
Fuck no.
When it comes to government, that's exactly what happens. So it's come down to the point is Jesse has shown that the entire representative aspect of our government has been corrupted by lobbyists and corporations and bankers. Okay. And in fact,
I agree with that because
wait a second. So here's what you also have to look at this too, is with the bankruptcy of 1933. Okay. No longer are they representative of the people of the United States. They are representative of the corporation of the United States. And therefore, they are nothing more than like board members of a corporation. So they don't have your interest at heart. Their job is to figure out how to take.
I know that. I know about the IRS. I know about
their job, Congress's job, is not to represent you. It is to figure out how to take more and more of your shit.
Yeah.
While getting you to believe that they're representing you.
Yeah.
That's their whole role.
And they pledge allegiance to the crown. So here in Canada, there was a guy that got elected in a small town, and his name was like Stonechild or something. And one of the party.
Well, I know about the bar, like the
British accredited.
Right.
So no, but the case. So now we're talking about an elected official that got elected. One of his party promises to get elected, what he told the people, that he said he was against the GST, general sales tax, an extra tax on Canada. And when he got elected, it came to the vote and he voted for it. So the people were pissed off, and they said, look, you said that you were against the GST and we elected you. So they took him to court. The judge actually said that the elected official is not beholden to its citizens. He's beholden to the crown. That's where he's loyal.
Yeah.
This was actually in a
The
court-ruled document.
fucking whole royal society. Look, yeah, I understand that. The whole royal society and everything that has to do with that.
Well, the United States is no different. The United States is no different. See, it's an illusion. It's an illusion that we became independent of England. Okay. We never left England. We never did. We have always been a colony of England. You
100%.
think that you're not, but we are. In fact, the Declaration of Independence signed by a bunch of elites who co-opted a revolution. Okay. The Declaration of Independence signed on July the 4th, 1776, but the United States Corporation was registered in London on July the 3rd, 1776. Okay. This is why we are called the Great Experiment. Nothing more than a slave who thinks they're free. We're going to see how that works out. Okay. And it worked out not too bad because they had Canada believe in that for quite some time. They've had a lot of their other colonies believing that. Okay. But in reality, it's not. They're still ruled by the same three states in the world right now that run everything: the Vatican, London, and the District of Columbia.
Yeah, District of Columbia.
Yep.
Not a representation of my will. So when you say, wait a second. Yeah, but it's a lie. We the people is a lie.
Ryan, consent to me finishing my fucking sentence. All right. The thing about you anarchists is you don't respect boundaries at all. All right. Listen to what I'm saying before you then speak. You act very rude. And your audience is going to go, oh, Owen's triggered. Oh, I don't give a fuck. Those people, I'm talking to the people right now that are listening going, that is a point. Where is anarchy? It doesn't exist anywhere. I guess it's never been tried perfectly. Okay. And if you're going to just keep interrupting me, I don't even remember what we were just talking about. It's just like, I'm making a point. You just go, yeah, but it's like, just fucking let me finish. You're being a terrible host.
Wow. Projection much? Jesus Christ. I bet you his wife's afraid to even bring up anything to him. I bet you she's terrified.
Owen's a bearded lady. Look at him. He's not a man.
Amy's cool, man. Amy, his wife, she's fucking cool.
She seems that way. I don't know that she is or not, though.
I know.
Okay, you know why? You know why I don't know that? Because I don't go by an on-screen presence as to what someone is like in real life.
Yeah, you're right about that. But
like Donald Trump. People?
Yeah, well, fucking dumb. Fuck.
Well, what I'm getting at is look at all the people that are sucked up into the cult of personality of Donald Trump. Okay, I look at Donald Trump. I remember, and I don't have a dog in the fight because I don't even believe in government. So I look at this guy. I remember he had a TV show, called The Apprentice, and he was a complete dickhead. The whole show was him being a fucking dick to everybody. Okay. And everybody thought that was really cool because they want to be a dick to people too, but they can't because they'll get punched in the fucking mouth. So they get somebody else to do it. So here comes this guy when he goes to run for president. He says exactly what this base wants to hear. He wants to say shit that is taboo, that nobody else would ever touch. They can't believe the audacity that he would come out and say these things, but damn it, these are things that need to be said, and it emboldens them. And they think, hell yeah, that's our man. And he's going to ride that white horse all the way to fucking Jerusalem, not DC. Okay. You got to look at where these people stand.
You're right. But I do think Amy is.
Yeah. The character seems cool.
Yeah. Did your dog sit on your electric again?
You said let you finish. Are you finished?
No, I don't remember what I was talking about because you keep fucking interrupting me. You understand? Like, it's rude. I was making a point. You ask me a question, I start to answer the question, then you interrupt me. You do it over and over again. Where in the world is there anarchy? And don't say my house, because your house only exists because the government allows you to live in it.
The government allows you to
is
live
that right?
I would address that point. Well, how is the government allowing me to live in my house? I'm living in my house despite government, not because of them.
What do you mean, right? What does that mean, right?
Is it just? Is it moral? Is it in accordance with do to others which you would want done to you? Conversely, don't do to others which you wouldn't want done to you. Is that right?
Where in the world is there any groups of people that are functioning under your idea of anarchy?
Between you and your
since it's zero.
No, wait. You asked me a question. You got to give me a chance to answer it, Owen. It happens between your friends. You do not coerce, you do not manipulate, you do not force your friends to have a relationship with them, and you do not presume to allow them to have certain property. It wouldn't be right. That's why statism is a lie. It is a belief. It's a construct of belief that says that might makes right. And that's the argument you're making. Anarchism, on the other hand, is a way of life. It is not a belief. It's objectively provable. I don't have a higher claim over your life. You don't have a higher claim over my life. I'm not over you. You're not under me. Do you agree with that?
Do you know where your commerce, your electricity,
so you're not going to answer? You're not going to answer. I have to answer your questions, but you don't have to answer mine.
Adam, you're right. Scamming is not cool. And I would imagine you know firsthand. Yeah. Hit that link and come on up, Adam, man, if you want to. And you can talk about how he fucked you if you want. But that's up to you, bro.
You haven't answered my goddamn question.
I did answer your question.
Nowhere in the world with anarchy between you and your friends. You are citizens of the United States.
You're saying anarchy doesn't exist. In other words, you're saying peaceful, voluntary coexistence doesn't exist, because that's what anarchy is. You're asking me where it exists. I'm saying it happens with your family. It happens with your friends. It happens with. So you're interrupting me, Owen. You're saying, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Where in the world does anarchy exist? Like a group of people, like where is there? Okay, I'll put it this way. Yes, I can meet you for tea and I won't steal your tea. And you don't have to be my friend. I'm not going to force you to be. No shit, Brian. Where in the world are people with ownership of their land or functioning without the coercive force of a government, a cartel, or a gang? Like what population
the Native
in
American
the world does that
Indians
exist?
That's not
living under
that is not
system. The Native American Indians were living under that system until the colonials came and said, you have to be under our government, and put them on reservations. So that was a functioning that worked for thousands of years, and they were harmonious with the land. But colonialists came and said, now you have to be under our rule of force government, and you have to be stuck on your own land. So it was functioning.
And we're going to make you believe in Jesus too, boy. I'll tell you. That was another damn heathens. We got to teach them about Jesus and all this other nonsense. We're going to show them Christianity by killing them. That's the way to do it right there. I'll tell you.
Not the question. That is not the question. The question is coercive force right or wrong? That's the question. Is it right or wrong?
Define coercive force.
Forcing somebody to do something that they don't want to do. Taking money that they earned that they don't want taken.
It's their money.
Right, but it's taken by the government.
Use fiat currency, that's theirs. Why would they not be able to take it?
What are you talking about? I'm talking about there's a force that says if you don't get 40%,
be able to take your money at any time they want. That is pathetic. That's a pathetic excuse for someone that's trying to stand on any type of freedom. So he's all for government.
It stopped being theirs when I fucking earned it.
Okay, that's what I call slave think. It is slave think.
But you see what I'm talking about? How his eyes are real pale. The irises are it's pale. It doesn't look well. He doesn't look well. It's like there's something wrong with him. I don't know, man. I've seen that look before. It's not good.
We're gonna lock you up and throw you into a cage. That is that's immoral. That's immoral. Huh?
If you want to use if you want to use the Shylock's money, which you do every single day, you have to pay him for the service. Do you think that you have a right to the Federal Reserve's labor without paying them?
The Federal Reserve's labor? Are you kidding me?
What the fuck labor does the Federal Reserve do? Good God.
Now defending the Federal Reserve. Can you be more, open about who your loyalties lie?
Which isn't government. It's a private bank. That's what's so crazy. He doesn't even realize that the Federal Reserve is not government. It's a private bank. It doesn't even have a .gov fucking web address or anything. It's just a name. It's no more federal than Federal Ammunition or Federal Express or any of the rest of that dumb shit. You can just
not federal. There's no reserve.
Yeah, right. That's two big lies. It's not federal and there's no fucking reserves.
Isn't that the same for the IRS? That's not an actual branch of the government?
No, it's not. It's an enforcement wing for the Federal Reserve. Listen, this shit is so convoluted, and they're right there within fascism. We have private industry running government, right? Because they pretty much own them with the monetary supply. Yeah, and I agree with you, Multi. That's right. He's been seriously co-opted and has been turned. He's never talking this way years ago. No, he wasn't. Not at all. But now he's like, oh, I'm uber statist, which tells me that I think he was taken away and threatened for a little bit or something, man.
Owen's been molded. He gave up. Owen's been molded. He gave up, and that's it.
Yep.
Or he's always been on their side, right? He might have just been pulled over to pull people away and, to find out who's who and just kind of lead them down off the cliff, like you said earlier on. But he may have always been on that side. That's the crazy
I agree with you. He's been planted. He was always on that side, I think.
I don't know him. I'm just learning about him right now, but this is just what my intuition is telling me.
He claims that he is a fantastic, funniest comedian in the world, which I've watched his stuff. He's got some funny material. Okay. But as far as being the funniest, no, I'm sorry. You're not. He claims that he's all in the Hollywood scene and acted in movies. He had like 2-bit parts. And I think he had a bit part in House Bunny. He's like in one scene for all of about 10 seconds. And so he's claiming this big Hollywood fame and everything else like that. I think it's basically he was probably run out because he's such an asshole and cannot play well with others. That's what I think the reality of it is.
Or that was just his script.
Cover. Yeah, his script.
His script, to pull people away again, like you said earlier, to lead them off the cliff. Mm-hmm. He's defending the Federal Reserve. He's defending government. Mm-hmm. Right now, as we can all see, anybody that's awake and aware, the government is everyone's enemy.
He was a controlled top agent, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think he just gave up, man. Like you said, he got blackballed and he got pressed, and then now he's unnerved, and now he's just like, all right, fuck it, I'm giving in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so, because it's definitely like Multi said. He certainly didn't talk this way a few years ago, and I watched this guy come to the idea of flat Earth in real time, and I thought it was really cool. He actually stopped drinking during that time too, which was double cool in my opinion. But the way he talks now as opposed to then, no.
The Federal Reserve is the
Federal. You won't answer yes or no. You're just going to start rambling again.
All money is a medium of exchange. All money is, no matter what form it takes, fiat currency, gold, silver, it is a representation of a person's time and laboring energies.
You live in a fantasy
nobody has a rightful claim to your time and laboring energies. Owen, you're saying that they do.
You want to take the Federal Reserve's labor. They worked hard on that fucking money.
Okay.
I'm serious.
Okay.
What? What did he just? They did. He did what? They worked hard on the illegal interest, the usury that's not supposed to even be legal. They worked hard to steal everyone's money. Wow.
Yeah.
This guy's a real clown.
Yeah. I was like, what the fuck? And they didn't even print it. They just wrote it down as in a ledger and then had our mint print it at our expense.
It's all denialism with Owen. That's where he's at.
Yeah. Wow. I can't believe anybody ever said that. I mean, this guy, I can't believe he's that fucking bad.
I've never heard that. I've never even heard that from the parasite saying that the Federal Reserve worked hard to get that stolen money.
No, or the what labor, the labor, he said labor, you know, like what does he think they have, like people out there mining or something, or what the fuck is he talking about?
They had to pay the people with the guns to protect. They worked hard to get that coercive force. That was a lot of work and money to convince people to threaten others to steal their money. So I guess in essence, they worked really, nefariously hard for it, but it's parasitic.
Yeah, they worked hard to loan the money, right? God, that's rough. That's why you see most of your bankers are usually fit and trim because of all of the labor they have to do to give someone a loan. Like, they have to make up some money on a ledger and then based off of 10% of what they actually have on hand. And then, it takes a lot of work to fictionally create money out of thin air and then get people to sign a paper so that they'll pay you back in physical money with interest.
It's hard work running a mafia.
Yeah, right. Just ask Michael Corleone, right? Jeez. Here's Don Gotti to tell you all about it. Oh, wait, he's dead. Never mind.
I'm actually going to reach out to this guy now to see if I can interview him. This is
who,
good.
Owen?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to see if I can get him on my show.
Oh, shit. Yeah, do it. That would be fantastic.
This is great. I got great stuff to ask him now because I don't really like his what he's aligned with at all. So it'll be good questions I can ask him.
Hell yeah, do it, Jess. That'd be awesome.
So what gives a dollar value? It's force. Every time you use a dollar, the world reserve currency is backing that dollar with the Navy, the Marines.
That's what I said in my last video.
No shit. So you use it every single day, right? So you are using the very instrument that is given your buying power. You buy your little eggs.
If you try to come up with or use another one, the fucking government will come in and shut you down and put you in jail. Come on.
You buy your little, whatever the fuck you buy, your socks. That dollar that you use is given its value because of violence and bombs and guns. And because of that, the blood on that money, you owe those motherfuckers 40%.
No,
and if you don't pay them, they'll put you in a little cage because that's what you deserve.
Oh, really? Wow. I deserve my money to be stolen from me. And
if you use their money that they kill tons of people to get, and you don't want to pay them for their fucking service, you know how hard it is to kill a man overseas? And you're just going to use their dollars? That's the fucking gang, man. That's the cartel. Scumbag. And you're going to use your dollars, to buy your coffee so you can have consensual conversations with your best buddies. Well, without that dollar, how are you going to get that coffee? You're going to get gold or silver. You're going to mine it yourself, Brian. Or are you going to pay the goddamn piper for the service that is provided to you through violence? And if you want to live in a fantasy world you have no right. You fucking use dollars every day of your life. You claim private property because of the American military.
When you do labor and you receive compensation for that, regardless of who manufactured that means of compensation, that doesn't give the manufacturer any right to any of it. How the fuck does that? It doesn't. That's no more than if you sell your car. I have a Ford and I sell it to my neighbor and now I got to give a percentage of that to fucking Ford. Why?
It's a good point.
This guy just said that the military goes and murders people for resources, and because they do that, you owe them 40% of your money because of murder. And that is fucked up.
Yeah, it is. And he thinks there's nothing wrong with it. He thinks there's not a damn thing wrong with that at all. I got 164 people watching. Hit that like button, please, everybody, if you could. That'd be great. Welcome to people that have shown up. I've been posting some comments up on here. I got some new people. Crux Eternal is here with us. Pandora Wake. I got Joyce B has shown up. Renee Bernays, you're late. Anyway, I meant to scold you for that. No, I'm just kidding. You got Will Barrows here. C3PO's Golden Calf. C3PO's Golden Calf has a great channel too on Mandela Effect. He's been sorting out some messages on it. Definitely check that out if you get a chance. One of my moderators, if you could put also the missing link, Jesse's channel in the chat as well for people so that they can go check him out.
Check you out on the missing link. You're going to be on the missing
I'm
link
going to be on there
Thursday.
Thursday. Is it Thursday or Tuesday? Let's see. Today's Sunday.
There's Thursday the 1st. So
Yep.
it'll be 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is when you're going to be on our show.
Yep. I got it kicked off in my little phone calendar. It reminds me of shit. And I got that email pulled up, so I'll get on that after I get off the show. So not a problem. We gotta have it. And I got the pictures for you too, so you're good to go. Drop a link to the missing link. I think Jehovah's daughter Barbara, if you could put a link to the missing podcast show in there for us. Or Jesse, you've got moderator powers on here, I believe. I think you can put it in there too.
I do.
I
do. I got a little wrench thing. Yeah, I got a little wrench thing.
Here you go. Making poor Barbara do all your work. What's up, man?
You guys think it's possible to not conform at all in America? To not conform at all?
What do you mean? Conform to what?
Government, the system.
Yeah.
Hutterites, the Amish people, they seem to not conform.
Yeah. I mean, it's absolutely possible because it is a mental construct. It really is.
To not conform at all, 100% not conform.
Well, I'm still trying to understand what aspect conform to what. What I conform to is this, right? Something is either right or it's wrong. Okay? So I strive to do what is right and dissuade myself or anyone else for that matter, if possible, from doing wrong. That's pretty much what it comes down to. I don't have a higher claim over anyone else, and I don't believe that anyone has a higher claim over me. We have mutual agreements between one another, and if someone breaks that mutual agreement and causes loss, injury, or harm, then repercussions take place. It's cause and effect. So yeah, I think that you can, because it is a construct of the mind. If I think about it, what is it that government actually does? Let's put the pros of government on a list on one side and the cons of government on the other side, and you'll see that the con side is going to greatly outweigh the pro side, and you'll find that privatized solutions on the pro side are even better solutions. So it's basically that great fiction by which the few strive to live at the expense of the many. That's basically what government comes down to.
Right. And if you want to make these claims, pay the man 40%, or you go to a little fucking cage, because the Shylock deserves his flesh. If you want to live outside of that with gold and silver and you start doing all that shit, go ahead. But you're not going to do that because nobody lends money with silver and gold. Right? Oh, we got him on record. Everything.
They don't lend money with silver and gold is because it's silver. Our money isn't worth any silver or gold at all. Okay. Go look at the debt calculator and look at the dollars to gold ratio right now. You'll see that it says 0. and it's gotten worse since the BRICS nations went online.
I'm saying it's a fact.
Is it okay if I talk now?
Go ahead, Brian.
Are you sure? Will you interrupt if I start talking?
Just wanted
again?
to say, Sov.
Some dude in my chat just said this dude wants all the benefits and protections of the government without doing his part. Exactly. Am I going to interrupt?
People say that all the time, benefits and shit of the government. What benefit do I receive from the government? They say they're protecting me from other countries. I wouldn't need to be protected from other countries if those assholes weren't stirring up shit with them all the time. You know, that's where the problem is.
Yeah. When you're talking about the gold thing, I heard this one guy that plays in the upper echelons. He says he carries 5 gold coins with him in his pocket at any time because he, at any time, no matter what happens, has got like 10 G's in his pocket with 5 gold coins. So you actually have, you know, a way to live with, you know, at least in the temporary with gold, because you can trade that in for whatever currency, whichever country you're in, you can trade that gold.
Yeah, and the way it's looking right now, man, well, the dollar's gone, man. Forget it. This whole thing, this Federal Reserve note, everything, that's why they're scrambling to go to another one. They're wanting to go to that CBDC thing, which is just another Ponzi scheme based in digital form rather than on ledgers. I mean, that's basically it. It's just resetting the fucking problem.
I want to
just talk.
Okay. The government is the government is never effing with you. Never, ever. And you just testified that the government is a coercive, violent force. That's
me, and I won't let you do it. I never said the government isn't fucking with you, Brian. This is what you guys do all the time.
What?
You're making it seem like I'm saying the government is perfect and good and everything's great. The government is a goddamn cartel.
You said the government is never. You said the government is never effing with you.
Well, if you understand what the government is, it's consensual and it represents the will of the people.
An alligator will never bite you. An alligator will never bite you. Well, you have to understand what an alligator does, and yeah, you know, biting is part of their thing, but they never bite you. What the fuck is this guy talking about? God,
well,
the government is consensual.
Absolutely.
Explain that.
Because if the government goes too far out of bounds from the morality of the people, the government will either dissolve or people won't follow their orders. That's why I always encourage people that if they want to see changes in the government to live a better life. Like, are you in any debt or anything?
It's completely irrelevant.
Oh, it's irrelevant. I thought.
Yeah, because you just lied. I can't get over the fact that you just lied. I said, quote, I quoted you and said, I quoted you and said, the government is never effing with you. Never, ever. That's a direct quote from Owen Benjamin. And then you just said, I never said the government is never effing with you. So which one is it? Because I made a whole video on it and you had the opportunity to set the record straight, but you didn't.
Isn't fuck with the government is offering you protections. The government is offering you commercial trade abilities, keeps the roads free from pirates, gives you the post office, which I believe to be as close to a miracle as I've ever witnessed. Using our currency, the world reserve currency of dollars. Yeah, I mean, you're given as much as you want. You know, if you fuck with the government, if you fuck with the cartel, they're going to fuck with you back, though. You try and sell your fentanyl, like Davy Crockett. That's why he's a dead junkie. Right now, he's dead because of the fentanyl.
Only they're allowed to sell the fentanyl.
If you want.
What's that?
Only they're allowed to sell the fentanyl.
Right. And here's the thing. He's really upset about this guy that wrote the article about him. He's really, really upset about that. He's gleeful that this guy is dead. Blah, 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 blah. He keeps bringing it up and he keeps trying to make it like, and you support this guy. He said that the guy's article was well done. And it wasn't even the article on you, Owen. Stop being a child.
Crockett was a junkie, but he wasn't a pussy like Owen, you know? He wasn't some little threatened bitch like Owen.
No, and he didn't even do what Owen said he did. Like he convolutes everything everyone's ever done to him into Davy Crockett.
Mm-hmm. Praise Jesus. The post office is a miracle. What a miracle. Private companies can't do that.
Shit, I know,
The
right?
closest thing he's ever seen to a miracle is the post office. Again, that's that
because
is
the post
pretty
office,
fucked.
the post
That's
office,
because, yeah, because FedEx doesn't do anything. FedEx doesn't do anything. DHL doesn't do anything. You
it's
know,
because
they're failing.
the post office allows him to accept money without reporting it. I've seen him take money from the post office. I've seen him open a letter. We went to the post office. I'm shooting the documentary. We come back. He opens the letters, puts the cash right in his pocket.
Didn't even read the letter.
Yo, so how
Well,
many times has Crocco exposed Owen Benjamin? Like, how many times have we put him on blast?
I don't
how
know,
many
man.
times.
I just
I
found
know.
out about it.
I know of the time when he called up the event that Owen said, because his whole thing is he's a censored comedian. Everyone's canceling his shows. And there was a show in Las Vegas where he said that they canceled it. And Crocco checked up on it and he called, and it's still on Reddit. And they said, no, he canceled himself.
Huh. Well, why? I wonder why.
Right, so he hates Crocco because Crocco was, telling the truth, and he's just,
Okay.
Yeah,
Benjamin's quality. He's just a jar of salt.
He's basically he has to be a perpetual victim. That's how he gets people to in his cult. It's basically, I'm a victim. We're fighting the good fight against censorship, and that's why you need to support me, because they're coming after me, and there's always a new enemy.
The poor me mentality. Send me money because they're all after me.
Yep.
It's a miracle. My P.O. box is full of more money.
Well, I've seen him get absolutely pissed off when he didn't get anything.
Yeah, and silver. Lots of silver too.
Did this Crocco, did he meet his untimely demise? And is this sketchy? Did they blame it on the drugs? Because he's saying shit about, government operatives, could he have met his untimely demise that way?
I don't know. About, all I know is that something happened to the guy, and you shouldn't talk ill of the dead like that. That's just disrespectful.
Well, Adam, Melodome says, "Oh shit, you got Adam on? Drop the gravy, bro." Yeah, I'm curious too, because I've heard little things here and there, and this is probably the first time that I've talked to somebody who's been up close and personal within the situation. Man, I'd love to hear your angle on this shit, because I've kind of figured that there's something going on, and started to smell a rat a little bit ago, and it's like, okay, because I'd watch his show and I'd laugh, and some of the things he'd say, I think, well, that's over the top, and other things I'm like, yeah, that's probably, I can see your standpoint on that, blah blah blah. But then here in recent times, I've seen where he has just gone off the fucking rails. I don't even watch him.
It's crazy. Like, in the thing, okay, with me, I don't mean to take over the show, and thanks for having me. Thank you to Renee for hooking me up with you guys, and Nuthouse Video. But yeah, I was his documentarian, and did all of his promos, all of his videos for 3 years. I stayed at his house for like weeks at a time, but went to Missouri. I know all the people on the inside, and he's just changed so much since 2020, since he did his first land. I guess it's a scam now that I realize it, but he's been influenced by this guy named Sam, who's a devout Muslim, who's been just feeding him these all these hadiths and this ideology. And also he also is influenced heavily by Brandon from Vertac, who's like a supposedly ex-police, supposedly ex-government guy. So that's where he's getting all that. He's just out there in the woods. They live right by him, and that's where he gets all this influence. And it's just so crazy the way I'm only thinking, like, if he hadn't like completely destroyed my business and defamed me and stolen from me, and I hadn't woken up, like, how would I have seen this debate right now? Because I'm watching it, and he sounds absolutely crazy. He looks unhinged, like, and none of the things he says make sense. I mean, who in their right mind moves to North Idaho and becomes pro Sharia law,
Right.
pro government, statist, anti-Trump, anti-Christianity? Like, the people in that area don't even know who he is. Like, it's insane.
Did you think at any time in those 3 years that he potentially could be a government operative?
I mean, that goes through my mind constantly. I'm suing the guy right now. I'm suing him for what he just did to me. I finally recorded a comedy special for him, and I was finally going to make royalties, which they've been promising me for years. And what did they do? They put it for sale, and then after 3 days, they return all the money, and they didn't pay me, and they burned me, and just said that I was an extortionist, a criminal out of nowhere, and that I was getting greedy about money, when all I wanted was my 20%.
Wow.
So he acted like the government.
Totally. That's what I'm saying. Like this whole pro Sharia thing, it's just crazy because he has a total king complex. He is a cult leader, and these people treat him. He calls himself the king of Bertaria. He's pro slavery. He invented the it's called the Builder Buddy program, where you basically just become a farmhand. You live on somebody's land, and you do all this slave work, and you don't get paid. You just get to eat what they eat, and like they're all running that right now in the Ozarks. He wanted me to live on his land. Like he wanted me to come there and live. I'm like, how am I going to live? I have a family. Like, I'm not going to live on your land. But he saw me as labor, as a slave.
Like a serf.
He's calling me a slave now. Like now he's calling Adam as a slave. He needs to be controlled. He needs to be given fluoride and monitored. It's like, I'm like, what in
given fluoride?
Wow.
He calls himself the king of what?
The king of Bertaria.
I'm the fucking king. He's not the king.
But the other thing that you said was the Builder Buddy. It's like the Bilderberg group.
Yeah, and they call him BB. That's like BB Net.
Build-A-Bear.
Dude, I'm telling you,
Build-A-Bear.
Things are getting so weird because now, like, I'm meeting up and talking to older bears because I've been fighting with people on Reddit, like saying, like, dude, you got to understand he's changed. They're like, no, he's always been that way. And I talked to the guy Johnny Arcade, who he lied about 5 years ago, and he's like, no, dude, he's showing these videos and these old recordings of him being pro Hillary, super anti-Trump, super liberal, like, and he all of a sudden he voted for Hillary, Trump wins, all of a sudden he rides that wave, becomes pro-Trump, and then he turns us all against Trump right before the 2020 election. And like I feel like he's just a Democrat, dude. He's just like a liberal that just, yeah, he could be a plant. I don't know. Like, I don't know.
Do you think it's possible that this Sam? I think the Muslim guy, he said his name was Sam.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny? I've run into so many Sams trying to sell me car warranties. But do you think it's possible that these people could actually have been put there as neighbors or whatnot, as like handlers, so to speak?
It could be that way. I don't like to make claims if I can't prove it, but I'm looking into that, like, because he came here out of nowhere. He was a Sephardic Jew from London that became a Muslim, and next thing you know, he's in New York as a gymnastics instructor, and then he finds me on Facebook to do these documentaries for Owen in 2020. And as soon as this guy Sam shows up, Owen becomes super organized. And now he's got, like, all of a sudden he's doing an app, he's doing a magazine, he's doing all these websites, he's doing the events. So, like, yeah, I mean, I don't know about the government thing, but it's so crazy just how pro-government these guys are. Like, I would say something to Sam on the phone, like joking around about the feds, he'd be like, I don't like that word. Don't use that word. And I'd be like, yeah. I'm like, okay. Like,
Wow.
yeah. So I don't know what's going on. Like, it could just be that I'm about to sue a Fed. I don't know. Like, I don't know what's going on, but what he did was not right to me. So I want to get my money, and I don't think you should be able to defame somebody like that and destroy their business just because for whatever reason, because you don't want to pay them.
So he's actually guilty of doing the same thing that he is claiming that government protected him from having happened to him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what he does. Like, and the thing is, I've been following for 6 years, like 3 hours a day, like I was brainwashed, right? And the thing about him is that he was always looking for the truth. I'm a truther. I'm looking into flat Earth. I'm looking into, space is fake, pandas are fake, whatever. And like he's always looking for the truth, but he started to like use all of these tactics that he's revealing. He starts using them, and now he's like he's like using the tactics that like the Saul Alinsky stuff on other people. Like with every conflict he has with Made by Jim Bob, Curtis Stone, me, like that's just what he does. It's really weird to where like he's like an apprentice magician, and now he's just like full wizard.
So as he berates the small hats, he acts as a small hat.
Yeah, well, he's always said, I'm an eighth Jewish. He's always said that, and his handler, the guy Sam, he's a Sephardic Jew, became a Muslim, which is weird. Like you usually don't see that happen, Wow. So and they're using all these tactics to just destroy people's lives that get in their way, and then to basically just get money out of as much money as they can for this land.
Nuthouse Video did a video here recently showing him just like flying off the fucking handle and saying something about fuck Jesus, and because he didn't get money, in his mailbox or some shit. I'm like, what the?
Well, let me. Can I chime in for a minute?
Yeah, Rasta Bear, what's happening, brother?
Hey, Rasta Bear.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Good, man.
Now, I mean, you just mentioned Nutmouth Video, and like I feel like they take a lot of clips out of context in a great number of circumstances, just because they have some personal vendetta against Owen Benjamin. Maybe they got banned from his chat, or somewhere along the lines they got into.
Well, let me ask you something.
Attack mode.
Let me ask you something. In that video Nuthouse Video put out, that clip of him actually saying it, it was a pretty good sized clip. All right. How was that taken out of context where he got pissed off, said fuck Jesus, or fuck God, or whatever it was he said? Well, how was any of that taken out of context?
I don't know. I didn't take the time to even watch the clip because I mean I don't really care. I don't care near as much as Nutmouth Video does about.
Then why would you come to the defense of it if you don't know what it is?
Well, because I personally think that Nutmouth Video is just really a disgusting channel that has nothing better to do than watch content creators that they don't care for, and then make clips about them. That's really that's low level content creator.
Nuthouse Video didn't say those things. Owen Benjamin.
I know, but they took the time to not only watch Owen still, even though they have a disdain for him. And then on top of that, they take ample time to clip his videos and make these videos that no one they have like under 100 subscribers. Nobody cares about the video, and they're taking out.
Ross, was it a secret? There he is on video saying. Hold on, wait a second. Here he is on video saying these things, and it's a good it's not out of context. He said what he said. Okay, it's on video, and this is what I think is.
You can do that with anybody.
Hold on, and it illustrates a point. Yeah. No one said that you said those things, Rasta.
No, but Nutmouth Video has made videos about me, and I've taken it personally because I don't think that.
Rasta, are we discussing those videos that he did of you?
But I'm saying that if he'll do them about me, then he'll do them about other people.
It's irrelevant. That's absolutely irrelevant to the
conversation. It's absolutely relevant.
No, it's not. We're talking about
this is way more relevant than what Owen Benjamin did in this video, which, the one reason I jumped on, I might be talking schmack about Nutmouth Video because I think they're a disgusting channel that, like they deserve to be.
That's not the topic of discussion, and you're not going to derail it.
I'm telling you, I'm going back to this video that we're watching.
Rasta, stay on topic or you'll go. Okay? The topic is not Nuthouse Video's what he does. The topic is not you. Okay? Because you're not Owen Benjamin. But what I do find interesting is that you find it necessary to come galloping to his defense as though you have been personally attacked. That is the mark of a cult member, my friend.
Yeah, he doesn't care about you. He would never defend you.
Okay, now, but that for this instance, though, I might surprise you here because I'm jumping on because I like Brian from High Impact Flicks.
Right.
I think he's very calm and very tactful. And I also believe with his structure of, his take on the government and all that. And his wording is very clear. He did nothing to come at Owen in ways where Owen, started calling him names and, and getting very defensive and not answering a lot of Brian's questions. So in this case, in this video that you're dissecting here, I'm watching it for the first time here as well as you guys. And I totally agree with Brian in this video. I don't think Owen's very good at debates. I think that, it's not his
no, because he's always got to be the big duck in the puddle. You see, that's exactly. A narcissist. That's a narcissist. He's
I don't think I think it was a bad move for him to come on here with Brian because
I think it was
and since move. This debate, because I follow Owen on other social media platforms. Now he's going after a character attack towards High Impact Flicks.
Sure, of course.
Digging deep, digging up like information on his daughter and things like this, and
that's because you know why?
That's what he does.
He's a child,
and it's like that. Yeah, that has nothing to do with just the point of the topic. I think Brian had every intent to have a calm, clear conversation here with Owen, and Owen's the one you can clearly see he's been getting triggered in this video.
Yeah,
it's a clear indication of who he is. I mean, you're right there next to, below you. Is somebody who's been fucked over majorly by Owen Benjamin.
Yeah, I was his friend, dude. Rasta Bear, I was his friend. All I did was do a good job and want to get paid for my work, and he totally burned me, made up bullshit about me, attacked my wife, attack my business, tell people not to hire me. Like it was.
Are you the camera? You're the camera guy then, right?
Yeah, I'm Adam from Film Grain. Yeah.
Okay, hi Adam. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I have nothing. I have no, sway in either side of that. I've heard both of your guys's arguments in that situation. It definitely sucks to not get paid for something. And I don't know what happened behind the scenes on either side of your guys's situation. So,
now that you've seen mine and what he's doing right now to Brian, it might help you to see like who he is.
Well, I think these are two separate, separate situations. Like yours is something that's, it's been brought out and made public. I mean, I don't know the whole situation between like what happened between you and like Yi. I know there was like you were making videos for him as well, and like there's speculation that he was also. I don't know. I don't know the full story.
Rasta Bear, here's the point of it, though. Yes, they are obviously two different situations. The commonality is the behavior. The behavior is what we're looking at. Now we have commonalities of behavior in two situations, and there are more.
But but there's how many people in the world, and how many different content creators does Owen come?
Right. Okay, Rasta, chill, bro. We're gonna be looking at this here. All right, and you can go ahead, and if you think this behavior is cool and it's only here, you just talk to somebody who is suing him to get rightfully what he should be paid for doing.
Well, right? I think I really to the degree of like the lawsuit, like what grounds do you have on to get financial like compensation for what he's done? I mean, in comparison to like why is it so important for you to hold on to the content for the stuff that you filmed for him? I mean, why is it something that you can't just give it to him and get paid for it? I don't understand that.
Well, I mean, that's a very big question, but I mean, you'll be able to see when the lawsuit comes out.
Yeah.
Well, why can't you just explain it to us? Like,
because that's not what we're here for tonight. Rasta, this is what you do, brother. You come up here and you derail the show every time.
No, I just didn't know.
Yeah.
I didn't know Adam was going to be on here, and you know, I've have questions.
Well, that's cool. Go and we can have a show where you can keep a conversation going on completely there, and then he can get into the litigious aspects of his lawsuit. Not that you'll understand it, but we'll go ahead and do it anyway.
So, but through
right
having a lawsuit, doesn't that support like
what we're doing right now is we're looking at this and we're comparing the behavior. And now with Adam here, we're also comparing the behavior and what it has in common with things that he's experienced firsthand, not third hand like yourself, Rasta. Okay.
And if
can I ask one question?
But listen, if he's been fucked over by this guy and he's looking for corrective action, then it's up to him depending on what he wants to make public at this time.
Okay, so I've got one question then, and that is, if you're using the legal system to go after him for compensation, then do you not agree with Owen's stance in this debate that he's having right now with Brian?
Not at all.
So how would you get compensation from Owen, or even go to file a lawsuit if government didn't exist?
He's only not getting paid because of government.
No, that makes absolutely no sense.
No. I guarantee you,
it's called right and wrong.
Private world, in a without government, you fuck somebody over, you gonna pay a price, Trump.
Exactly. I don't.
But you have to use the government in order to file a lawsuit, correct?
That's right, because you'll go to jail if you take it into your own hands. Because
so if there wasn't a government,
all right, you're done with your hypotheticals now, so we can go on with this.
Yeah, let's continue.
Good. Thank you.
Want to do child pornos, or you want to, not pay the VIG on your fucking debt to.
This is where he started going off the rails too, I might add too, and this is something I'm wondering about, Adam.
All right.
This guy certainly seems to be obsessed with child porn and selling kids' asses and shit. Yep. And I mean, he went for a long time about this crap, man. He kept bringing it up. How old does somebody have to be to consent to sell their ass? And I'm like, this guy is just like obsessed with this, with homo shit. He's obsessed with pedophilia. He's obsessed with this shit. He's a gross motherfucker. He really is.
There's a massive amount of it that goes on in society. It's something.
Yeah, we understand that. We understand that. We understand that.
Well,
but do you think it's healthy to have your focus on that shit continuously? That's all you fucking talk about during this entire thing?
No, I don't think that's something that needs to be focused on more than just like spoken of maybe once, just to point it out.
I made my point.
That's not my style. Just because it's not my style, it's what he chooses to do.
Rasta, he's not going to do anything for you. Okay, despite your defense, he is not going to do anything for you. He doesn't know you. He doesn't like you. And if you had interactions with him, as we are starting to find out via his pattern, he would fuck you over somehow.
Why?
And Sovereign,
what have I done to deserve anything like that other than to,
because that's what he does.
That's what he does to certain people who I feel like in a lot of these battles he's had, the person has ended up deserving it in a certain amount of ways. Like
he's convinced you that the person
he's convinced you that the people that he screwed over, they've been good.
Okay,
people.
Adam, let's just ask you the question.
But see, I have discernment
about it.
And I can sit back and listen to both people.
Right, why don't you go ahead and sit back and listen then? How about that?
Adam, with what Sovereign just said. Adam, with what Sovereign just said about, that kind of perverted type of behavior, is in the time that you had spent with him, did you notice any of a weird type of perversion maybe coming out of him?
No, I wouldn't say any kind of, just the normal thing. Everything, there's not like a gotcha moments with Owen because he says it all on his stream. So like the footage I have of him, there's nothing really too crazy. It just shows him as just to be the asshole that he is, but Yeah, I mean, he said that he comes from a town that was riddled with pedophilia. Like the priest, the Catholic priest in the area, like there was like 9 or something, 12 different convicted pedophiles, and all of his friends were all, subsequently all of them except for him were all molested, and then the weird relationship with his mom and the weird relationship with his dad, saying his dad was gay, that his dad had, when he stayed with him at his apartment in Hollywood, that he had a search history of gay porno that they found on there, that his friend found, and he lived with a gay man, Nick Swartzen, that was his roommate. There's a lot of stuff that has to do with, I feel like there was trauma in his life that he's not honest about.
Not honest, because you just said that his dad was kind of a little bit perverted. All the people around him were molested in this town, and he's the only one that wasn't.
Yeah, he's always
That's
saying
strange, right? That sounds a little bit strange.
It does. So that's why I think that he's just obsessed with dicks and squirting, and everything always goes back to dicks. It's like it's insane. Once you see it, you're just like, what is? And his whole scam is that he makes you feel gay by talking about dicks, and then he says you got to pay the gay away to him in a super chat.
So Rasta, I only put you backstage because you keep just going on and on and on and on and on and on and on. You don't know how to fucking be brief, dude. So
and he's under mind control, dude. Like I get it. When I was still under mind control of Owen before he ripped the goggles off of me, like I felt the same way. Like I had to go defend him. I felt like the other play, like we were all being attacked. He makes you feel like they're all attacking me and you're all with me. Like I'm going to mention you on the live stream. You're with me. So if they attack me, they're attacking us.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's a cult. That's a cult mentality. That it really is.
Yeah. That's where I get where Rasta's coming from, and he seems like a nice guy. It's just that he's so persistent.
Well, all right. Well, now let me speak for a second. I don't always agree with anybody. I don't agree with Owen all the time. I don't agree with you, Sav, but and half the time you piss me off, but I still like listening to you. Just like how I get pissed off, get triggered by stuff that Owen says sometimes. Right. I get triggered by things that a lot of people I listen to say sometimes, but it doesn't mean I don't like them. Right. It doesn't, but it also doesn't mean that I'm brainwashed or that I'm in some type of cult just because I have my last, part of my screen name as a bear. It's just I'm a Rasta.
What do you think about what he just said, is that the military goes and murders people and for their resources, and everybody owes them 40% for that blood money? He just said that. What do you think about someone who has that ideology?
Well, I mean, I don't agree, with the military and their force. I think all the wars that we fight are unjust. I think that everything the government does, like you say, it's mind control. It's control of the mind. And, it's something that is not necessary. And most of the stuff that they tell us is lies to begin with. They lied to us about space and the shape of the earth and all these wars and these events that happen. It's a culmination. So we don't need a ruling body that's just obvious. That's especially one that's going to lie to us all the time. I mean, it would be one thing if we had an honest government. That would be something that might be suitable, just because it would be something that is, but it's never going to happen, because with power becomes greed and dishonesty. Because
let me run something by you one time, Rasta. How about this? What if you just don't rely on someone else to tell you to behave? Could you do that?
Yeah.
You think you could go along without anybody, without a threat of force on you? Do you think you could live the rest of your life without perpetrating a wrong against another person? In other words, not committing any loss, injury, or harm. Do you believe that you could do that?
Yes, I believe that is.
Welcome to
that's
anarchy.
why I say I agree with Brian's side of the argument.
Anarchy, absolutely.
I'm not pro government. Like I'm not pro the system that we are in. I think
you understand this then. if this guy is leader of a group of you bears and you're a cult, make no mistake about it. It's a cult. Okay. So here's this guy is a leader of these people, and he has these violent and aggressive ideas of how society should be run. Isn't that kind of scary?
What's violent? I haven't heard him ever call for violence on anyone. First off,
is coercing others. Hold on, coercing others using threat of force in order to get them to do what you want them to do. That's
I've never heard
does.
him personally do that.
Well,
he just said though it's all about violence.
He did it to Jim Bob. He did it to Jim Bob publicly. He did it to me.
Well, Jim Bob, if you ever watched the debate, Jim Bob and like the whole Jort Wars thing, like that was really, you know, Jim Bob brought that upon himself. He was a grifter, that was the situation
he didn't bring
coercion
on himself. Owen was the one who threatened coercion.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't there for any of it. All of it seems like
talking about it.
All of it seems, you know, it's the whole ordeal. I mean, these drama wars, they're very entertaining from an outside perspective.
Rasta, I really do enjoy an informed point of view. I really do. But when you invoke something that you have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, I didn't even see it, sir. I wasn't there, and I don't know. Then shut up.
He's just
repeating. I experienced the Jort Wars from an outside perspective, and it was thoroughly entertaining. What do I have to say? I mean, we lost people, and you know, like different, and it got so ridiculous though, because all Jim Bob would get on every day, and he would cut just like Nutmouth Video does. Makes videos about Owen. They just anybody who like gets kicked out or loses their ability to be in the circle of the Bears, they just spiral out of control, and then all their attention is just focused on Owen and destroying Owen.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is?
Because you can't have a life outside of the existence you built within the Bears. And that's on you.
Besides that, Rasta, if you just listen to some of the shit that he just said about the violence, the money people owe them because of that violence and that blood, I could see why people would want to make videos about this guy, because clearly he's displaying behavior that's disgusting, filthy, and against anything that's about freedom and truth.
He does streams every single day. Obviously, he says a lot of things. I mean, at the end of the day, you got to remember, though, he is a comedian. That is his main job.
He's a comedian. There we go. He's a comedian.
He is.
Bring this slow ex-bear up here.
Stockholm syndrome is real, man.
Top feed.
You guys are ridiculous. Like, you guys just want to put me into a box just because, like,
yourself in the box.
You're claiming to
put yourself in his box, aligning with someone that is clearly displaying filthy behavior. Instead of saying,
everybody, all of you guys display filthy behavior at some point, probably every single day.
Dude, your name is Rasta. Your name is Rasta, and you're pro-government with this guy. Now you're saying that you're not. But I'm going to tell you right now, I know that Bertaria is based off of Sharia. It's all Sharia law. He is pro-Sharia law. You can't be a Rastafarian and believe in Sharia law. You need to stop and just think about this.
As a Rasta, you can't tell me what I can or cannot be, first off. And second off, I am not pro-government like you just said. That just shows you're very dishonest in the way you just talked to me, sir.
Rasta, can you be an atheist?
I already get a vibe that you're a very dishonest person. Very dishonest.
Can you be an atheist Catholic, Rasta?
Is
there any such thing as an atheist Catholic?
Owen doesn't even associate or call himself a Christian. He admires certain Christian beliefs. He admires Muslim beliefs. He doesn't tell any of the Bears to follow any of the beliefs that he personally believes. There is not a set religious faction of the Bears. That's insane.
Rasta, how much time have you been spent around Owen personally?
I've gone to multiple bear meetups. I've hung out with some very prestigious bears in the bear community.
How much time have you spent with Owen Benjamin one-on-one?
1 minute, maybe 2.
Okay. then you don't know anything, right?
Well, how many minutes have I spent with you? 0.
And you
I don't even know if you're a real person because I've never met you.
Right, but you've spent more time interacting with me than you have actually one-on-one
I know
with Owen Benjamin. Right? Right?
No, I know.
No?
I've talked with you.
You get on
and I've really been just
sit there and chat. You sit there and chat with Owen Benjamin.
I know that your attitude and your behavior is way more childish and just way more just disrespectful than I ever see Owen be.
Cool.
So why are you here? Why are you here,
later, bro?
Why are you here then? Like, why, unless you're trying to derail what's going on, and the chat is saying, like, let's get back to the video. He's been derailing it.
Yep. We're back at it. He's gone.
To the Shylock, yeah, they'll fuck with you, but I don't do that. That's the reality of the situation. Or if you want to get into debt, right? Because I'm sure you're in debt. So that means the bank owns your house and you play make-believe. Or you got a credit card because you want to get a nice pair of shoes or a ski-doo, right? And then you get upset because you have to pay it back and you blame the goddamn government.
You're sure that I'm in debt? You're sure that I'm in debt?
I don't know. I asked you and you wouldn't answer.
How can you have a conversation with somebody who's presuming upon somebody something they have absolutely no idea about? I don't
know, Brian. Are you in debt or not?
It's irrelevant to this conversation.
It's
not even. There's no reason to answer that question. Statism is this brilliant idea that we give a small group of people the right to kidnap, harass, steal from, and kill people so they can save us from people who kidnap, harass, steal from, and kill people. You just said, dude, I'm not even. How many times are you going to interrupt after you chastise me for interrupting? Just go ahead. Go ahead, Owen.
We're not having a respectful conversation, so I'm just going to be funny about it.
Does he do like that in real life? Just interrupt and shit all the time, Adam?
Not really. Like in person, he's not like this. Like he's never spoken to me disrespectfully to my face ever. Even one time when he was we were in Missouri and he showed up to the motel like at 1 a.m. I was sleeping and I heard someone yelling outside the motel room. And I was like, I thought there was a fight or something because someone was being really loud. And I go outside and Owen's like around this RV, like talking all loud. And I yelled out. He didn't know who I was. And I go, hey, keep it down over there. And he's just like, oh, sorry, bro. And I'm like, I was like, it's just me. And he's like, oh, okay. But I think in person, he's not so bold, you know?
He's a little less aggressive without the camera.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of bullies are not even just the camera. It's like face to face. People are much different when they can hide behind a screen.
Yeah, he doesn't even look you in the eyes, really.
Well, who was that guy I had on that one night? He was a mouthy son of a bitch on Twitter, conspiracy smasher. And he was going to come on and debate Flat Earth with me. And dude, what a little pussy cat he turned into when it was coming on to talk. He only types aggressively, right? Yep. When he had to think on his feet and he didn't have his little script and shit, he was nothing. He was nothing.
That's how Nick Fuentes was too. I work with him with the Yay thing.
Uh-huh.
And you know how Nick is on his show, but like in person, I told Owen because Owen and him had it out, and I told him, I'm like, dude, he's just like an autistic looking kid. Like, he's like a kid you would see outside in the mall, like outside of Hot Topic playing like magic cards.
Wow.
Like just like a dork.
But like it's an act, like it's a character.
Yeah, he's the nicest kid. He was the nicest kid, and then as soon as like the camera goes on, it's like, whoa, this kid's got charisma.
Owen screams when he sees a spider. Well, it depends on the size of the spider. I might not fault him on that one, but normally I don't care. We had a spider was living in my house. And I left him there, and my wife was like, why don't you get rid of that spider? I says, well, why? He's got a right to be here. He's not taking up any room. And I ended up naming him Boris after that song from The Who, Boris the Spider. And so we do that. There's a Boris the Spider.
Actually, spiders. Owen's really scared of spiders. He has nightmares about spiders. And they used to call the priests, the Catholic priests that molesters, they used to call them spiders. So he's had like these nightmares about spiders.
Holy shit.
So he has been touched.
Well, that would be something that would be useful for anybody that's using MK Ultra mind control on somebody. We already know what we can use. Spiders, not a problem. Let's get him under the fucking dope and do it.
Yeah, exactly.
And his eyes really look weird to me, man. I'm looking at his eyes on here, and this pale blue thing. It almost reminds me of what like my dad's eyes would look like that after he'd been drinking the night before or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like evil. It's like possession.
It is. It's pure evil. When he turned on that live stream and turned on me like that and went off on me, like I'd never seen so much evil in my life. It was crazy.
Yeah, there's they're dead eyes. They're dead eyes. There's no life in them.
Yeah.
And I remember I mentioned it to my wife because I was watching him like when he was doing his shit outside and playing his piano, and he was first coming on to the idea of the earth being flat. And I was like, oh my God, I can't believe this. This is cool. This is cool. And I watched it happen in real time, right? Yeah. And then he decided to quit drinking. And then I remember remarking to my wife, I was like, look at the light that's come back in his eyes. Mm-hmm. Look at the light has come back in his eyes, right? And now that's gone again.
Yeah, it's weird. A lot of bears have that look too. It's a weird thing when you stop. I feel like Owen just stopped like looking for the truth, and he feels like he has the truth now. Like he feels like he has all the answers, and he's gotten angry and bitter and holier than thou and judgmental. Yeah. You know,
it's like he's got a shtick. He's stuck with a shtick. There it is. Here I have set up this belief system. I've set up this thing, and this is what we stand for. Now I've blown my mouth off, and I have to stick with it.
Yep.
Do you guys think, like, when you were watching this live, if you watched it live at all, that this was like the end of Owen? Like he was so unhinged and ridiculous that you're like, like no one can possibly continue to send him shekels. And yet I did just see that Rasta bear show up, and it's like there's no amount of convincing that will evidence that will convince these people.
To be fair, Rasta thinks that he was abducted by Pleiadians at a festival while he was on acid. He also believes that he is the reincarnation of Bob Marley.
Yeah, I knew some of those kids. Burnouts.
I wish I would have known that. I would have been a little more respectful.
Yeah, I was like, Bob, is that you, bro? Really? Well, see, the thing was, and I goes, how do you know that? And he says, well, I was born exactly 9 months after he died. And I says, well, that kind of sucks for you. It couldn't work then. And he goes, why? I said, the woman's gestation period is 10 months. It's 40 weeks. I don't know where they get this 9 months from. If there's 4 weeks in a month, right? And it's 40 weeks, the doctor will tell you 40 weeks is a pregnancy period. 40 weeks, that's 10 months, babe.
Well, people align to certain people's energies or to the Akashic records. Like I've interviewed a few people that believe that they were actually Jesus here walking the earth. A few people that thought they're Archangel Michael. I know a guy that thinks he's John the Baptist. Like people align with certain energies or whatever it is that they believe in, whatever they've tapped into, whether it's, like I said, the Akashic records or what, then they actually believe that they are the reincarnation of it.
You notice I was Bill the lumberjack from like 1812. It's always like grandiose, Yeah.
Like,
I was King George.
I knew that, and if anybody was ever from around the Pontiac, Michigan area, they will recall perhaps this old Jewish dude that thought he was an Indian. He dressed like an Indian, and he walked around the streets as an Indian, and we just knew him as Indian Joe. Of course, he wasn't really an Indian, but everybody knew who he was, and nobody really knew where he lived or anything like that. But people think all kinds of shit. We've got a whole sects of our society right now that are men thinking that they're freaking women and stuff. I mean, this, you can believe, I guess, whatever you want to. We got kids acting like they're cats at school and shit, and they're putting litter boxes in there for them to accommodate their identifying as a feline and things like that. So yeah, we're in crazy world. Anyway,
are the kids allowed to use the litter boxes that are provided in the class?
Well, I guess they'd have to, because that would be infringing on something. They're right to
just
catnip.
take a big ripe dump in the middle of class, and they're like, "Oh, don't worry about it. I'm a cat."
I would have invoked that myself and say, "No, man, this ain't weed. I'm a cat. This is catnip. Yeah, that's it. That's what we got going on here. Yeah."
So back to something that he said about the owning the property and stuff. Has any of you heard of the allodial title that you can get on your car or your property?
I've heard of it, but never seen it done.
So apparently, if you get an allodial title, it's not the government's. You can get it on your car before you buy it, and you can do it on your property where you actually own that property, and it can never be taken away from you. So I want to do a little bit more research, and I was just wondering if anybody had heard of that and, or had experience with it.
Where they had land grants or like some of those early, like if stuff's been passed down through families and you still have like original, like, every other section of land or 40 acres, I think, following the railroads, like those original grants are a lot easier to get that with, but I don't remember the whole process. It's been like 10 years. I have heard that it's doable.
So I've interviewed Derek Gonzalez a few times, and he talks about land patents. So you can actually get the patent title to that land, and then there's certain sheriffs that would kick off any agency, any police, anything off your land if they ever came on there. There's certain sheriffs that protect anyone that has their own land patent, like these documents. So fascinating. But he never mentioned a allodial title. That's just something new. Allodial is what I've just been in. This is the next, area of research, what I want to get into.
That's interesting. I want to look into that.
So
Wesley Curry showed up here, and we got Jesse Moogs as well up here with us as well. We're going to have to kind of get onto this video if we're going to cover it. I was
going to say real quick about this so-called debate is like, I called it from right off, or when I heard about it the day before, that notice like everything he brings up, he's just arguing from effect, where it's like, oh, that's just the way it is. And since it works out for me, then, and it's like if you were a kid or something, your dad worked for Raytheon and made $1 million a year, you're like, I don't have any problem with Raytheon building bombs, whatever. It's like, because it works out good for him at the moment. He has like no problem with it.
Yeah. I use their money, so it's okay to blow people up. It's what? Yeah, I don't get this guy.
You're interrupting. You're doing something.
You stop talking and go, can I talk now? If I want to talk to a fucking gay guy or like a bitchy woman, I would do that. All right. Can I talk? Excuse me, Owen. Can I talk? How would you even presume that, Owen? You sound like a fucking raggy bitch.
You sound
the ad hominems because you don't have an argument. You don't have an argument. You don't know what statism is.
Brian. You're in debt. Pay the
This is crazy, man. This is crazy. I was hoping to have a good conversation, an honest, and you're acting like a bad actor, man. You are.
Bad actor.
Yeah, you have nothing but ad hominems. You won't answer questions. When I answer your questions, they're not the answers that you want. Anarchy is not a belief. Statism is the belief. Statism says that if I call myself government, have a claim to your life, to your income, and that's not true.
Listen, I want to have a good conversation with you. So if you do this for me, I will stop calling you a bitch and stuff like that. All right. Listen,
I don't care care what you call me. It's exposing your true heart and your true nature. Yeah. Owen, do what you want.
You're crushing it. Show me in the world where there's a group of people that don't have a government, and I'll
do that, and I've already done that. But you have to show me where somebody has a higher claim over the life and property of another man. Another man can violate the consent of another man. Because I'll tell you what, in sex, that's called rape. If you claim another woman's, a sexual relationship, that's no longer a consensual encounter. That's no longer a voluntary interaction. That is rape. If you take somebody's life who doesn't want their life taking, that is called murder. If you take property from some,
strawmanning me, Brian. I never said it's okay to rape or murder. I never said it's okay to take anything from someone else's life.
But you're approving government. But you're approving government, which does that.
Fuck up. Just listen. I'm not done talking.
Answer my question.
My answer?
I know, right?
People are not good. All right. There's people that want to hurt you and they want to rape you. I bet there's a guy out there that wants to rape you, you know?
There he goes again.
He's totally fear-based with everything. Like, oh, if there wasn't a government, this horde of zombie people would just show up and try to rape you and take your property. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
It's because
I don't see government anywhere the fuck around me. Okay, the closest thing I got to government, my neighbor, it works for the sheriff's department, right? But when he's in sheriff mode, he's not here, right? I don't see any government anywhere around me at all. And you know what? I also don't see anybody trying to kill me. I don't see anybody trying to burn my house. I don't see anybody trying to steal any of my shit. I don't see that. You know why? Because generally people don't want to do those things.
And you don't behave in a way that would cause someone to want to do that either, because it wouldn't help you if your neighbor was a sheriff and someone just wanted to wait till you went to bed and do something.
Here's another thing I was thinking about. Somebody said gay rape bear.
Yeah, well,
this thing he's got with that. Now I was thinking that I went to go take a leak a minute ago, and I was thinking about this on the way. I was like, man, he's all the time about this gay shit, and he loves to talk about it. He loves to get gross about it.
Very gay, yeah.
And then he's got his whole cult called bears, which is what hairy homo guys are called, man. You know,
it's a little too on the nose. And what do? They wait for him to dish out the gravy.
Yeah,
they're rushing and they're squirting, and the guy's like 30
he's always talking about it too.
I think we
took a bet on the live stream. We were like, how long is it going to be till Owen mentions penises and anuses? And it was like, he already went past it, I think, but he, started calling him a fag, and then started going like, very graphic with as he usually does. It was like, wow, it took about a half hour, which is a long time for him.
Yeah, well, on this one, it didn't take him long before he was obsessed about how old does a kid have to be before they can consent to sell their ass, as though there are a bunch of kids out there on their own, come up with it in their own head and say, hey, I want to sell my ass.
As though in the absence of a coercive government, there would be this epidemic of grade school children attempting to prostitute themselves. There's so it's such a ridiculous. It's like one of those college 101 thought experiments where it's like, oh, are you allowed to break into, if you're hanging off a flagpole on the top of a tall building, are you allowed to, violate someone's property rights by breaking a window to get inside? It's like, it's ridiculous. First of all, yes, you are. Secondly, or like, would you throw the lever to kill one guy or leave the train on the tracks to kill 5 guys? That's never going to happen anyway. So why are we even doing this?
I know, always with their hypotheticals all the time. And they're always unlikely hypotheticals.
They're always stupid hypotheticals. I mean, just let Owen be gay on the train tracks if you want to.
All aboard the train.
That's a fact. And you want to play make-believe that you're like, but is it good? Of course it's not good. Of course it's not good, Brian. Stealing, raping, murder is not good. When I'm talking to someone like you and I ask direct questions and you refuse to answer them because you know the answer is nowhere, you then start acting like I'm saying it's good to rape and kill and steal. That's ridiculous, and it's why I can talk to you in a way that sounds disrespectful, because you're not accepting anything I'm saying. Of course, I think violence is coercive, but you're part of it. When you take loans, you're part of it. You're consenting to war. All right? That's the reality of the situation. That's what sin means.
If you take a private loan from a private person, that's consenting to war? If you take a private loan from a private person, that's consenting to war? Please explain that.
And no sin.
Because there are other loans than the loans from central banks.
So you borrow gold from
what?
Look how upset he got.
I know.
Yeah, sin like, doesn't mean that. It means to miss the mark.
Yes.
I think there's a point here where he had gotten disconnected I don't think he disconnected. I think at that point he had actually rage quit and then called back in.
He did it twice.
Yeah.
He rage quit. Like Scammy was in the background telling him, no, you got to get back on there. Everyone's, because he's obviously taking the L. She has to like be hearing this and, probably has her ear to the wall or something or is watching it. But she knows that like he's taking a huge L and then he rage quits and she's like, no, baby, get back on there because it looks pathetic that he just threw a tantrum and ran away.
Yeah. His demeanor had changed when he came back too. Like they had to calm him down.
He's a dry alcoholic.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Because he's still got that fucking ego. And that's the killer. See, this is the thing about alcoholism. And yes, I am an expert. All right. I'm coming up on 13 years, man. And here's the biggest part of it. The biggest part of alcoholism is the ism. Okay. The alcohol is just the catalyst. Yeah. And that's what a lot of people don't realize. It's that ism. And it's that ego and pride that will, despite your past performances, make you believe that you are the master of your destiny and the captain of your ship and you can control it. And you're like, no, I've never been able to do that before, but I'm going to keep believing that shit.
It's like steroid guys. You're like, steroids don't really make people rage out. If you're an asshole and you do steroids, you're going to be an asshole on steroids. That's all.
That's exactly right. Exactly.
I think with Owen, it's the ism with alcoholism and the jism. It's the ism and the jism. I mean, he's really gay, but there's a couple gays I think in the chat right now that don't like me. But anyway, I'm gonna get going anyways. It was cool to be up on here. Thanks for having me on.
Right on, man.
See you guys later.
Have a good night. Yeah.
Also, I think Owen has this huge issue of being like supposedly 6'8" and probably never have been in a fist fight. Like no one's ever like called him to, or made him atone for being out of line. So he just gets used to, he's 40 something years old and, never been checked.
Yeah. Yeah. I can see that. And also spending a lot of time in that LA area and shit, the crowd he was with, they're all about, call the cops if somebody looks at you wrong,
Yep.
Serious statism going on there. Those people are bred in that area to be as government dependent as possible.
And he's a total elitist. Like if he was talking to somebody like from Hollywood or like even Alex Jones, he'd be kissing his ass. But he doesn't respect this guy. He sees him as below him because he's an elitist.
Yep. And if anything, this is what got me. Brian has held his shit. He held his shit all the way through this. And I have to say, bless his heart, man, that took some patience. And you can see where it tested him. You can tell in his body language where it's testing him. And he's just like, he takes a deep breath and just goes, okay, what the fuck ever.
It's actually one of the best things I've seen Brian do. Like sometimes the guy, there's been things about him I just find annoying more than anything. But he did the like just let Owen, pay out enough rope and let Owen hang himself.
Yep, that's exactly what you do. That's exactly what you do. And I was wondering, I'm curious how much if his subscriber base will suffer as a result of this. I mean, I'm right now, I'm at a record number of people in a live, I think, that I've ever had. I was up to 180. So this is obviously a popular subject and the breakdown of it as well. So, I'm curious to see what this actually does to him. Was this actually the end of him?
I mean, you would think, but after the Jim Bob fallout, I kind of thought the same thing, but it's like, okay, this is one more shakeup. Like the only ones left are the true believer disciples of Owen Benjamin. And then he did that comedy thing that Adam filmed or whatever. And I couldn't believe there were still that many bears. So I think
there's a lot of people that they're just happy to be a member of something.
But this has to get embarrassing at some point. But I think he's gotten rid of enough people that it's just devotee. They're like Sea Org. You know, the ones that are left, like as long as he doesn't ban them or whatever, then they'll stick with him no matter what. Because, like you said, there's Statist's community, and they just look past his gargantuan flaws.
Mm-hmm.
But what it's exposing is that this cult seems to be dangerous.
Especially if you're considering this guy to be a leader. I mean, you're in this cult. This guy's obviously the leader. His title, Big Bear, King of Barteria, would indicate that. And with those types of views that he has, would I want to be in any way beholden or subjugated to someone like that? Fuck no. No, not for a minute.
Financially bonded.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, man. It's I don't know.
But I think we're talking about, like, you know, messed up. You know, anyone could kind of like an upstart cult. It probably doesn't start out as a cult. You know, it starts out as a, you know, whatever it is, maybe a Bible group that just gets out of hand. But eventually, like, there's going to be a majority of the people that go, oh my goodness, this is a cult now. I better get the hell out of here. And so those people leave, and then that maybe, you know, it's like the dam breaking. It gives some people the sign, but then they love bomb the ones that they know are kind of weak.
Yeah, they thrive on the weak-minded. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Religion does this. Government does this. You know, you have to be weak-minded to subjugate yourself. I'm sorry. That's my opinion.
Believes the shit he's saying, because it's like I would have never thought, like, I mean, I know he sucks, but it's like I would have never thought he would. Someone said it while I was cooking, and I was like, that's what I was saying. It's Owen. The master can never do anything wrong. It's just absolute slave mentality.
Yeah.
And, you know, like, oh, taxation's great. Yeah, of course they can take my stuff. Of course they can, but they would never do that to me because I'm a good slave. You know,
right.
This is the same guy that, you know, was raging about the moon landing and, you know, raging about all these other the things that he's been all up in arms about, and the small hats but when it comes to, you know, government, you know, the most obvious form of mind control there, and the most vicious idea ever in the history of the earth.
Yeah.
He's ambivalent about, or not even ambivalent. He's all for it.
Yeah. It's yeah, you'll hear this. This gets worse. I don't know. Some of you have probably already seen it, but I watched it. I was sitting here with my wife and my friend watching it and going, oh my God. I didn't catch it live. I caught the restream, and I was like, this guy, holy shit, man. And then, of course, just like we're doing here, we'd pause it. And me and my friend and my wife were sitting there talking about it. Shit, it was like 2:30 in the morning before we got done. And the wife went home, or my friend went home, and we went to bed. So, yeah.
From your friend? Is that what you're explaining?
I'm asking you, is it funding war if
dollars, Brian?
Saying,
are you in debt with
Brian?
Brian?
Do you know
are
why
you in debt with dollars or gold? What's your debt note?
If you borrow gold from your neighbor
Brian,
in a private fashion,
pull you out of the vehicle. I'm going to pull you out of the vehicle if you don't answer the question.
And he's confusing debt notes with money, which shows me that he's not very bright.
Just like the
Are
government.
You in debt? Are you in debt with dollars or gold?
Anarchy.
I'm gonna have to give you
and let's you know what, we can't even, there's no way we can have a conversation unless we iron,
because you're fucking full of shit.
No, when I answer questions, they're not good enough for you. Anarchism is everywhere.
If you're in debt, who you owe money to, like, you're not answering any questions. I've answered your questions.
No, you didn't. You didn't answer my question. My answer is you didn't.
Hey, shut your mouth, fuckface. I don't have a.
Wow. Shut the fuck up, fuckface.
Yes, please.
And what did he mean by pull him out of the vehicle?
Yeah, how quickly he goes to violence, right?
Traffic stop.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Couldn't believe he told the dude that. I mean, he hasn't let Brian say anything.
I'm big and I'm loud, so therefore I'm right.
Yep.
There you go.
But my grandmother used to say, big winds come from empty caves.
The empty can rattles the most.
That's right, man.
Over your life.
You didn't answer my question.
Ryan, shut up. I don't believe I should steal from you. I don't believe I have a moral ability to coerce you. Of course not. Your questions are rhetorical. They're not even real questions. You asking that question is a rhetorical question. It's saying, it's kind of like when Barack Obama goes, how hard is it to not be a Nazi? That's called a rhetorical question, okay? My dad teaches it. It's called rhetoric. The question itself is to persuade an audience. You asking me, does another person have a right to rape another person? That's retarded. Of course I don't think that.
Whoa!
That isn't the conversation.
That is the conversation. Because government does that every single day. Government robs and rules.
Money to, and is it in gold or dollars?
I'm not going to answer your question because you're not.
There again, Owen does not understand the difference between a private loan between two individuals and a line of credit given to you by a banking institution.
Well, he does, but he's just being obsequious.
No, he doesn't.
What's that, Madison?
He does not. That's crazy.
He's eager to help the slave master.
Oh yeah, he wants to be the house N-word. You know?
Yep.
You're not answering any of my questions. You're being very disingenuous in this conversation. I don't even know what the point of continuing to go on is.
Oh, you're just going to bail now, right?
No. I'm not bailing, but you said the government isn't a problem. Well, if the government is a coercive, immoral force, how can they not be a problem? The only reason we have the central banking system, the Federal Reserve, is because the government let it go on. And then you say, well, a government is... Wait. A government is a reflection of the people. Well, it's not a reflection of me. If you're against coercion and immoral force, it's not a reflection against you. So anytime somebody says, are you still talking while I'm talking? Go ahead, man. I don't know how we can talk.
You won't answer a question. Who do you...
I'm sorry, Owen. Was my talking getting in the way of your interruptions?
You owe money to, and is it in dollars?
You won't answer a question. You won't answer a question.
Answer me any direct question. I'll answer it right now, as long as you answer where anarchy exists and who you owe money to. Go ahead. Ask me anything and I'll answer it.
Where anarchy exists in your family, in your personal life with your friends. When you go to the grocery store, you are engaged in anarchy, and they are engaged in anarchy because they are not forcing you to buy a product, and you're not forcing them to give you a product against their will. You're not using force. You're not using evil. You're not using violence. You're not being an immoral person when you interact with people in the grocery store. Even at the post office, when you're going to get gas, you do not force them to fill your tank. You give them what they want. They give you what you want, and it's all voluntary. As soon as you leave that voluntary scope, you've got government. Now you say that government is never effing with you, and government isn't a problem. How can the government?
Where's that oil come from that you buy at the gasoline? Where's the food come from?
You can't.
Ryan,
you can't even.
Child.
You can't even answer the question.
Child, you little tiny child. Okay.
There goes the ad hominems again.
You can't stay.
Ryan, where do you think the oil?
I just thought of something funny, man. You know how people are always sending that cat some shit in the mail all the time? I should send him one of these right here with a note on it that says, eat this. Okay. This is my wife makes these. It's a bag of dicks.
Wait, he'll claim that you were trying to poison him and his children that way.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Didn't he have that? He said somebody tried to poison him or something?
Yep. Yeah, he got a bag of gummy dicks. Nice.
So, there's a little note on it says, here, eat this, Owen.
He might like it.
Those are for our moderator in chief, Barbara, Jehovah's lovely daughter, Barbara. And so I have those for her, and I'm sending them off in the mail tomorrow to her because my wife made those, and I showed them on the show one time, and she thought they were fucking hilarious. And I thought, okay, I'm just going to send them for, doing what you do. So everybody in the audience can know that I actually I gave dick to Jehovah's daughter, Barbara. Okay. So
You guys are slinging dick.
Oh man. See, and even though that's off color and shit, it's still not as crude as this guy just gets right gross with shit.
Comes from at the gasoline that you voluntarily give your dollars for.
I actually thought this was going to be a good conversation, man.
You can't answer that. Do you know where oil comes from, Brian? Do you know where food comes from?
Well, are you talking about domestically or internationally? Well, be specific.
Curious.
You mean the oil sands in Canada? Are you talking about the oil fields in Texas? Or are you talking about Saudi oil? Which oil are you talking about? Are you talking about light sweet crude? What are you talking about? Be specific in your question.
And the shit is, he just stepped on a landmine there because Brian lives in oil country. He lives in Oklahoma. He's gonna know a little bit about oil, you know, and chances that he's probably worked on a rig at one time or another. Probably pretty good. My best friend in the Army was from Oklahoma, and he'd worked on rigs as well. And even though he was never, you know, one of the big drillers or anything else like that, he still knew the rudimentary shit about the oil, you know, kind of like people around here know, you know, I'm in an agricultural area. I'm not a farmer, but I know the difference in kinds of crops and shit that are growing and why they're being grown.
That makes a lot of sense.
You know, and if you're getting it domestically, this is the whole reason they don't want to use domestic oil, is because it hurts the dollar due to
also they charge tariffs. So if you ship your oil to like Europe, you get to they get to charge a tariff on it. So someone has a little scam going there, and then when you have to buy the same oil back from you know, let's say Saudi Arabia, you get to charge a tariff on that. So that's like, you know, that's a huge multi-billion-dollar scam in and of itself.
Whoa!
We shouldn't
buy the same oil back. What are you talking about?
Well, yeah,
we did. Yeah. It's
so
ridiculous. Instead of just procuring it, processing it, and using it ourselves, otherwise the dollar would collapse. This is how they keep it through. When he said earlier that the dollar is the world currency, the reserve currency of the world, that's why. And it's because of the fact that if anybody wants to buy oil, they have to first convert their money to USD.
Okay.
Right? And that's with the foreign oil. Well, if you're just producing it and refining it and using it domestically, well, then you don't have that dollar prop. You see?
So here in Canada, we have the oil sands, and you know, it's like a huge amount of oil that's being produced. We have a contract that we have to sell it to the United States for cheap, and then we buy our oil from Saudi Arabia for expensive and process it on Eastern Canada. They've closed off even the Western Canada for a pipeline, so we can't get stuff there. So that's the contract, that we cannot produce our oil, you know, cheaply for our own people. We have to sell it to the US and buy Saudi oil. So that's where that loop and spin goes. But they're all worried about climate change, so why don't we just produce our own oil?
Wow. Because they're not worried about climate change.
I'm worried about climate change too. So tell me the oil thing again, including climate change.
More carbon dioxide is good. Okay.
Yeah, plants eat it. We pump it into our greenhouses, so the plants feed on it, and it's an attack on carbon. It's an attack on our food system.
It's an attack on life.
See, the carbon dioxide is absorbed by the plants, and in exchange it produces oxygen. You see, it's a good thing. It's not a bad thing.
Well, no, that's a good thing. Right. But if we keep cutting down all the trees and stuff, how does that help us?
Well, it's not help. Well,
that's why those biomass reactors are complete bullshit. They burn just as much natural gas running those, because you can't put in wet wood. You can't put, you have to keep it going in order to keep them running. And you end up getting just as much energy burning natural gas in the wood as you would just burning natural gas. Meanwhile,
not to mention, the increase in carbon dioxide actually stimulates and increases plant growth. So yeah, it works.
You have to boost your greenhouses and your grow rooms in order to double your yields.
But anyway, we'll get Greta on here one night. She's
because that is a broad question.
Well, yeah.
Ryan, you know that the government creates regulations where it makes things illegal to be commercial in public. Okay.
And regulations are backed by what? And regulations are backed by what? The threat of force. Are you okay with that?
Yep.
Yes, of course I'm okay with that.
Okay. That's all I need. That's all I need to know. You are a statist.
You got it. Write it down, Brian. You and your fantasy court can all figure it out. Listen to what I'm saying.
It's not fantasy when I come over to your house.
Brian, shut your little dirty mouth. All right. Dude. When you drive to the gas station and you look at those billboards, do you know the only thing stopping a billboard from selling a 5-year-old for sex? Government regulation.
The only thing stopping sex trafficking is government. Man, you better talk to Dennis Hastert about that. Better talk to
Christ, Brian. You're like a mess.
Barney Frank, Hillary Clinton, Laura Silsby.
Not to mention the government just turns these assholes loose when they do catch them.
Right. I mean, that guy Dennis Hastert, he was Speaker of the House, and he got, I think, what was it, 8 months house arrest or some shit like that. And the judge called him like one of the most prolific serial child rapists that he'd run across. And I'm like, God damn, because he's Speaker of the House of the United States, House of Representatives. Holy
Did he bring up the selling fentanyl thing?
The what?
Did he bring up the selling fentanyl thing yet?
No, I don't think so. No, not yet. Not yet. That was a dumb one too, boy.
Yeah.
Like somebody's gonna go disguise a box of baking soda, so they can put
you could get a hold of fentanyl, a highly, highly synthetic opioid, without the aid of international government cartels.
Exactly. Well, think about what he was suggesting too. You guys will hear it here in a minute. He said, how does she know that that's actually baking soda and not fentanyl? Well, who in the fuck is going to put fentanyl in a baking soda box and sell it for $1.29?
Yeah, that's not how the free market works with reviews.
I mean, this guy is just something. He's trying to say that the FDA is required in order to keep us safe and shit like that. But if you recall, everything that's ever been banned by the FDA has been approved by the FDA.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until a lot of people got sick and started dying from it and shit that they finally, dragging their heels, did something.
And then they ban all the supplements and raw milk and private farm meat. Anyone that doesn't run their meat through the big 4 meat packing plants, they get shut down.
And that's terrible. That's terrible, man.
Many of the stuff that's approved by the FDA right now. Many of the stuff that's approved by the FDA right now is banned in a whole bunch of other countries, yet they're allowing Americans to poison. They're poisoning the Americans.
And Fruit Loops, like Lil Tiger just brought up, the FDA thinks pizza's a vegetable, but they also put like Fruit Loops as more healthy than a steak.
Yeah. And it's trickery. It's trickery. You remember how the commercials would go? They go, Trix is an important part of this nutritious breakfast with, eggs, bacon, toast, orange juice, and pretty much everything except for the Trix. It's like, what the fuck are we doing here? This is just a treat or something afterwards.
It's poison candy.
Yeah.
Okay, man. All right.
Not illegal. So right now it's not illegal to traffic a child. Like, you don't go to jail for that. No one's in jail right now for child porn. Right now, someone could market child porn in the public. You're saying that that's true? I've watched government regulation go down in my lifetime. The trans child movement was because the government stopped regulating it and said that transgenderism was no longer a mental illness. Then Teva Pharmaceuticals started marketing hormones to little kids, Brian, because it's unregulated, because the free market is a race to the bottom. Free market means no borders, no regulations, no anything, no licensing, no testing, nothing. Anything you can think of, you can do, as long as old Brian here doesn't feel like you're coercing him.
Who gave
All
big
right?
who gave Big Pharma
fantasy
qualified
world.
immunity? Who gave Big Pharma qualified immunity so they could escape any and
Brian,
all prosecution?
You're not being genuine here,
The
man.
government.
People self-regulate their products in a free market environment. It's as though
you're not going to be in business very long selling a shitty product.
I mean, you're going to put all the accolades and tests and everything that's great about your product on the package, because guess what? Everyone else is. And if you're, I mean, what is he talking about? I mean, there's more poison in our products right now than there would ever be under a free market system.
Well, you can tell right there that what Brian said dropped on him like a lead balloon, man. It just whop. Well, who gave the pharmaceutical companies qualified immunity? Yeah, it was the government, right? So where was your protection from government there? God.
Yeah, and because the government can be lobbied so hard that these guys can go in there and monkey with whatever they want to, so there are no protections.
Right.
And
They'll say,
was,
right on the thing, this news broadcast brought to you by Pfizer. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we're going to discuss whether or not this medication is dangerous or not. Of course it's not. Hey.
And his response was he was being disingenuous when that was actually legitimate what he was saying.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
So if anybody on the panel is interested, over in the private chat, there is a sermon going on.
He comes to the missing link quite often and does these sermons, and people go off on him. I invited him to speak on the missing link, and if he wanted to share his information on an interview, but he does that quite frequently. He starts off saying that most people that aren't Jewish won't comprehend what he's saying, and then he goes off.
Well, it's not hurting nothing, so we're good to go.
No, well, no, I can get that, because all of a sudden we're being turned on to going to somewhere else. What's wrong with this?
Oh, no, I'm just saying, over in the private chat, I looked over, there was a whole bunch of numbers on it, and I clicked on it, and it was like a whole Bible sermon going on in there. I'm not saying turn away from the show. Hell no. The only people that can see that are the people on this panel right now. And you can still watch the show while looking at that. So,
not being genuine. It's a hoop you have to jump through as the government. Okay, I have a friend that used to work for the FDA. Horror stories, right? There was like big pharma can influence them, and there's corruption. And she actually volunteered to take a vaccine and had a horrible nerve damage, and they weren't reporting it. And it was like a whole situation. And then the pharmaceuticals will have these backdoor deals, blah, blah. It's still a hoop you have to jump through, Brian, right? Because it's still something that stops the free market from being the worst thing in the world that you can possibly imagine. Okay. Is there corruption? Of course there is, Brian. Corruption, it's still a limitation. It still says there is a border between America and Mexico. It says you can't market anything to a kid. You can't show a guy getting fucked in the ass on Nickelodeon, right? Because there are still laws around that.
Say,
oh, but talk to Brian Fuckface, because there's a guy in the government that's also a pedophile. No shit.
What's that?
It sounds like he's angry that you can't do that.
Right, it does. I mean, he's all the time talking about that shit, man. It's like his go-to.
Imagine what kind of constant fear and paranoia you'd have to live in to come up with this shit.
Yeah, the only one in his neighborhood that wasn't molested. Okay.
I think a lot of this pro-government stuff and his fear is because he's screwed over so many people. He's ripped off so many people. He's defamed so many people that he's just living in fear,
I could imagine that, yeah.
That's the big one, right? Because, people think, is he a government operative or this or that? But once you fuck over publicly a whole bunch of people, you now are on the defensive and you become different. And so whether he is aligning with the government or not, right now, he's definitely someone who's walking on eggshells and exposing himself through his words.
Right? Yeah. he's always claiming he pays way more taxes than he does, you know, saying he's, oh, I got to pay 40% when he's going through LLCs, which, you know, you don't have to spend, you don't have to do that much, you know.
God. See, and I wouldn't be the type of person to fuck over like that. I really am not, because especially at my age, a life sentence don't mean a whole fucking lot. You know, I'm just saying, you know,
get some quiet time.
Yeah, right. Cool. Finally, some peace and fucking quiet. God.
Some me time. Yeah.
Shit, Brian. Okay. There are still laws and rules based on our coercive, awful, terrible government that keep people from doing the worst imaginable things in public. I want more government regulation. I want more oversight. I want more limitations in the commercial space. And people like you that are using
this guy needs to be shot, man. That shit right there, I'm like, how anti-American can you actually be?
We need more regulations.
You tell us.
I mean, for crying out loud, he wants everything. What he's talking about is a Soviet fucking state.
Yeah.
And he moved to North Idaho.
When you said, oh, you said Davy Crocco was a good journalist. This is why we need more regulation. Why? Because he expressed the opinion. Like,
yeah. He wrote something unfavorable. He wrote something unfavorable. Let me tell you who else who did that type of thing. Joseph Stalin did that.
Yeah.
Okay. Vladimir Lenin did that. Abraham Lincoln did that. Do you know how many journalists he locked up without charges in federal prison because they wrote articles that were unfavorable to him?
Yep.
Abraham Lincoln?
Yes.
Dude,
he was a tyrant. He was a fucking tyrant, man.
Wow.
Yeah, that dude was a fucking tyrant.
And
he suspended habeas corpus. He shelled New York City. This guy, he's who was responsible for bringing the Bar Association in here.
He's the exact reason why we shouldn't have a government, because people like this will seek those powers.
Yes, listen, power does not necessarily corrupt. Power attracts the corrupt and corruptible.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah,
so those people
that
are gonna,
I get.
So anybody that seeks power should be barred from having it.
Yep.
I can see someone being a statist and, you know, like, again, arguing from effect or whatever. But whenever I've had these conversations with someone that, you know, kind of refuses to at least, you know, see why it's important to me, they'll usually concede that, okay, you're right, it's moral to be an anarchist and using force is immoral. But Owen's just like, no, not using force is totally immoral. You have to like coerce people and be violent.
Yeah, and that's horseshit. You don't have to be that way with people. You really don't. You know, and it's only, and like I said, man, those that seek power should be barred from having it.
It's the Shylock's tool. It's based on coercion itself. You get into debt, you take out a loan, you do all that stuff. You're now in the game, and you have no right to criticize anybody in the game if you're in the game.
Usury is a sin, Owen.
All right.
Yeah, and it's interesting that he uses the Shylock. It's interesting he's used that Shylock word because not a lot of people would know what that actually is, right? But that's part of the mafia, right? The loan sharking, the Shylocks would actually use that, and he used that quite a bit. And like I said, the average person wouldn't even know what that was.
Well, Shylock was a character in a story, and he was the Jewish loan guy, right?
Shakespearean play.
Yes. Thank you. I almost said Bacon. I was going, what was Bacon's other fucking name? So the whole thing is too, another thing they don't realize either is that pound of flesh, it wasn't just meat or any flesh. It was a pound of human flesh that he demanded. So I found that kind of interesting too, given some revelations I've had in the past few years. But anyway.
Well, there's going to be that.
Yeah. We got to be careful. We are on YouTube as well. So,
tell you what, guys, thanks for letting me up here. I'm going to sign off and listen in the chat.
All right, brother. Well, thanks for coming up, man.
Thank you.
All right.
Talk shit, man, because you took that dollar. And if you use their dollar, you don't have to use their dollar. You can use gold and silver, but you choose to use the dollar because no one will give you a loan in gold. And that's a fact, right? Go ahead, Brian. What do you got?
I'm just I'm astounded, man. No,
You're just-
there's
oh, no,
no
what-
there's no way there's
Yeah,
no
yeah.
way you can sit there and say that any private corporation or cartel, by the way, you can't be a corporation without the blessings from the government. So corporation and corporate entities and government work hand in hand, especially when you're talking about Google. You were kicked off of platforms that were infested by CIA plants. Everybody knows that. So it wasn't just Google you were dealing with. It was the government that you love that was doing that. How many kids disappear from CPS? How many children? You're talking about child sex trafficking. How many kids disappear from CPS annually just in the United States? Yeah. There is no greater child trafficking sex ring than with the government. There's no greater warmongering and war machine of the government. There's no greater dude, I can't even believe I let you talk and you continue to interrupt.
You're lying, man. You're trying to subvert the government, right?
I'm trying to subvert your government.
There is a private corporation that can pretty much buy everybody. It is the oil emirates in Saudi Arabia. I mean, for 30, 40, 50 years, America has been buying our gas from them. They have stored beyond trillions of dollars that is not revealed in the press or in our news services.
Sure.
They're going to use that money, and they have enough money in Islam money to give every man, woman, and child on earth $32,523.
Of debt notes, though, Wesley.
They have enough money to give everybody on earth that much money, and they're going to do it. And they're going to install the Omni branded barcode money system, using that to tempt you to take the mark of the beast.
Well, Jassara is talking about 250 grand. 250 grand through Jassara is what one. There's two ways they want to do this, but that's the one way that he's talking about. And most people will take 250 grand with wiping out all their debts. So this is one of the proposed directions. But I just wanted to say that what he was talking about, the CPS taking the kids. We've interviewed a bunch of people that have actually had that happen. On Thursday, I just got linked up with someone yesterday who's had that happen here in Canada, where the judges changed the orders to take the kids. So she's going to be, this happened a week and a half ago. She's coming on earlier on before you're on, Sovereign, to tell her story about in Canada about CPS and, you know, the government, the judge changing the orders in order to take their kids. She's on the run right now with the kids. She has sole custody of them, and they've labeled her stealing her kids. She can't. How can? And they said that's illegal. How can you steal your own children, which has never been in the custody of the government, but they're labeling her as taking them? So that's the story. And then the other thing I wanted to say was the Shylock. They might have done a movie about it, but a Shylock actually means a relentless and revengeful money lender. And it's also a hard-hearted money lender. That's where the Shylock comes from.
It was that's what the lender in it was a Shakespeare. I forget which one, but that's what his name was in there. It was actually Shylock. There was something. Now, as Wesley, with that money though, here's the problem, because in recent just recently, the BRICS currency went online, and that's Brazil, Russia, India, and China. They have all attached their currency to gold. Now, what it's going to be given, wait, let me finish. What Saudi Arabia has are United States dollars. Okay, those are Federal Reserve notes. Those are notes of debt. So even if they wipe out your debt and then give you some more debt, we haven't solved that problem. We're just resetting it.
Do you think the 32,523 is real money? It isn't.
No, it's not.
It's all electronic.
It's fiat.
And everyone will agree with it.
What backs it? What backs
all
it?
the corporations will agree to use that system. That without the Omnibar, you will not be allowed to go into a store to buy or sell anything.
So
if
what backs that?
Branded with the Omni.
Well, wait a second.
You've got
Wesley.
$32,000 in electronic money. They're not going to let you walk in the store.
Wesley, how is a fiat currency, digital or otherwise, going to compete with actual gold-backed currency?
Do you ever watch Doctor Who?
Yeah, man.
Do you know those Robo Men? Do I look like one of those with this headset on?
No.
Okay.
No, you're all right, man. In fact, you look like some kind of a hip DJ that probably spins some rad tunes from the 70s, man.
WKRP in Cincinnati. Yeah.
There you go. All right. Yeah, you be Johnny Fever. We'll go with that.
I don't want to know why they're going to do it. I just know that that's what's going to happen.
See, that's what I'm saying is I think that whole plan has been curbed by the recent attachment of the ruble to gold. And
when it's electronic, they can lie. They can put they can put a big number in their home bank that says there's money there that isn't there. And everyone's going to go and agree with it.
If
I can walk into a store,
gold,
if I can walk into a store with a barcode and they say I have $32,000 and I can buy a new TV or I can buy my groceries, most people are going to take it.
Sure, because they're ignorant. They're going to take it because they're ignorant. People don't know what the difference between debt notes.
Ignorant.
They don't. Yeah, they are. They are. And Owen Benjamin is proving that right here. He does not know the difference between money and debt notes.
Well, money is their god, and they're going to fall by it.
Debt notes are their god because debt is money to them.
And
that system shall fail. Jesus is going to fall them.
And
you can't replace it with another one just like it. Just because it's digital doesn't make it any less fiat or any less false. You see?
And sovereign. So you said that, they can't, everybody thinks that it's the fiat dollar, the money banking the mark and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So the twist and the flip of this whole thing is with the gold back, bricks. They're actually looking to do it through another digital dollar. So most people are focused on, the NATO, this side that they're ones they're going to implement it, but it might be coming in through the BRICS side, right? Through the same thing with the digital backed, even though it's backed by gold, it might be on this way. So, it still remains to be seen, but it's kind of not looking so good.
No, I do know that the dollar is gone. We can forget about that. You go look at the debt clock right now. You can look at
one of the things that will cause the Omni to be installed in the United States is there's going to be some nuclear bombs going off in Chicago, DC, New York, probably where I live in Huntington, West Virginia. And there'll be enough paper currency that'll be poisoned by that radiation that people are not going to want to let go of, Somebody's got a secret cache of $1,000, $1,000 bills, and it's got radiation poisoning. They're not going to want to let it go. But they're going to try to spend it, and it's going to infect the entire paper currency. And that will be one of the dominoes.
Well, that would be for one.
The radiated cache will be one of the many dominoes that set it into act. Set the Omni.
You have to believe that radiation on nukes is real because. Hiroshima is the bustling, city that's nicer than most American cities if you look at it now. And it was supposed to be this 1,000 years of radiation that they scared about. So take a look at what Hiroshima looks like right now to a lifetime picture and tell me how radiated that city is.
Take a look at. You can take a look at any of these places, like at Chernobyl, for instance, right? Nothing wrong there. The nukes are a hoax. I'm going to tell you that right now. Are there big bombs? Yeah. Are there nukes? No. Do they spread radiation and everybody gets sick and starts dying? No, they don't. That doesn't happen. Otherwise, we'd see evidence of that from tests In fact, the above ground test, there should be still some kind of effects of that going on in White Sands, New Mexico, and other such places, Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Those places should be wastelands. Nobody can live. It's high radiation and all this other shit, but it's not. In fact, the people of Hiroshima the shops were open the next day. That city was already destroyed before they dropped that bomb. It was a wooden city, and it was bombed with continuous round-the-clock incendiary raids, man.
Just remember, Wesley, a lot of the stuff that you've been programmed with fear instilled into it isn't real. But it's only real because the people that are programmed with it actually believe it to be real, which makes it real to them in that belief.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's get on with this thing, man. We got some more to get into here on this, and we keep getting sidetracked.
I'm not trying to subvert the government. You're not listening, Owen. Government doesn't exist. Government is a construct of the mind. It's a belief. It's a religious belief. And until people stop,
it's like
what a fucking
government
child.
isn't even real, man. It's like it's all a dream.
No, there are agents of government, there are politicians and criminals, but they have qualified immunity. And the reason they have qualified immunity is because they believe they have a right to rule you, and they believe that you have the obligation to obey their rulership, or you be put. Dude, you're interrupting like crazy. You're interrupting like.
Dude, what are you going to do to this horrible government? What's your plan? Tell me the plan.
I am going to stand for right, even if everybody, including you, stands for what is wrong. You are standing for and supporting what is wrong. You are promoting immorality.
What are you going to do? So there's rapists and child traffickers. What are you going to do to them?
You are literally.
What are we doing with them now? I mean, it's government supposed to stop that and not have that going on, but we have it going on. So what's your point, Owen?
You are literally acting like, and I'm not accusing you of this, but you seem to be acting like somebody who's defending the biggest crime, war machine, sex trafficking ring on the planet. I don't understand this. And the reason we have statism, the reason we have such grave mass immorality, the reason we're $34 trillion in debt, because of the mentality that you hold that government ain't effing with you, man. Believe me, what I'm saying is true. Government's not a problem. I don't. How can, dude? Go ahead. Interrupt. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm not in debt because I see what dollars are. That when you get into debt, you get a mortgage, you get a car loan, you get all those things. That's what creates inflation. That's what gives the ammunition to the biggest war machine in the world. You're playing make believe.
Wait, so gives ammunition to what? The biggest what in the world?
Biggest war machine in the world.
The war machine that you support and say we need more of because we need more regulations. You're saying we need the war machine to give us more regulations, which means we will become less free to make our own decisions.
Yeah,
Brian, how much money do you owe a bank? Be honest.
Fuck that guy.
Nothing.
Is it in dollars?
Nothing. I've been debt free. I've lived debt free since 1998.
Yeah, that's awesome. Good for you, man.
Who cares? It's completely irrelevant. There's still a war machine. There's still a sex. There's still
like the whole thing. That's
Dude,
like the whole thing.
Because of financial. Can I just say something? Because of government, we have lockdowns, we have income tax, we have property tax, we got checkpoints, we got dishonest fiat currency Ponzi scheme, we've got civil asset forfeiture, we've got the military complex, we got the prison industrial complex. They don't call this incarceration nation for nothing. There's people in jail right now that committed no crime and they're rotting in jail. Kevin Strickland was just let out in Missouri after 43 years for a triple homicide. Even the prosecutor knew he didn't commit. You can't even have that kind of stuff on such a large scale without people believing that this man has a higher claim over the life and property of that man. It is okay for this man, because he calls himself government, to initiate unjust force and violence on peaceful people who haven't done anything wrong. That's what I'm against. But you seem to be for that. Not seem to be. You literally lay cover for him by saying the government's not your problem.
For an innocent man going to jail, Brian, is that what you're claiming now?
If you are for the idea of government and more regulations, absolutely you're for that.
Brian, where in the world is there any people in human history that have ever not had a government? And don't just say
you and I are living it right now. Nobody's making us engage in this conversation.
His excuse is the one that I hate, man. When you find something like I've been in a situation like this before, and I'll say, why do we do this, that, and the other instead of just doing this and this and this? It's a lot simpler if we just do it this way. Well, because that's the way we've always done it. Is that really a criteria for efficiency or how something should be run? Because that's how you've always done it. If we thought that, then we'd still be just walking.
And a lot of times that's their argument, and it doesn't just have to be on this, is that, oh, well, where have you ever seen it been successful? Doesn't mean that you can't have a better system than the current beast system that we're living in.
That's right. It's a reification fallacy. It's exactly what it is. It's like when I ask a glober, demonstrate a gas pressure system without containment. The Earth. No, you're using the very thing in question. No good. Okay. You have to prove that this impossible condition can exist, man. And, they just don't get it. They just don't get it. And they get that same fluoride look. Like, who was saying that he takes fluoride for something? Did somebody on here say that? Adam, did you say?
No, I was saying that he said that I am a slave and that I should be given fluoride and be monitored.
Wow. Yeah, I think he just lashes out with anger because he's full of fear.
When you don't have anything intelligent to say, you say a bunch of giggly gop shit and you attack the person.
Right. You can also boil water by decreasing the air pressure too. Won't be hot, but it'll boil.
And Adam,
that's not.
Huh?
Oh, I was just going to say, Adam, I left my email in there. I'm not sure if you saw in the private chat, but if you're interested in sharing your story on our show, The Missing Link, I'd be happy to, go in depth with you about, that's just the stuff that's happened. And you don't have to say anything that's, with your lawsuit or whatever. But if you're interested in just, getting more people aware of what happened to you and just in general, you can be on our show.
That's a damn good idea.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, man. I actually got to get going. I got to put the kids to bed.
All right, Adam. Well, thanks for showing up. Hey, make sure you hit the sub and bell. I'd like to have you on again as well.
I will. Thanks, man. It's been fun.
All right, Adam. Thanks a lot, brother.
Take care, guys.
Bye.
Not voluntary is coercive. Anything that is not according to, mutual consent is violence and force.
History, Brian, since it's such a good plan and this goddamn government.
It's not a plan. It's not a plan. It's a reality based on morality. How will we build the roads, schools, bridges, clean running water? How could we ever have any good things in life unless we have a...
I'll be nice. I'll be nice. Brian, stop. I'll be nice. Do you ever have a pause and think, why is it that no one in human history has ever not had a government over them? Have you ever asked yourself that question?
Because we've been living in a 6,000-year-old death cult, dumbass.
I've asked myself that.
Yeah, it's like these people, there's always these fucking assholes that come in and enslave people and subjugate them, They first do it through coercion. They say, oh, look, we're here to protect you. And they try to pretend like they're one of you. And they're not. They're just actors. And then they come in, and then as soon as they have you subjugated, then they start fucking you, It's an age-old story. And what it really points to is the gullibility of people. It really does. I mean, I can't wrap my head around some guy, at some point in time saying, that's right, I have this little hat. I am the king of everybody. And I'm like, well, where'd you get that from? I didn't agree to that. How did you get to be that? Well, because God told me. Oh, God told you, huh? Well, there you go. That seems to be all it takes then, huh? Well, guess what? He changed his mind. I just heard God. Now he said, I get to be the king. I mean, what the fuck are they going to do? I mean, I can't wrap my head around that. Somebody going, oh, yeah, he is. God said that he's the king. So, hey, there we go. Got to do what he says. Fuck that.
And what kind of argument is that? We've never had freedom. So who are you to think that you're allowed to be free?
Yeah. Exactly. Great. Yes. Yeah. Well, we've never had freedom. What if they said we've never flown it before? So what makes you think that we'll ever fly? Well, because I think there's a possibility, man, and we're going to try. So that's how.
What do you mean?
Like, how come no group of people, like right now we are in a state of anarchy. We're consenting. We're talking. It's free will. I get it. I get what you're saying. Of course I get what you're saying. Let's be nicer. Okay. I'm sorry if I'm yelling or whatever. But like, how come no group of, if it's so damn effective, right? Just this idea of voluntarism and, you know, everything with the government's rape and all that stuff. If it's so great, how come no one's ever existed without a government over them? Have you ever
They
asked
did
yourself
for a
that?
brief time. They did for a brief
When?
time.
When?
During the
Irish
Revolution,
people.
the British tried to impose their will on the colonists, and for a brief time before the Constitution, there was a brief time where they said, hey, screw this. We are pushing back.
Right.
Get the redcoats out of there. That is the definition of anarchy. That is defending your
So, like,
homeland
three
against.
during
Dude,
a war.
you asked me a question. I try to answer it. You interrupt. Let me read it real quick. Maxed Out Bear, who's one of your guys, says, because of the government, we have sewage, plumbing, and firefighters and police and ambulance. That's so nice.
Don't respond to, like, I didn't make that point.
No, I'm just
Because I
saying.
know what you're going to say.
No,
Oh, you don't think people can voluntarily have sewage? So before we move
no,
on,
wait. I just wanted to underscore a mentality. I wasn't going to.
No, Brian.
You didn't even let me. You didn't even let me talk, man. I don't understand this
Brian
conversation.
finally answered me, and I'm not going to let it slip. The only time anarchies existed is during a war 300 years ago.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't a war waged. It was a defensive posture. They weren't being offensive. They were being attacked. They were being harassed. Dude, let me finish. Let me finish. They were being messed with. They were being harassed, and they said, "That's it. That's it. We're fighting back." And that's what an anarchist does. They defend their families, they defend their friends, they defend their property, and they push back. The non-aggression principle. Wait. The non-aggression.
Those guys that put.
Now that tactic he's using right there is right. They always do that. You're coming right down to bring it home. And then they interrupt and sidetrack. Boom, boom, boom. Don't let you get the point out because he knows he's fucking lost, man. This is sad.
Push back, own people. They own slaves.
Yes.
And they didn't have a state of anarchy. As soon as they got the power, they became a government.
That's
Brian.
what
That's
I know. I know. That's I know.
Goddamn nature,
That's why I said that's why.
We had this glorious revolution, Brian, and overthrew the czar. And immediately they got the ring. And then they started forcing people to do their will.
Thank you.
And then Stalin
Thank you.
took it and killed all of those guys.
That's
right, Brian.
That's why I said for
a anarchy cannot exist.
Yes, it
in a
can.
government.
It's existing all over the place in more ways than one than you can possibly imagine.
1787 in August, we had it for 2 weeks.
So let me ask you people, this is the thing that these people always do too, right? This fear of other people, right? This fear of other people are going to come and try to subjugate you, blah, blah, blah. Let me ask you all a question. How many of you out there, put a 1 in the chat if you have the desire to subjugate other people and control them? And put a 2 in the chat if you would rather just let people do their shit as long as they're not harming anybody. Just to see what we got out there. So if you, yeah, wow.
These slave owners pushed back defensively, and then they got fucked again by the Constitution. You sound retarded.
Because you didn't let me finish. Because you didn't let me finish. I was going to mention the fact, dude.
I hear you.
Because you didn't let me finish, I was going to mention the fact that these people who are acting on a principle of anarchy were also hypocrites. Samuel Adams, Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, all these guys that owned people against their will were acting as hypocrites, not as anarchists. There was an anarchist thing that they did. Even in government, there's anarchy. In a federal supermax prison, there is freedom. as bound tightly as you want somebody to be, there's going to be free trade, because somebody's going to have cigarettes and somebody's going to have a candy bar, and they're going to create a currency in that hyper tyrannical system. But within it, there is freedom and liberty that emerges. Same with the.
You agree with me? Do you understand that you actually agree with me? You actually agree with me?
No, I don't agree with you, because government. Government is not legitimate, man.
A fucking supermax prison. The anarchy is simply just people talking to each other, but you're always under that oppression.
Okay, so DeFreak says too, but I believe leadership is necessary. Okay, I can get down with that, and I can understand where you can look up to, in whatever situation you're in, to someone who has a plan or that can coordinate everyone. However, a leader does not necessarily mean subjugation. Okay, I would put that more as an organizer over being a leader, because we got to be careful that we're not giving someone a higher claim over our life, over our existence, and our property. So a leader, as far as coordination, yes, I could see that. But as far as where everybody else is subjugated to them, no, not at all.
It's not talking to each other.
The only example you just gave me of anarchy, you just said they're hypocrites. Like, it's never happened ever. That's the definition of utopia.
Anarchy.
Nowhere.
Anarchy
is fucking stupid. You're like a child.
And I'm talking.
What happens if the dude doesn't pay for cigarettes, Brian? I'll tell you what happens. He gets beaten down in the shower and probably raped. And at that point,
and what would that be? That's government, and that's government at work. And that's what you say. We need more regulations. We need more we need more tyranny. We need more regulations. We need more government, not less. But in the supermax prison, when they create their own currency system, whether it's razor blades or candy bars or whatever, there is actual anarchy, practical anarchy that happens even under the heavy foot of tyranny. And that's so you're saying, where in the world is anarchy?
In the Bloods, use your asshole as a currency. That's the type of anarchy that's in.
Jesus Christ, with this guy in his. He's really got a sodomy thing, man. He's really got a thing about sodomy.
Firing the people.
And it's wrong. And the oppression is wrong, but the free market is right. So when you say the government, when you say that,
do about it, Brian? What are you going to do against this?
I'm going to do what is right. I'm going to do what is right. That's what I'm going to do.
You're going to bitch on Rumble?
And you're not going to do what is right, because you're going to because you're going to sit there and say
morally superior to me, Brian.
What?
Okay.
What?
No, you're acting morally. Oh, I'm going to do what's right, and you're not going to do what's right. You bitch on Rumble
because
you don't do shit.
I'm saying you're not going to do it right because I'm using your own words. I don't have to make accusations. You're revealing yourself for who you are.
I'm rubber, you're glue. I'm standing up for right.
That's what you've been doing, man.
That's I'm holding a mirror.
Okay.
You sound like a fucking retard, man. Okay. What are you doing to fight the government? Tell me, what's your plan?
I'm doing what is right. I'm doing what is right.
Bitching on Rumble.
And I'm saying what is right.
Yeah, Brian. You're gonna retweet videos of an old woman getting beat up by a cop.
So what if everybody just did what was right? What if everybody stood in the way of what's wrong and only stood for what's right? Be the change you want to see.
And that's how you're going to make a change in this world. No, but seriously, though, what are you doing that actually changes anything besides bitching and moaning and acting like a victim? Huh, Brian? Be specific.
Is that what that is? Is that what that is?
Yeah, of course. You're acting like a whiny slave.
Well, I resist people who say we're facing despair, not the goddamn government. It's false. It's a lie.
And you don't think someone like me breaks despair and raises morale?
I mean, if you want to take,
I think that you're an asshole, and I think that's the opposite of raising up. Being an asshole to people, ripping them off, refusing to pay them for their work, running land scams and shit. That's an asshole.
And talking about necessary violence, and that we have to pay the government because of all the violence that they've done towards other people. And when he's asking him, what have you done? The pen is mightier than the sword is an expression indicating that the written word is more effective than violence as a means of social or political change.
I agree. And when the pen doesn't work, then we have to resort to the sword. That's how that's supposed to work. That's the reason that those were put in our Bill of Rights in that order. Number 1 is the freedom of speech, freedom to redress your government, right? All that good shit, raps. Second Amendment, that's there in case the first one doesn't work out, man. That's the whole thing. If you're on equal footing with those that are making decisions on your behalf, then you're on an even keel. They don't want you on an even keel. And when they try to take you off of an even keel, that means they're getting ready to do something that they know that you would retaliate for. And so they have to take away and eliminate the possibility of retaliation. This is why now they have metal detectors and shit when you go to court. It used to not always be that way. But now it is. Why? For the security of witnesses or jury members? No. It's because that robed son of a bitch up there on the bench knows that he has fucked over enough people that the chances of somebody coming in and greasing him are great. That's why. It's never for you.
You're telling me, Brian, you fucking just said I'm not doing what's right.
You're not.
You're not.
You're not.
Okay.
You're because you know why? Because you're saying we need more regulations. We need more restrictions. We need more government so we can have less child sex trafficking. It literally makes no sense. It makes no sense, man.
Do you want more freedom in commerce to sell fentanyl to your buddy Davy Crocco's?
Oh my God.
How do you know the fentanyl? How do you know the fentanyl problem wasn't created by the government?
Ding 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 ding.
You ever heard of Freeway Ricky Ross and the Iran Contra affair and the running of cocaine and the CIA spy planes? You ever heard of that?
Yeah. Do you think you can buy crack right now at the mobile?
Do you think that stopped? Yeah, you can buy
Did
crack.
the CIA
at the
create that and put it into the black
prison.
neighborhoods to keep them down?
Brian,
Yeah, of course. This guy has no argument. He gets shot down each time.
Yeah,
this
ding,
is about
ding,
the
ding.
time where he's about to accuse Brian of laughing condescendingly. And my laugh isn't even condescending. My laugh is, oh my God, I can't believe you're saying such nonsense. It's funny. What a goof.
Stop laughing like a little bitch.
No, I just think, I can't laugh now? God, come on.
No, you're laughing condescendingly like a
No, I
whiny
just think it's
homosexual.
Okay. Well, I'm not.
I'll check your search history.
So this is where
it's always something sexual with you, man. It's always something homo. I don't even get that.
Condescending. Got it. You're still the big boy.
This is where the game of
You can't really laugh at that at all. Like you're still like, oh.
What's that, Wesley?
This is where the game of nya reaches its peak. This is not a debate. This is nya.
Yeah, that's what we're showing. This is the leader of the cult right here on the left.
Got it.
Yep, that's the leader of the cult. I think this is beautiful because he's showing his ass high and proud.
And Brian has been acting pretty epic, pretty like balanced. He hasn't taken the bait of stooping to the level of this jackass.
Boy, do those jackasses ever throw that bait out quite frequently. Ooh.
Oh, the button pushers, they just want you to bring them down to their level.
Yep.
Yeah. It's their seat. They want to feel their wise in their conceit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go down to their level, now they feel they have victory over you because they were able to get you off your square.
Right.
Yep.
Precisely.
Yeah. We see them all do that. McToon does that. He acts like a child. And that's the thing. They start getting in that childish behavior and retorts that you would find maybe on a playground somewhere with an argument with some kids. It's exactly like you were saying it, Wesley, that nah. That's exactly what he's doing. Ain't that funny that little kids, no matter where they're from in the world, they all learn that. They all learn nah. It don't matter. Little Chinese kids, they just know it. It's just like it's instinctive or something.
Yeah.
Oh, it's always sodomy with him.
It is. It is. Every conversation I've seen you be involved in, it always comes back to homosexual.
You act like a homo, Brian. You act like a whiny, bitchy homo, and that's a fact.
And how is that? How does that? How am I acting? How is that?
You just go, oh, have you heard of Freeboy?
Oh, I said, I said it like that.
Bitch. You're like a whiny bitch.
That right there is a straw man. You actually, you actually.
Ryan, you have a problem, and the problem is government. What are you going to do about it, big boy? Tell me your solution, because your solution can't just be whining and bitching.
Okay,
right?
ready? Here's my solution. Ready? Here's my solution. You ready? Here's my solution. Do what is right.
Yes.
Don't commit evil against other people, and don't applaud and support evil when evil befalls another person. And don't vote for evil to happen to your neighbor. That's just for starters, man.
That's fucking great, Brian.
This rude fucking guy, man. He starts playing his goddamn piano and shit.
And say it again. Tell me how great you are. Resist evil, Brian. That's so mind-blowing. But how are you going to get rid of the government? Tell me, like, straight up.
There is no government. You have to get rid of the idea that people have a higher claim over life. And you have to get
pulled over. That's in your mind. It's in your mind.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Gas station to buy gasoline. Come on, Brian. Tell me what you're going to do. You're going to do what's fucking right. And what I see out of you is a lot of bitching and whining on Rumble and accusations of good men like me.
Oh, you don't bitch and you don't.
And I'm violent.
You mean you don't bitch and whine on Rumble more than me?
Well, I'm comedic. I do it in a funny way. You do it in a real way.
That's subjective.
Did you get my email? You and the let's see, Peter, Greg, and we're like set up like the Brady brothers here.
You talk about Jesse?
Yeah, Jesse, did you get my email?
I'll check my spam, but it hasn't come through.
Okay.
I'll check it because if you just sent one, I'll check if it's in spam.
I sent it to the address you sent.
Okay. Patriots. The government's here. And the only time in anarchy human history, we had a week in 1780, and these slave owners almost fucking pulled it off. Let's get back to there. See, the thing I have a problem with people like you is you're always trying to get people mentally to believe it's possible for something that isn't possible.
Frontiersmen lived in a state of anarchy, in harmony.
Boy, did they ever. Boy, did they ever.
Yeah, and they lived in harmony with other people, natives and shit. They often befriended natives. And
that or starved to death.
Yeah, but I mean, they learned valuable skills. They, and that's how it works. Nobody forced them. There was no forcing of this. It wasn't until some asshat came in and said, "We claim this." Oh, okay. So now what? Well, you have to pay us now. But I was already here. Well, it doesn't matter.
Right?
It's not possible to have voluntary interactions.
Shut up, Brian. Brian, shut the fuck up.
Hey, Brian, shut up over there. Shut up. You're acting like a whiny bitch. You must be a homosexual.
Shut your mouth.
Okay.
You mocked me earlier for saying I'm comparing it to winter and nighttime. You go, how is that a moral issue?
Man, that was so good. That's exactly how I said it. I said, how is that a moral issue? Here, let me teetotal. Oh, gosh.
You want me to make the point or no, Brian? You want me to make the point?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Since it's never happened in human history, and we've already established that, it's actually easier to beat nighttime, right? Because at least theoretically, there's never been anarchy in human history. There's never been a group of people that aren't under the control of a violent government ever once. So you putting that in people's heads, we got to stand up. We got to get rid of this government. You can't. It's like getting rid of the need to sleep. It's right there. And then you call people like me evil or I'm part of the problem because I've accepted reality. Every single human being will always live under a violent cartel. Always. Once you accept that, you realize they don't fuck with you. As long as you don't try and take their power, or if you take their money and you don't pay, they're big because they're Shylocks. And that's a reality. And you keep using examples of prison, which is great. I appreciate that you do that because it's all the same shit. You can be in oppressive prison, and depending on your behavior, you know who gets stabbed in prison? It's people that take out debt and don't pay the VIG, or people that disrespect a gang member, or somebody that gets in the way of someone's business. That's the government. It will never not exist. Creating an idea in people's heads that you can get rid of.
Yes, Brian. His basically saying, I am a big fat fucking pussy and I will wilt over at the threat of violence.
And has he ever been to prison?
I don't believe so.
So how would he know?
I don't know. He just seems to know everything, I guess. You know? I don't know. I think maybe because there is a potential homosexual element to the corrections system, that allured his attention and he looked into it a little deeper, maybe hoping to catch some glimpses on film of such things happening. I don't know. He's not stable, though. There's something wrong with that man.
Of the government, I believe, is bad for people's mind, because you keep saying you're going to stand up against, like, you have no plan. You bitch on Rumble and whine, and you give people PTSD with your little cop videos, which is like your pornography. You're just like, look, old bitch is getting hit by a baton, and everyone's like, we got to do something. And it's like, well, what do we do, Brian? And you're like, man, Owen Benjamin, right? Fuck that guy. Fuck the guy that actually had some solutions, right? And then people like Davy Crocco that you promoted were trying to take down my ability to actually have solutions.
That's
pretty
disingenuous. Pretty disingenuous there, man.
It's not. You retweet him. You gave him validity as he was saying that I was running a fucking paramilitary and running a scam.
I never said that. I didn't even know about that till I read this stupid.
Ryan, you're lying again.
No. I never said Davy Crocco did a good job exposing Owen Benjamin for the paramilitary operation he was running. I never said that.
I never claimed that. I said that you were giving him.
No. Go ahead. Sorry, I thought it was funny. I apologize. I'll try to play by your rules. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, you mean like honesty and not lying? I never once said that you claimed I was doing that. I said Davy Crocco was doing it, and you were promoting him as a journalist. That's a fact.
I never promoted Davy Crocco as a journalist. I said this piece of work that he did appears to me to be above board.
Great work.
It's like somebody coming to me and go, hey, you know that video that you did 3 years ago where you said that ABC spoke positively about, something moral? You must be for, dude, you can't. Go ahead. Let me just, can I encapsulate something real quick? Does that mean?
What a fucking child. And I got to applaud him. I met Brian 4 years ago this month. In fact, 4 years ago and 9 days. In Richmond, Virginia, it was lobby day, and everybody shows up armed. So there was like thousands of armed Virginians all around the Capitol building, and you can go up and redress your grievances to the new delegates to our legislature, and that kind of thing. But it was pretty interesting because there were a lot of restrictive gun bills on the legislative floor, and we had gotten a Democrat majority, and so there was a lot of armed Virginians that showed up to lobby day in 2019. But anyway, I met Brian there, and I talked to him at first I was walking by, and my friend that was with me says, hey, isn't it Brian from High Impact? He was just standing up against the wall doing something with his phone. And I looked back at him and I was like, I think it is. And I went up and I says, are you Brian from High Impact? He says, yeah. I says, hey, how you doing? I didn't have a channel yet or anything. We talked for a good number of time. I was talking to him about my experience with civil asset forfeiture, and he was quite impressed with that. And we talked about that for, I don't know, we talked about 10 minutes. But yeah, I have to give him props. He's handling this really well. Owen is an absolute fucking child. That's all. You know, and he's not afraid to look you in the eye. Somebody said he seems super cool. And I'll tell you what, when I shook his hand, he's not afraid to look you in the eye. When I run across people and they're afraid to look you in the eye when you shake their hand, I am very wary.
Yep. Yep.
Yes.
That's the first clue that they are not all there.
Oh yeah, they're trying. It's an indication they're trying to hide something. Whether people realize it or not, subconsciously, you know that your eyes are a window into the soul, and that's absolute. That's absolute. And when people divert their gaze away so that you can't look in there, that to me, it's not a deal breaker, but right off the bat, that's a red flag, you know. And I didn't get that with Brian.
Whatever the fuck you want, man.
Wait a second. Are you laughing? Are you?
I did get it with Alex Jones though. So
laughing condescendingly?
All you do is laugh condescendingly, so I'm making fun of it. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'm like, take a point and you go, oh, like the government doesn't rape kids. Oh, it's like retarded. You're like brain dead.
And guess what? The government, the people who are agents of government, because the idea of government is as legitimate as the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus, the people who believe they have the right to rule, and that's what it boils down to. When you say you want the government to institute more regulations, you're saying you want the people who have the right to rule to oppress us even more. That is what you're saying. And that's what you said in your quotes right here. You literally said that there's never been less tyranny from the government. Tyranny comes from your own sins. It's your own sins. Hey, Kevin Strickland, the reason you went to jail for 43 years is because your own oh, wait a second. No, you didn't commit that triple homicide. Hey, Daniel Shaver, who's trying to obey every command from the Mesa Police Department. You died. Philip Brailsford killed you because your own sin. No. That was because of the Mesa Police Department. You're saying Johnny Wheatcroft, the reason you were tormented in front of your little kids, and they'll do that to you too, Owen. I don't want that to happen. They'll do it to me if they want to. You're saying that that's okay. We need more of those regulations. We need more of those restrictions. And I don't agree with that. That's wrong. It's immoral.
So this Owen's way of saying, I'm not listening to you. What you say is not important. I'm just going to play my fucking piano because I am losing this debate horribly. Wow.
Back to the projection, how he said earlier.
Don't forget George.
He said Brian was thinking, oh, you're way better and all this. Here is him proving he thinks he's way better than Brian.
Yeah. It's in his body language too. See, I don't know how. Yeah. Wow.
Floyd, Brian, come on. Tell me about George Floyd.
I don't back George Floyd, but I also don't back the guy who put his knee on his back. I don't back George Floyd. That George Floyd was a lifetime criminal. I've never backed George Floyd. As a matter of fact, I got a channel terminated because of what I said about George Floyd. So, you know, you don't. I think you're disingenuous, man. I really do.
I'm disingenuous. You think right now you might disagree with me, but you're going to look me in the eye and say that right now you think I'm lying or disingenuous. That this is all an act. Like that the points I'm making are just so unbelievably preposterous.
Well, you've already lied. You've lied twice, at least.
Brian, you're just crushing it so hard right now.
I said, Owen says the government's never effing with you. And you said, I never said the government's never effing with you.
I didn't understand the context, Brian. In this conversation, I didn't. In that video, when I was talking about the government isn't fucking with you, it's not, in my opinion. That like you have to actively go out of your way to put yourself in a position where the government fucks with you. I've been fucked with by a lot of people and a lot of corporations and a lot of shit. The one group that is not fucking with me is the government. In fact, when I was getting swatted, they became apologetic and they put me in a list where when these pieces of shit like Davy Crocco and the other people doing good work out there, when they would call up and say I was abusing my kids or whatever the fuck, they would call me and ask me. And these are people, this was a liberal area before, and then now in Idaho. The government is just trying to do their job, man. And I know you think the statism is a mental.
Yes, and their job is fucking with you, man.
State, and it's all on your mind. Well, that's interesting, bro.
He's what?
He's on a list, he just said. He's on a list that he gets direct calls from the government.
There you go. I know I'm probably on several lists, man.
Not that kind of list, though. He said he's on a protection list. If anybody says anything, most people will get hammered. Most people will get their doors kicked in. Most people will be under investigation. He's on a protection list, he just said. If anybody says anything, they'll call him up directly. Hey, this is being said about you. He just admitted to being on a protection list.
God. Man, this guy. I hope his fucking subscriber count just diminishes down to nothing. I really do. This guy is reprehensible.
He exposed
and for
himself.
him to be a leader of a group of people, my God. This guy makes Jim Jones look good, Wow.
Brian, because there's never been a group of people in human history that's ever not lived under a king, a ruler, a government, because people want it. That's the reality. Now, you can choose to not live that way, right? You can choose to not impose your will over other people. And I commend you, Brian. That's really good. You're a big fucking hero. But a lot of people are sadistic and manipulative and envious and violent. And that's the world outside, and that's reality. And the government is that monopoly on force that people petition to act out their horrible fantasies. And I see it from a lot of anarchists. They want me to be a Ruby Ridge. They fantasize about it. They want me to be a Waco. You guys have your little list of the victims, and you just go, oh, Owen will learn. Owen, they'll put Owen. It's like, you guys are fucked up, a lot of you guys. I'm not saying you personally, but you're not. You call me disingenuous when I make a point like, where in the world is there a group of people that don't have a government over them?
Amish
and you
people.
Can't name one without saying it.
There you go.
Amish people. People. Native Americans before colonials came and smashed government down their throat. Lots of times throughout history, the anarchy prevailed where people just did their own thing. They wanted food. They moved around, they migrated, they were one with the land, and the land took care of them.
They realized that, not just go in there and trash the fuck out of it and move on. Like cockroaches. That seems to be what the colonials did.
It was a short-term
thing. Wait, that's not what you said. That's not what you said. You said, where in the world is anarchy working? That's what you said. I'm not sitting here saying that there aren't people who believe themselves to be government, who believe they have the right to be an authority over other people. Yeah, of course that exists. We have police, we have politicians.
You participate in that at all? You have no culpability whatsoever in the government. When you buy your food or you buy your gas or you use their roads, stop laughing.
You're saying when I buy my food, I'm culpable for the evil and the violence that the government how is that? How is that?
You go to a grocery store, like you said earlier, Brian, where you go for the convenience, where it's all right on those shelves.
Okay.
That's the example you use, and I can see right through your bullshit.
Okay.
I actually do buy from farm stands in my neighborhood.
I do too.
I actually do buy.
I
Brian,
do too.
shut your dirty little mouth again, okay?
Holy fucking God.
All right? And I'm only talking to you this way because you're not acting in a respectful manner.
Whoa.
What do you mean? He's the ignorant one the whole entire time. Brian's been cool having to deal with this jackass, and he's actually trying to push it on him on his ignorant behavior.
It is absolutely. It's like Owen has done nothing but argue or interrupt and insult this entire time. And Brian's just sitting back going, all right, whatever. I'm not stooping down to it. And that in itself is just making Owen look even fucking worse, man. Really is.
Did this guy used to be with Alex Jones?
What's that?
Did this Owen guy used to be with Alex Jones or related to him?
No.
Not related, but was he working with him at all? Alex Jones? No. Okay.
No. He's like a B or C list actor, B-list comedian that he kind of got drummed out of Hollywood and shit, I guess, and because of his views. This is his story, of course. I think it's probably because he's an asshole, but in any case, now he lives in some homestead that he's done out in Idaho or something like that, and does a podcast every day and thinks that he's all that in a bag of chips.
Did he ever have that festival that everybody paid $400 for the ticket?
I don't know. Rostabear said that he'd been to the festival, but I don't know if he'd know the difference between one of those festivals and a Grateful Dead concert, to tell you the truth, man. I mean, we're talking about a guy who thinks that he was beamed up into a spaceship by Pleiadians and that he's a reincarnation of Bob Marley. So I don't know, man. I'm skeptical.
And talking bullshit.
Dude, you got to admit, it's funny. You've been doing nothing but interrupting this entire thing. And then when I do what you do, shut up, you're condescending. It's just, I have to laugh.
Ryan, if you wanted to get outside the government, you could buy all your food from local farmers that are in your area, but you still have to use government roads that are protected from pirates by the collective monopoly of force. And that's
the fucking government is the pirates on the road. What the hell are you talking about? I'm in more danger of policemen robbing me through giving me a ticket or civil asset forfeiture exponentially more than I am from some kind of road pirate type thing, dude.
They are the road pirates.
That's what I'm saying. This guy's got it. So they got to him. Oh, incidentally, speaking of which, a shout out to my agent, wherever you are. You're doing a good job. I'm glad you're enjoying the show. Anyway.
Facts. When you go to your little grocery store and you bitch and complain, you're the convenience of somebody bottling your ketchup and putting it on a fucking shelf for $1.99. You get to use their fiat money. That is the world reserve currency that we have an advantage with because of fucking bombs. And you buy that and you get your little ranch dressing and you put it on your little fucking hot dog and you smugly smile and giggle to yourself because you're the good man. You're full of shit. And I can see right through you.
All right. Do you want to go over some super chats right now?
Sure.
Okay. Boone Cat says, Owen, I donated $400 and you said numerous times that I could come to the land that I helped. Dude, I'm just starting with what the super chats say.
You're just going to read the Reddit guys, right?
No, I'm reading. I promised at the beginning of the show that I would read all the super chats.
Oh, yeah. You're going to read people.
He don't want to talk about that shit at all.
He doesn't want to hear people exposing him for fucking them over.
Not a bit. Not a bit. And unfortunately for him, there's more and more people coming out about it. And this didn't help.
People being like, Owen, I gave you 400 and you promised that I could live in your bed. And then you wouldn't. I swear to God, they say this shit, dude. And
all I'm doing is reading the super chats.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm just going to put the super chats on the screen as they appear. So that,
are the super chats in dollars?
I don't know. Whatever.
I don't know, Brian. Are you getting gold or silver?
I've never gotten one super chat from Rumble, so I don't know what they do. I don't know if it's crypto or what.
But you're not going to refuse it, though, are you, Brian? You're going to use it to buy shit.
How is that relevant to this conversation?
Oh, I don't know, because the government is the reason that you do that.
No, it's not. The fuck.
It is. So we can't.
No, wrong, Owen. It's a private bank is the reason that we do that, and the fact that using subversive methods, they passed the Banking and Commerce Act on Christmas Eve of 1913, while all the rest of Washington, D.C. was home enjoying their Christmas holiday. So they took, all they needed was a quorum. This was actually concocted in secret in violation of the Logan Act on Jekyll Island with robber barons and Senator Aldrich, who was in the pockets of the banks. So I'm sorry, Owen, you don't know fucking dick.
Have that. So there's no free market operating under the tyranny of government.
You're using their dollars.
Bro. Well, I'm sorry, Jesse. Was you saying something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, and with what he's talking about with this Rumble super chat that he doesn't know, I'm on Rumble. We have, over 7,000 subscribers on Rumble. And all of a sudden, someone sent $5, and I was like, "What?" And another time, someone sent 20. I never set it up, never put it, and all of a sudden, it was like someone was able to send us money. So for him not knowing is actually valid and legit, because I had no idea when that started popping up on our Rumble.
Wow. Well, I didn't know they'd given that either. I know they've been tweaking it and giving, starting to add more stuff, but I'll tell you the one that I want them to do is set it up so I don't have to fucking put a different stream key and shit in every time. And also
it's done. Rumble's got it. So right now you can connect your stream. Are you in StreamYard? Yeah, StreamYard. So you can connect your Rumble directly to StreamYard, and the comments now on Rumble pop up onto the main chat, so you can highlight them. And all you have to do is click on the Rumble like you click on another one. And if you already set it up, the only thing is you have to set up the live, like separately and on Rumble, and then you can just click on the one. You don't have to actually stick in the keys into StreamYard anymore.
Okay, so I can just use the same one over and over?
The same one, but you have to, as soon as you set up the live on Rumble, you just have to, when you click on the little tab, you just have to go in there and it pops up. You just have to set the one, and that's it. It's automatically now in one of the things that you can click on.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Because I was just getting to be a pain in the ass. I mean, I have a system. I do it. But yeah, anyway.
Last week, I think it started, maybe like 7 or 8 days ago. It just started.
They need to have a way to pin comments and shit too.
It does. Maybe. It is. Rumble comments are now on the thing where you can actually put them up on screen.
No, I mean on the actual chat. You know how like on YouTube I can put a poll up there, or I can pin a comment to the top of the comments.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't go that in detail.
Yeah. Because if you look at the top of my chat right now on YouTube, there's a link up there to come up here on. That's probably how you got here.
Brian?
Okay.
Yeah?
All right.
Mitch, you're in the game now. Go ahead, read this chats.
All right. Super chat number 1 that I have nothing to do with, and I don't know who this person is.
No, it's never you.
Okay, man. This is a crazy conversation.
That's a woman.
Owen, I donated $400, and you said numerous times that I could come to the land I help buy and camp for 2 weeks every year for life. When can I reserve my 2 weeks like you said I could? That's the first super chat.
Okay, well, if they actually donated, they're on a portal where we actually are in communication with all of them, where we have their emails if they actually donated. What you just read is called a troll, Brian, and they're lying, because every donor, we have their contact information, that they gave us their information. At first, I was a little run and gun with the first one with Ursa Rio. And I had to retroactively make sure that I had everything in a list, and then I could contact all of them. And while I was doing that, your buddy Davey Crocco was trying
He's
to
not my buddy. Come on, that's disingenuous though. He's not my buddy. I've never go ahead.
He's that junkie that used to promote. Yeah. And it's part of the story, Brian, because that guy was saying that I was doing a scam, and he got the sheriff's department to come shut me down because they said it was a zoning violation, even though we were building cabins that were up to code. So I had to shut down for 2 years as I fought that because of those guys. And this very people that you're about to start reading, they're lying, and they just want to create a narrative where you can't function in a private manner. That's the irony of your position, is a lot of these people are protected by the government, because if there wasn't a government, people would seek justice themselves. And that's what people like you don't seem to really understand, because I don't think you've thought about the real world. When you and your little minions try to fuck with a man's ability to earn a living or create something privately, and they're like, secretly, that's like criminal actions.
I agree.
And
I would never do that.
The person you just read was out of Australia, right? These are like a lot of them are foreign agents.
Australia? I don't know.
And you're just going to give them credibility like you did Davey Crocco.
I'm not giving them credit.
Right?
I'm just reading super chats, brother. But hey.
Oh, brother. We're all just brothers here. Read the
well,
next
we
one.
are.
And I hope you spend that money on some good ranch dressing. Go on, Brian. Next one.
He's so fucking triggered, man. So that tells me something. You know, you get that. What's that?
Look at your chat, DK.
DK,
Look at your chat. DK said he gave him $1,300.
And nothing, no communication. He bought the land that was not commercially zoned on purpose to use as an excuse. Oh, wow. Yeah, he seems to be doing all right. His house seems pretty well in order, you know, to have all that. And I know he didn't do all the work. Come on.
It's from this. Gosh, man, I hate to because
gosh. I mean, seriously.
This is from the same person. I don't know how you know they're from Australia. Is there some kind of mark on it or something?
Just fucking read the super chat.
Oh, Owen, why do you call people's mothers and wives cunts? Why do you talk about man's foreskin and call him dick cheese? Why do you think about another man's penis? Is it good, true, and beautiful?
You're doing some good journalism right now, Brian.
I'm just reading super chats.
Hey, listen, you're just earning some money from the. You're just earning some dollars. I get it, Brian. Keep it going.
So this is a motherfucker that he would be like, you know, kill the messenger, right? Brian didn't write that shit. That's a super chat.
This is why he wants the government to protect his lying, thieving ass from people that would want to get retribution for him fucking them over.
$1,300. Holy shit, bro.
And DK said he's not mad that, you know, that I think he said God will take care of it, but it looks like he's gonna have an aneurysm. Looks like it's gonna happen for himself the way he acts.
Yeah. Listen, that shit eats at you, whether you try to act like it's not bothering you or not, man. Your conscience is going to suffer. You know, this is what happens. People that have, you know, been in combat, you know, and had to kill other people and shit. They still, even though they know what the situation was and blah, 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 it still eats on their conscience, man. And it's damaging. It damages the person inside. And so does this kind of anger and fucking fear, you know, and that's what anger is. It's just another expression of fear.
And it's making him have to live in fear, because if you go around fucking people over, you always have to look over your shoulder and wonder when someone's going to come around the corner that's lost everything, that's got no other reason to live, but that one mission is to get you back.
Hence the reason for the metal detectors in the courthouse
and the police to protect his lying, thieving ass.
Yeah. Oh my God. You can ignore reality, but you can't ignore the consequences of ignoring reality. You are right, Blue Pac-Man. Welcome to the show, Blue Pac-Man. Good to see you. I was checking out your thing with Nakashita. I was playing in the background. I had that playing in the background while I was doing other stuff. Great show though, bud.
I just subscribed to your channel. I saw that comment, so I'll be checking it out.
Yeah. He's got some pretty good stuff, man. Mandela effect stuff, man.
Owen, you got the moral high ground now because you're doing what's right. Read the next one, Brian.
Eliza 36 says, ask him what hermeneutics and internal critique means.
That's pretty funny. Thank you for that. That's funny.
Does someone have the rights over someone with Down syndrome or low IQ? If someone is a danger to themselves, or do we let them do as they please? And then there's a lot of super chat. There's a string of this with super chats. In anarchy, do children have to obey their parents? If so, who decides what the legal age is? I don't know all the answers of how everything would work.
Brian. Why would you know all the answers? I mean, you're promoting something retarded.
I have not one time told you to shut the F up. You've already told me like that 10 times, but you constantly interrupt, dude.
Yeah, no, it's funny. Like,
no,
you're so above it.
What am I supposed to do? Just sit here? Should I just sit here? I should just sit here.
What age can a child sell their body and why? I know you haven't thought about it. I know you haven't thought about any.
Here he goes. This is where he starts melting down about a kid selling their ass. Like a kid can consent to doing something like that. I mean, this guy, and this is where his mind is at, man, always with the sodomy, always with the pedo shit. This guy, man, he's a sick fucking guy.
Actual anarchy, because you're the good man.
I'm sorry, Wesley.
I've seen enough. I'm getting kind of ill from it.
Yeah, it's a bit much, isn't it? But yeah, it's definitely a wound that needs to be seen, because this guy's he's influenced a lot of people. Now, on some of the things that he's influenced them with, it seems it's pretty legit. But I think he's used that also as the enticing cracker to lure in enough people to fuck over. I really do.
It's the exact same MO of the Bible. There's a lot of truth and wisdom in that book, And then they add in all the fuckery to twist people's minds, to make God look like some kind of psychopathic serial killer that you have to sacrifice firstborns and he'll test you, and all this crazy shit that they add in. But they have to have that truth and wisdom and stuff, you know, relating to Yeshua and his time here on earth in order for people to believe and follow the other craziness.
Yeah, I agree, man. Because I heard about it. He got a lot of people, a lot of guys to start taking responsibility for their family, to stop wasting their time watching porn, that kind of thing. But then he just kind of went off the rails and started really like dude was saying with this Sharia crap, and starting to adopt these Islamic ideas and shit like that, and want to incorporate that. And I think that that's pretty indicative of the level of control and statism that he promotes. And I sure as hell wouldn't want somebody like that. Think about this. If this guy with these views like this were running for office, would you vote for him? I promote more regulation. I promote more restrictions. I promote inhibitions on the First Amendment.
Whether or not that the people that say these things that are running for office, most of them align with this guy's ideology. Especially the Democratic side. Like, he's a complete mirror to the Democrat side of the stuff. More government, more restrictions, more this. That's exactly who he's just showed the world he was.
He's the part they don't speak. In direct words.
I'm going to say goodnight to both of you, and thank you for letting me be here.
All right, Wesley. Thanks for coming on, brother. You have a good night, man.
Thanks.
But go ahead and answer the question, Brian. At what age can a child sell their body into sex slavery, and why? And how do you enforce it, Brian? Duh!
Well, obviously, the answer is government. Government is how you do it. Government is the answer to all of our questions. If we had more regulations, we would have more.
Brian, I know you won't even.
You won't even let me be.
No, because you won't give an honest answer, Brian. In anarchy, when can a child sell their body into sex slavery? That's your neighbor. Well, if your child at 7 chooses to do that, can you stop them, or is that a ruler? Would you be a ruler in your own home, Brian? Answer the question honestly. Don't just giggle like a little homosexual, and answer the question.
He's always right to the gay stuff, too.
You don't have an answer, do you, Brian?
It's on his brain.
Do you really want to know? Or are you going to interrupt?
You had to giggle, didn't you, Brian? You can't stop. Do you type LOL to yourself when you giggle?
Guys, put a 1 in the room if this is just so off the charts, hilarious and strange that it's beyond
how like stupid and funny it is. I'll tell you why anarchism is not.
They're not forcing you to. It's true.
Hold on, I got way out. Yeah, just a second. Yeah, here we are. My bad. I was on the wrong page.
And I had to retroactively make sure that I had everything in a list, and then I could contact all of them. And while I was doing that, your buddy Davey Crocco was trying
He's
to
not
get
my buddy. Come on, that's just kind of mark on it or something. Owen.
Stop that, Brian. If it's a contractual agreement where a 9-year-old who's poor, who really wants to do the right thing.
Is government stopping that right now? Is government stopping that right now?
Answer the fucking question.
Government isn't stopping it.
Brian,
all evil will not be stopped when you eliminate the concept, the immoral concept of government. But a lot of it, but a lot of it will be stopped. A lot of it will be stopped. Man,
Brian, that's what you do. You stop the pedophile from buying the child with violence.
Yeah, and
okay, that's violence. The 9-year-old says, "I want to do it. It makes mommy happy when I make money." You put that motherfucker in a cage, Brian.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. You eliminate.
I think you should be in jail.
You don't put that person in jail. If somebody's going to do that to a kid, that person is eliminated from the face of the earth.
There you go, bro.
If they are proven to be guilty, they are eliminated. And it doesn't take a long court battle to do it. It just takes a 47 cent. 223 right to the cerebral cortex.
If you sell fentanyl to Davy Crocco, do you chop his head off? And who gets to decide? If he dies, you give Davy Crocco fentanyl, he dies alone in his room. He's now worm food.
If somebody wants to put risk on the table and buy drugs from a person they don't know or that they do know, knowing that it could be fentanyl, they are free to do that. If you're not free to put something in your body, then you're not free.
But if someone said it was baking soda and it was fentanyl, do you put them in jail?
You don't regulate it. You don't introduce government. Government always makes things worse. Look at you mentioned the post office. The post office is one of the
filled with fentanyl.
Who the fuck is going to put fentanyl in a baking soda box and stick it on a shelf in a grocery store? This guy and his hypotheticals. Wow. Come on.
War on terror. How has that fared so far? War on drugs. How has that fared so far? How is anything that the government makes war against, how is that fared for the people that's in the land that they live in?
Right. It hasn't
They fuck it all up. They fuck it all up and make it worse. They're the ones who control it, and they are the ones who pick their people to do those things, and then they creates more in order for people like him to have more government.
Yeah, the freak says baking soda 60 cents a pound where I'm at. So some guy's going to take, $500,000 worth of fentanyl and stick it in a fucking baking soda box and put it on a shelf, take a complete loss on money, so then the hopes that someone will purchase it and die from using it, right? This is the scenario that Owen Benjamin, 147 IQ, supposedly. This is the hypothetical that he presents in favor of regulation. Wow.
And it's illogical.
Of course it is. I mean, that's what I'm saying. This guy's supposed to be 147 IQ. That's what he claims. I'm looking at maybe 110. Come on. I don't know. You might be able to memorize a lot of shit, but that don't make you intelligent. You can't do anything with the shit you memorized, obviously, or you don't have any common sense, man.
And isn't that a government corrupted, test anyways for you to know how great and smart you are in the beast indoctrinated system? Yep. So if you know the system and that indoctrination, so it really doesn't tell you what kind of intelligence a person has, just how much you align with the beast system.
It's a brainwashing gauge.
Yeah, for sure it is.
No. Answer the question, you little sneak. If there's a box that says baking soda, your mom buys it, it has fentanyl in it. Who goes to jail, Brian? And don't fucking say, oh, in my fantasy world, there's no government. Someone pays for the death of your mother, right, Brian?
Yeah, of course.
Is it the advertiser?
Because
or
do
you regulate it so it doesn't happen in the first place?
Because it's moral and just to enact justice on somebody who harmed somebody else, who coerced somebody else, who lied to somebody else under the auspices of baking soda. It's just
crushing it. You're absolutely crushing it.
It's a just thing to put that person away, and you don't need the concept called government or the right to rule.
You kill a man who tries to sell a kid, right? Even if the kid's consenting, right, Brian? You murder him, right? You kill his fucking ass.
You don't. You enact. I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question. You enact justice without giving people the illusion that other people have the right to rule other people. When somebody violates, dude, okay, I'm just, you are apparently not interested in any of my answers because you keep interrupting and never once told.
Want to be the government, and
not mature enough to have a real conversation. He's not mature enough to have a real conversation.
No, not even for a fucking second. And he's really triggered by these fucking things being up here on the screen, and they're still up there. He's wanting to try to get by that, take your attention away from it because I don't know if you got a chance, but I read all the comments last night, and I'm sure there's more today. But I went through reading all the comments, and I did not see but maybe two that were even in favor of Owen. and they were apparently, they looked like they were written by kids, but
was
whatever.
he restreaming? Like, so is his cult like just in his own stream? Like, is that why they didn't bombard this guy's stream?
I don't know. I don't know if he ran it on his show or not. I don't know if he was restreaming at the same time. I really didn't check. I should though. That's a good idea. But I just, this is the only place I saw it happening at. And with Brian saying, you know, hey, wait a minute, isn't this my show? You know, but
maybe
yeah.
his cult was just so shocked out of the utter shit that was coming out of his mouth, aligning with the beast system, that they were in awe and they didn't know what to say. They were like, holy, what? Imagine how much people he lost by exposing his tyrannical, you know, obviously childish, you know, beast system behavior.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I would like to see, you know, I wonder how bad his subscribership bled. It had been bleeding anyway. So I don't know. Maybe he just went ahead and kamikaze the fucking thing. I don't know.
You'd have to be silly to still support this guy after listening to this kind of stuff.
No, I wouldn't. There's no way. I would be embarrassed as shit. You know, I mean, like, for instance, there's certain people in the flat earth community that I look to as they get around, you know, and I watch a lot of their content. Some of them don't even agree with each other. But like, if I saw Dave Weiss act like he is right there, I would probably never watch another David Weiss video. Or if I saw Austin Whitsitt act this way, of course he wouldn't, you know, I mean, but if I did, I would be like, wow, man, what a fucking child. I would call it right out. So I really can't see anybody still hanging with that. I mean, and we did have a guy come on here a little bit ago where he was, you know, he felt that need as a cult member to come in and defend this bullshit. I hope he's watching this. I really do, and sees this guy for what he really is. I mean, look at this is his social tactics. This is him expressing his side of an argument. And he's just terrible. It's like a little child.
So I have this guy that's quite an intellectual that's been a Facebook friend of mine for a long time. And, you know, he's constantly talking about, you know, technically how the earth is round and all this. So every time I see something that's really compelling, I send it to him. I know it's going to set him off a little bit, but he's very, very, he never acts ignorant, right? He always looks to explain. He's very, very technical about his arguments. And he sent me an interview with Dave Weiss. He was on a science guy show, and he had like, I don't know, 1 million or 2 million followers, and he was debating somebody that came, another scientist or whatever, right? And this was kind of like his evidence. And so I started listening to it. We've interviewed Dave Weiss. That's Flat Earth Dave guy, right?
Right.
And
right.
Yeah, and so we interviewed him, and so I actually talked to him and knew a little bit about it. But I'm watching this thing that he sent me, and all of the guy that was opposing Dave Weiss was ad hominem attacks. It was all about smashing him. Nothing he said was got me to think differently and question this whole globe bullshit, right? So I said to him, I go, anything that this guy is saying, I go, I can't even see past him just attacking him. He's not giving anything of substance. So how can you align with and send me this? And I said, I even interviewed the guy, right? You know, the other guy. And I said, this has no evidence or relevance of someone. I don't even want to hear a guy that just wants to personally attack somebody. You already lost the argument when you can't actually, you know, talk and debate and just be on the facts. And as soon as you start ad hominem him, I don't even want to listen to the person anymore, because now it's personal and you've already lost that way.
Yep. That's the way I see it too. That's the way I see it. That's why if you watch people like Sean Hawkins, he likes to do videos about me or Flatzoid, and the only thing he ever says is, oh, dumb fuck, science denier, you know, and just grinds on. And it's like, really? That's the whole gist of it? That's good rebuttal. Great rebuttal. Oh, you rebutted it by asking Siri a question. Oh, okay. Well, that's trustworthy. I mean, come on, man.
their body and you kill the older man, right? You kill that motherfucker. You aggress on him. You kill him, right? Quick justice. You just said that, right? That's what you want, right?
So you thought, is just to be specific, is this a child, a 9-year-old child who's sold into sex slavery because the concept of government exists? Because there's a lot of that.
A 9-year-old it's very simple.
If you were really interested in protecting kids, you would eliminate the construct, the mental deficiency and illness called statism or slavery or
a 9-year-old
government.
wants to sell their body to give their mommy money. A fucking 50-year-old, stop interrupting and answer the question.
No, I'm not going to stop interrupting. Dadgummit, it's my show, and you shut the frick up. Come on, man.
Well, you want to kill a guy. You want to kill a guy for doing a business deal.
It's not a business deal. It's forcing your will on somebody who doesn't have the capacity.
The child consents, Brian. The child consents. The child says, "I want to do it." And I've said this 5 times. And if you pretend I don't say it again, I'll just start yelling at you because you're acting like a criminal.
Well, oh, please don't start yelling at me. What do you mean start? What do you mean start yelling at me? That's all the fuck you've been doing this whole time.
What's gonna? There's not gonna be anything
Brian,
different.
Listen.
I really shouldn't listen to you, and I should be interrupting you as much as you interrupt me.
Brian, a 9-year-old says, "I want to sell my body to get money for mommy." A 50-year-old man gives money for that 9-year-old's ass. What do you do to that guy? That's consent. There's no aggression whatsoever in what I just described. None. A 9-year-old says,
raping a child is not aggression.
Not rape, Brian. It's not the child.
Yeah, it is aggression. It is aggression. It is aggression.
No, okay, 13-year-old. Age.
A 13-year-old's not an adult. An adult can sell their body if they want to.
Why is he continuously picking his fucking nose too, man? Like all through this, he's just been picking his nose. I know he's obsessed with this too, Brian. He's obsessed with this shit.
An adult can prostitute themselves.
What fucking age?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Yeah. I don't know what
there
age.
isn't one. I mean,
I know a
there's
13.
No age.
I know a 13-year-old isn't an adult.
You're talking about killing a man, and you haven't even thought about the age of consent or how to enforce it.
Oh, what's the age of consent? What's the age of consent?
And next super chat. No, this conversation.
No, tell me what the age of consent is. I'm listening.
Do you believe in government or not? Do you believe in government or not, Brian?
Do I believe in the right to rule another man against his will? No, I don't. That's what government is.
13-year-olds sell their ass consensually.
Do you believe in do you believe in government?
Of course I do, Brian.
There you go.
Move on to super chat.
That's a parent problem, not a government problem.
In anarchy, when does
so what?
That's a parent problem, not a government problem.
Right. And who the fuck is gonna go, "Oh, bless your heart, sweetheart. You sold your ass to get me money"? No parent is ever gonna say that. I hope.
No, it's a parent problem.
God, this guy. So is there an age of consent now? How was that determined? And is it uniform? No, it's not. Okay, so what the fuck is he even talking about?
Does someone lose their freedom like if they have Alzheimer's? What? Did you say something?
You sell your ass?
What?
For 17, 18? What's the age?
You tell me what the age of consent is. Go ahead.
At 18, no, you're the one who believes in no force. At 18, can someone sell their ass, or is it 16?
Are you implying that you do believe in unjust force? What are you saying?
Of course, I believe in force. I believe in force. I really believe in force, Brian.
Yeah, I do too. But isn't there a difference between just force and unjust force?
Who gets to decide that, Brian?
Well, let me give you an example, and you tell me if it's unjust force, because you're the one that says the government's not effing with you.
No.
So let me wait. I was still talking. If a guy is traveling from Texas to California and he happens to get pulled over by Nevada Highway Patrol with $87,000 of his own money in his own car so that he could provide for his family in California, is it just force for a Nevada Highway Patrol agent to, under civil asset forfeiture, steal all of that man's life savings? Is that just? Because you said government isn't effing with him. That's Stephen Lara. That actually happened, and it happens every single day to the tune of $6.2 billion every year on the American tax cattle. That's what I'm against.
Yeah, I'm into it. I think that guy should have been taken.
You think more should have been? Are you being sarcastic?
More should have been taken from the guy. He just said more should have been stolen by the road pirate beasts from a nice guy that's just traveling in his car. He just said more should have been taken from this guy.
Yes, he did.
This guy's fucked up, man.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. And there's people that look up to this guy, sending him money and shit, you know, and just adoring him too. I mean, it's sick. Some of the letters that you hear him read that he gets, he promises people that he'll read their mail and all this other dumb shit.
Someone said clearly a joke. That shit's not funny. That's not funny.
No,
right? There's things you don't joke about, and there's tyranny that's being forced down people's throats everywhere right now. And that shit's not funny. You don't joke about that. You desensitize people to make think that it's okay when you joke about this vile, disgusting things like that. That's never okay.
I had it happen to me. $70,000 in a Toyota Tundra, man, for real. But they, right off the fucking highway. Boom.
That's not okay.
Not at all.
I'm not taking you seriously because you won't answer the question about child sex trafficking.
Well, you don't answer any of my questions, so touche.
So if somebody is
I am so concerned.
Jesus Christ, man.
Jesus Christ, you're interrupting me. Stop interrupting me while I'm interrupting. Doggone it.
You're being disingenuous, and your ideology is extremely evil.
Wait, let's get it straight. The ideology that says, I think that society should operate under voluntarism, where you don't force somebody against their will to do.
Doesn't exist.
It
Brian.
doesn't. So you force your neighbors to do things they don't want to do. It doesn't exist. You're lying to yourself.
Man. A 10-year-old wants to sell their ass.
There he is.
And how do you stop it? And at what age? And you can't answer the question because it requires force when there is no force.
There's a scripture that says, answer a fool according to his folly, and you will be like him.
Next super chat. Next super chat.
I'm not going to do any more of these dollars. I'm going to do the ones that I'm going to do. Debussy says, Owen learned his debating skills from Alex Jones. Victoria says, Owen is an insult to civil discourse. He's only exposing his own perversions. I completely agree with that. Debussy says, Brian inspired at least 2 of my videos and talking points for public meetings and the confidence to stand up and say it out loud. Let's see. I'm not going to read.
They stood up and said something out loud. Then I bet they sat back down though, right? If the 10-year-old volunteers for the sex with the older man, how do you stop that? And be specific.
Why is he obsessed?
Get rid of number one. How you stop a massive amount?
He's a degenerate. Yeah.
Why is he obsessed with sex with children?
I know. He
He's
really
fucked
is.
up. He is exposed himself as being a fucking pervert.
I believe so. Well, that guy said, and he's actually exposed his own perversions. And Brian said, I completely agree. You know, he didn't even respond to that, man. You know, he just kind of like, yeah, I guess so.
None of it is you get rid of the idea that people have the right to rule other people. That's what you do. And then once you do that, you can eliminate a whole lot of. You asked me a question and I'm trying to respond to it.
Ryan, you're not answering. You're going, oh, if you get rid of statism, a poor 10-year-old. This happens in war-torn areas without governments all the time.
There are no war-torn areas. Oh, wait. So you're saying that there are places without government?
What causes war? You're an idiot, man.
Yeah, I know what causes war. You know what primarily causes war? Fiat currency and central banking causes war, because without it, nations couldn't afford to go to war. The only reason nations can afford to go to war is because they have a fiat currency Ponzi scheme that they're depending on.
Brian, a 10-year-old wants to sell their body. How? Like, tell me how in your anarchy would you stop that? A 10-year-old wants to sell their body for sex.
Step one, get rid of the idea, the deluded idea that a man can rule over another.
It's happening right in front of you.
I said,
what do you do?
You will not let me answer the question.
Sovereign.
This is crazy.
I gotta go. I can't handle this pervert anymore, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably shut her down here in just a minute myself. It's getting late. Been on here a long time. Maybe I'll pick up on the rest of it tomorrow night.
It was great. Don't forget to at least send me the picture of yourself so we can create the promo. Sovereign's going to be on the missing link on Thursday. Please subscribe to our channels. We're on like 10 different platforms, but check us out. We're live on 6 platforms, and I'll be sending you the links the day before to the StreamYard, and then to a bunch of platforms that people can watch it live that you can share it with.
All right. Well, I'll get right on that right after I get off here. If not right after I get off here when I get up in the morning.
Sounds good, man.
Either way. All right. Thanks for coming on, Jess.
Thanks, man. See you all later.
All right, brother. Have a good night.
Too.
So yeah, I think that was true what that guy said, man. That he did expose himself. Watch just a minute or two more of this, and then I'm going to go ahead and shut it down.
Get rid of the idea that a man has a right to know. A 10-year-old.
Get rid of the delusion that a man has the right to rule over another man or a child, because when you get rid of that,
you wouldn't stop that. You wouldn't stop it.
He just won't. He can't fucking let somebody answer nothing. He's worse than Nick Volt, or as bad. I don't know. Put him and Nick Volt in a room together, and they'd probably kill each other.
Man doing that to another kid is exemplifying that he is doing exactly what government does to its own people.
No. The child consents verbally and says, "I want to do it for my mom."
Where does he get the idea that a child could consent to that? And doesn't the child have parents? Doesn't the child have parents? Is this being done without the parents' knowledge? And what parent would consent to do that? Because in that case, you take out the guy and the parents. Okay? It's not real hard to understand. And I can't listen to this fucking guy anymore tonight, man. I'm sorry. We'll come back to it. Oh man. Well, all I can say is I think this guy is I don't know. I'd be surprised if anybody follows this motherfucker around. I know, right, Renee? Exactly. I mean, at least in my time, kids wanted to make some extra money. They would set up a lemonade stand or, some kind of shit like that, or go mow people's lawns. And, I don't think that selling our ass was even a thought at the time. And where would you even get that thought? Why would you be thinking such a thing at 9 years old in the first goddamn place, right? Holy crap. You're right, Daniel. Yeah, I say. Absolutely. Oh, I know. Yeah, and there again, there's the problem. Government, right? Government. Exactly. That's the problem. It's not a solution. It's a problem. People say, what would you replace it with? I was like, well, what do you mean replace it with? If you went to the doctor and he said, hey, you got this fucking cancerous tumor in you, we need to operate and take it out. Is he going to replace it with something? Well, of course not, because that's what was fucking killing you in the first place. Yeah, we're going to take out this big tumor and we're going to put in a smaller, less intrusive tumor instead in its place. Science. Wow. All right. So delete laws versus Freeman debate that just went like this as well. Yeah, I know, right? Statism cannot handle to the scrutiny of volunteerism when it's put to the test. Not for a fucking minute. And this is all because of the conditioning and brainwashing that's involved with a mental illness like statism. So anyway, join us again tomorrow night. I'll go ahead and we'll finish watching this and maybe get into some other shit. I've been talking to some globetards on Facebook, and the last one we brought up here was dismal, to say the least. It was entertaining, so we'll see what goes on with that. We usually play it by ear. We have a good time here on the Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind show. So tomorrow night, 9:35, same bat channel, same bat place. Don't forget to subscribe to my backup channel and hit that bell notification so that you can get an alert. I usually, I'm very punctual most of the time. I like to think so. With that being said, always remember, Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor, get rid of him, and don't put up with any twiddle, twaddle, bahooey, or the flim flam and head fuckery. Y'all have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.